When Batna turned his gaze back to Lumion, there was a discernible shift in his eyes. The mimicry of Gairman's sparrow and the apparent recklessness that characterized this guy seemed all too contrived. Beneath the facade lurked cunning and a hint of sinister intent. Anyone falling for his act was in for a world of trouble. Lumion chose not to dwell on how he'd managed to swindle a small fortune out of the swindlers. Instead, together with Batna, he meticulously surveyed the aftermath of the explosion, scrutinizing every detail. Regrettably, even the official Beyonders, armed with their diverse sequences and synergistic combinations, were at a loss, let alone the duo lacking any proficiency in divination or prophecy. Batna absent-mindedly ran his fingers over the finely crafted rapier hanging diagonally at his waist, letting out a sigh. I know it's a long shot, but I can't resist coming here, wasting my time. It's not about the bounty. What adventurer doesn't dream of overnight fame? Hunting down the demon warlock Berman wasn't the only route to fame. Assisting official Beyonders in tracking this wanted criminal, whose bounty rivaled that of a pirate admiral, was a noteworthy feat in itself. Wasn't your primary motivation to gather clues for the money? Lumion inquired, a playful smile on his face. Well, that's a secondary motive, Batna awkwardly defended himself. Suddenly, he had a realization. He never explicitly mentioned that his investigation aimed at accumulating clues for monetary gain. He merely thought about it. Can he read my thoughts? Or is he just bluffing? Batna scrutinized Lumion with a perplexed expression. Lumion chuckled. Don't let your thoughts betray you. If you cross paths with a spectator, your secrets won't stay hidden. Batna instinctively lifted his right hand and touched his face. Is my expression management that bad? He vented his frustration with a muttered curse. With the scene in this level of chaos and no traces left on the nearby streets, unless a deity blesses me, or I'm imbued with luck, finding any clues is like searching for a needle in a haystack. How about we grab a drink instead? Luck. Finding clues doesn't necessarily hinge on good luck. Bad luck could work just as well. Lumion's heart stirred as he pulled a bandage from his pocket and calmly wrapped it around his eyes. Batna Kant, utterly bewildered, couldn't help but ask, "What on earth are you doing?" Blindfolding. Relying solely on instinct to navigate the nearby streets eliminates external influences and unleashes the full force of luck, Lumion explained with a chuckle. Perhaps today, luck is truly on my side? According to Franca, a mystical catastrophe detector like him didn't need conventional clues or intel. He might just stumble upon the person involved while strolling around. In that case, Lumion decided to follow the whims of fate this time. If he succeeded, he could use the demon warlock or related clues to claim a handsome bounty. If he failed, it would prove Franca's words to be nothing but baseless slander. Batna couldn't help but wonder if Louis Barry had lost his mind. Can you really do that? There's no harm in trying, Lumion replied confidently, blindfolded and ready to step onto the street. After a few paces, he abruptly halted. Blindfolding, he realized, was useless for hunters. The path he had taken and the scenes he had observed while searching for clues were vividly etched in his mind, meticulously arranged according to their real-world locations. Essentially, he possessed a high-definition mental map of the surrounding streets, allowing him to reach shops and buildings with uncanny precision. With a hunter's exceptional control over their body and direction, even without sight, coupled with heightened senses of smell and hearing, Lumion couldn't help but conclude that relying on the whims of fate was redundant. After a moment of contemplation, he began to ponder his next move freely. Demon Warlock Berman's elusive escapes hints at special abilities or possessions granting him such freedom. Can he teleport away like me, alter his appearance and height at will, or perhaps even disguise himself as someone of a different gender? Despite numerous bloody and cruel experiments, Berman has evaded capture, suggesting conventional methods and thinking wouldn't suffice. Can I change my mindset and let him take the initiative to appear? Yes, if we can't find him, we can make him come to us. His primary concern is resurrecting his wife, Helen. If I can fabricate a few cases of resurrection or discuss resurrection at certain mysticism gatherings, and provide verifiable mysticism knowledge in related domains. This demon warlock might very well follow the clues I left behind. However, this plan faces two challenges. The official Beyonders might have attempted similar schemes, and Berman, being cautious, could see through them. Additionally, the time needed for setup and waiting could be weeks or even months, a luxury I lack in Port Fairham. I can only weave the plan gradually into mysticism gatherings and bar conversations, occasionally revealing secrets to make it more realistic and my motives less apparent. Lost in his thoughts, Lumion relied on Batna Kant for occasional support, preventing mishaps during their walk. When Lumion had a complete, albeit time-consuming plan, he stopped, removed the bandage covering his eyes, and smiled at Batna. "Where are we? My intuition says there might be clues about the demon warlock hidden here. It's a regular street with regular houses. The residents seem wealthy and powerful," Batna replied helplessly. Lumion finally caught sight of the evening sun. As Lumion adjusted to the evening sun, his eyes narrowed, and his heart quickened. Although unfamiliar with many streets in Port Fairham, his instinctive journey guided by fate had led him to a familiar place. 16 Rue Correas. The adjacent grayish-brown building, adorned with a sculpted outer wall, belonged to Fidel Guerra, the prominent merchant. Lumion had reserved colorful bearded horned lizard venom here last night and accepted a commission to hunt down Black Baronet-class Kizzy. "Temaboros, are you behind this?" Lumion's immediate instinct was to question the inevitability angel sealed within him. Termaboros remained silent, leaving Batna, standing beside Lumion, puzzled. He couldn't fathom who Louis Berry was addressing. If Termaboros didn't intentionally lead me here, then something in Fidel Guerra's house is aligning with my fate. Is it an item related to the hunter pathway or connected to an evil god? Or could the clues to demon warlock Berman's whereabouts truly be found at Fidel's residence? Lumion's mind raced as he rapidly considered a series of possibilities. Staring at Fidel's building, he evaluated the likelihood of the demon warlock's presence. Berman, engaged in numerous resurrection experiments, likely struggled to complete his preparations alone. Snatching various resources would draw the attention of both official Beyonders and pirates who sought his capture. Only the assistance of other evil warlocks could provide him with the necessary help. If a well-connected merchant like Fidel supported him in secret, Berman wouldn't face difficulties obtaining experimental materials. For Fidel, with a sequence possibly not high enough, having a demon warlock reliant on him for covert protection is undoubtedly advantageous. Considering Fidel's clandestine business, vulnerable to attacks from powerful pirates or adventurers, having a demon warlock at his disposal makes sense. In case of future conflicts with authorities, the warlock could shield him, enabling a change of identity and a fresh start in another city or country. According to Aurora's insights, such individuals often maintain fake identities and reserve assets in multiple places. Last night, soon after I met Fidel, a mishap occurred involving the demon warlock's failed experiment. Lumion averted his gaze. Lumion increasingly suspected that the merchant, Fidel Guerra, had motives to shield demon warlock Berman. Of course, if Termaboros intentionally guided him here, the situation would only become more complex and serious. "What are you looking at?" Batna inquired, following Lumion's gaze to 16 Rue Correas. "I met Fidel Guerra, a prominent merchant, here last night and received a commission from him," Lumion replied candidly. "What commission?" Batna asked with curiosity. Lumion responded with a smile. "Hunt the captain of the Golden Nepos, Black Baronet-class Kizzy." "Is the rumor true that Black Baronet-class hijacked Fidel's shipment?" "Fidel hired numerous adventurers to deal with Black Baronet." Batna enlightened before lowering his voice. "Don't tell anyone about this." "Why?" Lumion inquired with a smile. Batna, stroking his neatly trimmed stubble, whispered, "These bounties and commissions don't necessitate actual acceptance, nor do they require success. Yes, if word gets out that an adventurer plans to hunt a pirate, and they're not too far apart, revenge from said pirate is inevitable. It's both a punishment and a warning. Baronet Black is a notorious pirate. If he catches wind that a newcomer like you is taking on a mission to hunt him and is spreading the news, do you think he'll take offense? He might track you down and use your demise as a lesson for other adventurers and Fidel. Baronet Black is indeed in Port Farum. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. That's a smart approach. Smart? Batna was momentarily taken aback. In the evening, at a bar, Lumion, Batna, and the others had been reveling for nearly 2 hours, filled with joy and excitement. Suddenly, Lumion lifted his glass and descended from the barstool to the floor. Addressing the adventurers and ordinary patrons around him, he declared, "Everyone, remember my name, Louis Barry. I'm on the brink of fame. I've accepted a commission from the prominent merchant, Fidel. My objective is to track down Black Baronet Class Kesey. When I succeed, the name Louis Barry will echo across the 5 seas. When that time comes, you'll proudly say you shared a drink with me." Batna froze on the barstool. It felt like witnessing Louis Barry once again leaping onto the wooden platform and firing his gun the night before. Amid the bustling scene, Lumion relished his drink until the clock neared midnight. Exiting the bar with Batna, they stepped onto the street, where the once warm sea breeze had turned chilly. Batna hesitated before asking, "Do you seriously plan to go after Baronet Black?" Hadn't Louis Barry's performance been a repeat of the previous night's scheme, expecting Black Baronet Class Kesey to come looking for him? Lumion turned his head, his green eyes devoid of any signs of intoxication. "Otherwise, if he doesn't seek me out, where am I supposed to find him? Sneak onto the Golden Nepos and take on their entire ship solo." Fair point. Batna conceded that Louis Barry's logic had merit. Once Black Baronet made land, he would likely disguise himself, making him hard to track. At sea or on his own boat, a lone adventurer would find it nearly impossible to take him down. Even lions feared a wolf pack. Moreover, among the wolves, aside from Class Kesey, there were a few heads with Beyonder powers. Batna had to admit that every head was no less formidable than himself. After a brief pause, Batna sensed something amiss and blurted out, "Are you sure you can handle Baronet Black and the 2 or 3 helpers he might have?" Lumion's lips curled into a smile. Every adventurer who comes to sea dreams of following in Gehrman Sparrow's great footsteps. It wasn't the first time he said this, but the tone was different. This time, Batna detected a calm and serious demeanor. Is he for real? Is he sly and cunning or just plain reckless? At that moment, Batna had to reconsider his understanding of Louis Barry. There was a method to his madness, a trap meticulously laid out, but the aspirations and strategies were impractical. What struck Batna most was that Louis knew it was unrealistic, yet he calmly and persistently pressed on to realize his grand dream. How to describe this guy? Batna couldn't find the right words. At that moment, Lumion had already reached the open-air market stalls. He dropped 5 vril d'or on fried banana slices, scones, roasted meat, roasted oysters, grilled fish, roasted shrimp, and sugarcane. "You're still hungry?" Batna asked, surprised. During their drinking session, they had already ordered fries, fish, meatloaf, and more. Lumion smiled and replied, "Getting supper for my godson." "Godson? At your age?" Batna couldn't quite fathom this guy with a Savoy province accent. Maybe it's a trend in the mountainous province for young men to become godfathers? After Lumion picked up the brown paper bags, Batna exhaled and remarked, "Your plan might not be effective. Adventurers boasting about their exploits are a dime a dozen. They might not consider your declaration a joke to spread it to others. It's too common." Lumion smiled and said, "No, they'll spread it like wildfire. In a few days, the entire Port Farum will know that a new adventurer has taken a commission to hunt down Baronet Black." "How's that possible? You can't control their mouths," Batna retorted subconsciously. Suddenly, he was taken aback. "You can't really control their thoughts, can you?" Lumion scoffed and tapped his head with the paper bags. "Use your brain and think carefully. They won't want to spread it. Someone will help me spread it." Batna had an epiphany. "You want to secretly hire a group of people to help you publicize this matter?" He paused for a few seconds before continuing. There's no need for you to hire them. The merchant, Fidel, will help you achieve your goal once he finds out about your act. He has ample resources. But what if he doesn't know? I'll pay him a visit tomorrow, Lumion replied calmly. It's meticulous and feasible. It's like iron chains, all interconnected. The more Batna thought about it, the more he realized that every detail of this plan had been considered, but overall it exuded a sense of madness. After a while, he instinctively assessed, if Baronet Black leaves the Fog Sea, it might take months for him to hear the news. If he happens to be in Port Farim, perhaps he'll find out in 2 or 3 days. Port Farim had a population of just over 100,000, including tourists. It might not even be comparable to a Cartier in Trier. More people were scattered across St. Tick Island's plantations and the Andatna volcano mines. I hope he's in Port Farim, Lumion said with a satisfied expression as he strolled through the night. Batna fell silent, unsure of what to say. Returning to the Flying Bird, Lumion entered room 5 of the first-class cabin and found Ludwig enjoying the supper he had left for him. He placed the brown paper bags on the dining table. The aroma of fried ingredients and barbecue filled the air. Ludwig looked up in surprise before quickly devouring the food Lumion had brought back. Lumion settled into a nearby recliner, rocking gently. Finally, Ludwig let out a contented sigh and said, "You get tired of always eating cheese, bread, cakes, and crackers for supper. A person who can even eat live rats raw doesn't have the right to say that." Lumion criticized and smiled. "This proves that I haven't forgotten you, my godson. By the way, how long do you plan to follow me? I've already helped you escape the Church of Knowledge." Ludwig pondered seriously. "I'll follow you until I can earn my own living. And now, I'm still a child." "That's true. If this fellow doesn't have the money to buy food, something terrifying might happen. Also, before I go to the City of Exiles, the Church of Knowledge probably won't allow Ludwig to leave me." Lumion laughed self-deprecatingly. "I, an unmarried underage man, have to support a child like you for a long time." Ludwig muttered under his breath. "Not necessarily very long. Does that mean you can recover to the point of supporting yourself within this year or next?" Lumion pretended not to hear Ludwig's muttering and gestured towards the servants' quarters with his chin. "Has that guy been acting okay?" Ludwig, acting as a spy, asked in confusion. For Intisions, is flirting with women on the deck and in the bar under the pretext of attending to patients considered okay? "Yes." Lumion sighed helplessly. "You Intisions." The next afternoon, amid rumors of the port closure possibly ending the following morning, Lumion disembarked from the Flying Bird and headed straight to Rue Correas in Quartier de Black Pearls to pay an early visit to the prominent merchant, Fidel Guerra. The previous evening, Lumion had received a letter from Franca, delivered by Jenna's rabbit Chaucel. The explosion in Port Farim matched Philip's intel, but there were more details. By the time official Beyonders reached the scene, Demon Warlock Berman had already vanished. Facing an undead monster made of limbs and corpse fragments, capable of awakening the deceased in Port Farim, official Beyonders had their hands full. The hospital suffered casualties. Patients fell victim to the monstrous horror. In Fidel Guerra's study, Lumion met the man, a blend of Intis and Phaenopotter blood, smoking a cigar with a grin. "Did you come here because of the smell?" "I just received the colorful bearded horned lizard venom." "Just obtained?" "I'm afraid it's been here all along. Considering my earnest efforts to draw out Baronet Black and fulfill your request, you're not suggesting you haven't secured the goods?" Lumion ventured a guess, a smile playing on his lips. "Seems luck's smiling upon me." "How much?" 3,800 Vril d'Or. "My cut isn't much," Fidel replied sincerely. Lumion didn't negotiate. He produced a stack of banknotes and tallied out 3,800 Vril d'Or. Observing this, Fidel signaled an attendant and gave instructions. Soon after, the attendant returned, carrying a brown glass bottle. Fidel directed the attendant to take the money and hand over the goods, while he kept a distance of roughly 10 meters from Lumion. "Metal containers won't do. The venom's potency can be affected by corrosion." Lumion nodded subtly. casting a glance at the brown glass bottle before stashing it away in his pocket. After the attendant departed, Fidel grinned once more. "I heard you replicated your act from the night before at the bar last night?" This influential merchant showcased his well-informed nature. "Indeed, we must employ effective strategies repeatedly," Lumion tacitly concurred. Fidel nodded. "I appreciate a sharp young man like you. I'll help disseminate your message and ensure Class Kesey hears it promptly." "Heh, the adventurers I assigned to this task previously were far too risk-averse." "No problem. That's precisely why I'm here today," Lumion mentioned before making his way to leave. After a few steps, he abruptly halted, turned around, and spoke thoughtfully. "Do you think Demon Warlock Berman is hiding here?" Fidel was taken aback. "What are you talking about? What does the Demon Warlock have to do with me?" "Not much. Just a wild guess," Lumion replied with a smile. "Rue Correas is very close to where the explosion occurred last night, and your establishment is quite suitable for hiding." Without waiting for Fidel's response, he took another step and casually exited the building. Fidel observed Lumion's departure, furrowing his brow in confusion. He couldn't fathom why Lumion had uttered those words. In the deep of night, the sound of waves echoed in the distance, and the flying bird swayed gently. Lumion reclined on the bed in room 5 of the first-class cabin, enveloped in a velvet blanket. His eyes shut tight, breathing deep, he was sound asleep. Suddenly, a dark cloud materialized outside the window, obscuring the crimson moon and stars in the sky. The room, draped in curtains, plunged into darkness. Even looking at one's hands, one could barely discern 5 fingers. Within the shadows, something seemed to stir to life. A lanky shadow emerged from the shadows in translucent form. Swiftly, it lunged at Lumion, as if eager to claim a new host. Resembling the possession of wraiths and evil spirits, this entity sought control but lacked the speed to complete the process in a mere blink. In an instant, Lumion, previously dormant, transformed into a shadowy figure, melding seamlessly with the darkness, leaving the bed bereft of his presence. This marked the manifestation of his newly contracted skill, shadow transformation. An eerie hush enveloped the room, dominated by the tall, translucent shadow, erasing any trace of Lumion or his unseen assailant. Suddenly, the darkness rift, revealing a decaying, skeletal python oozing yellowish-green pus. Empty-eyed, its fangless mouth resembled a vortex, emitting a hurried, piercing sound. A suction force tugged at the surrounding shadows, drawing them in. It seemed like an undead creature, a specialist in consuming shadows and shadowy creatures. Room 5 of the Flying Bird's first-class cabin's master bedroom assumed an otherworldly tableau. Despite the lingering dim light, shadows dissipated, leaving everything cloaked in pure darkness. In due time, Lumion emerged from the shadows, resuming his human form against the backdrop of a lush carpet and an exquisite wardrobe. Simultaneously, a towering figure materialized, a knight adorned in tattered black armor. Pale flames flickered in its eye sockets, putrid liquid seeping from the armor's crevices, with only sticky flesh clinging to its exposed skin. With a broadsword raised, the dead knight advanced, slashing at Lumion, as if poised to shatter both bed and wardrobe. Lumion's agile form shifted, maneuvering from facing the Death Knight, the shadow-swallowing python, and the looming tall, thin shadow to flank them all. Crash! The broadsword of the Death Knight cleaved through the wardrobe, sending fragments flying. Lumion, reacting swiftly, crouched down, clenched his fists, and struck the heavy brownish-yellow carpet. From the center, a multitude of crimson, nearly white flames burst forth, consuming every inch of the room. The inferno devoured the 3 undead entities suspected to be from the spirit world. Rumble! Within the roaring flames, fireballs materialized and shot out from Lumion's form. They homed in on the Death Knight, the shadow-swallowing python, and the lanky black shadow, or recklessly engulfed the sizable bedroom. Rumble! The crimson, nearly white fireballs detonated consecutively, tearing apart the three undead beings, pulverizing the bed, desk, and other furnishings. Pungent smoke billowed from the scorched carpet. In this explosive turmoil, any entity lacking pure ethereality or possessing partial corporeality faced inevitable destruction in the confined space. The once steel-clad armor of the Death Knight crumbled instantly, and the shadow-swallowing python fractured into a multitude of burning remains. Though the lanky shadow fared relatively better, it too succumbed to the engulfing flames, dwindling in substance. Rumble. Although the flying bird boasted a steel structure, the impact of such force, reminiscent of multiple cannons targeting a confined space, inevitably took its toll on room 5 of the first-class cabin. Strangely, only cracks marred the inner wall, with neither the wall nor the door fully giving way. However, the formless barrier enveloping the area shuddered violently, on the verge of disintegration. As shockwaves rebounded from the walls, doors, and ceiling, Lumion, the catalyst of the explosion, suffered as well. It was akin to being struck repeatedly by a massive hammer, with his vision clouded by golden specks and a metallic taste of blood in his throat. The air, instantly devoured by flames, left him with a suffocating sensation. Amidst the tumultuous flames, a figure emerged from the darkness, standing near the window, adorned in a black robe with a loose hood. Numerous wounds marked his body, testament to the explosive waves and engulfing flames, leaving charred imprints. Lumion observed that the man's once fine hairs had transformed into pale white, nearly indistinguishable feathers. Some were charred, emitting a dark dense fog instead of thick smoke. Rather than the usual red blood, a thick yellowish-green hue oozed from the wounds. Under the raised hood, Lumion discerned a pale white face and a few ulcers reaching down to the bone. Vague traces of pale white fur adorned the wounds. In the blink of an eye, Lumion locked eyes with his opponent, who sported cold flaxen-colored irises. Between the brows of the hooded figure, a crack swiftly widened, revealing an illusory vertical eye with a deep purple border that almost verged on black. Devoid of eyelashes or pupils, it seemed to harbor countless pale white patterns. This peculiar vertical eye instantly mirrored Lumion's figure. His initial intention to teleport behind the hooded man and employ the spell of Harumph met an abrupt freeze. The impact resonated at the spiritual level. It was akin to Lumion's soul body losing the protective shield of his physical form and standing exposed to scorching sunlight. Instinctively, fear, stiffness, and lethargy gripped him. Ordinarily, humans explored the spirit world through astral projection, rarely detaching their soul body, the core of their soul, from their physical being, always shrouded in protection. The Arbiter Pathway's psychic piercing bypassed the physical body, ether body, astral projection, and body of heart and mind, directly influencing the soul body. It carried an almost undefendable reputation, affecting individuals to varying degrees. Lumion suspected that the spell of Harumph shared these characteristics. Within the assailant's dark purple, nearly black vertical eye, pale white patterns silently spun, as if seeking the essence of Lumion's spirit body. The sensation resembled being scrutinized by penetrating rays of light, causing Lumion's spirit body to quiver slightly, impeding intricate thoughts. Just as he was about to take the simplest action of sinking his consciousness into the Blood Emperor mark on his right hand, the hooded man emitted a sudden pained groan. His head snapped back as if struck by a bullet, the once illusory, dark purple vertical eye now blurry, oozing dark red blood mixed with yellowish-green pus. With a pained groan, the hooded figure swiftly turned and soared out of the window, dragged by an unseen force. Observing this, Lumion didn't hasten to block the escape with spirit world traversal. Instead, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! At the window, a crimson, almost blinding light erupted, and a violent explosion engulfed the hooded man. Lumion had set this as a trap. Before entering a state of sleep, he had concealed the master bedroom within the bottle of fiction. There were two entrances, one by the window and the other by the door, accessible only to beings with superpowers. Both exits harbored delayed explosion fireballs. Any trigger would unleash devastation. Amidst the fiery explosion, the hooded man was propelled off his feet, crashing against the window frame. His limbs seemed on the brink of tearing from his body. Without a moment's hesitation, Lumion teleported to the severely injured and unconscious man, harumphing at his foe. Two beams of white light shot forth, striking the target and rendering him completely unconscious. As Lumion prepared for his next move, pairs of arms suddenly emerged from the darkness at the shattered exit of the bottle of fiction. Some were covered in warts, some decayed to the point of pus overflowing, and some only displayed blackened bones. These arms seized the hooded man's clothes and dragged him into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Observing this, Lumion refrained from an immediate transformation into a shadow creature to pursue them. Instead, he stood his ground, a slight frown creasing his brows. The assailant shared an uncanny resemblance to demon warlock Berman as depicted on the wanted posters, but the non-human feeling was even more pronounced. The details suggested an undying monster rather than a human. Lumion wasn't caught off guard by demon warlock Berman's appearance. It was one of the anticipated outcomes. He had deliberately voiced suspicions about Fidel's connection with the demon warlock in front of him without providing clarity, fostering the illusion that Louis Barry, a bold adventurer with a penchant for conspiracies, was attempting to extort money from the prominent merchant. Under normal circumstances, even if Fidel had something to hide, he wouldn't act so swiftly. He would likely observe closely for a few days to confirm the situation. Lumion, however, had offered him an opportunity this time. Louis Barry, the adventurer, had made public the commission he accepted to lure out Baronet Black. In such a scenario, it wouldn't raise eyebrows if he were killed by Class Kesey. The death of an overconfident individual in Port Farum wouldn't spark trouble or suspicion. So why not nip the danger in the bud? Even if Louis Barry's suspicions lacked evidence, they would still draw the attention of official Beyonders. Lumion's performance at the bar the previous night seemed to bait Black Baronet Class Kesey, but in reality, it was bait for the merchant, Fidel Guerra. If Fidel had no ties to the demon warlock, it wouldn't trigger an additional reaction. Lumion merely needed to pursue the superficial purpose of hunting Black Baronet. If there was a connection, he would promptly receive a response. To Lumion's surprise, the abilities exhibited by demon warlock Berman shared similarities with the few divine pathways he knew, but there were also notable differences. The illusory eye between the demon warlock's brows bore a remarkable resemblance to the eye of mystery prying from the warlock pathway. However, this entity took a unique form, manifesting as a vertical eye rather than the typical manifestation within the eye itself. Lumion had never encountered or heard of such a phenomenon before. While a mystery prior might experience similar abnormalities as a high-sequence beyonder, it was clear that Berman hadn't reached the saint level. Otherwise, Lumion would have been the one fleeing, not him. In such a scenario, Lumion might not have been able to escape even if he desired. His only hope would be that the residual aura of the Blood Emperor could momentarily distract Berman, enabling him to teleport away. Considering the authorities' wanted poster, information from 007, and details gathered from Philip and others, Lumion had long concluded that a demon warlock like Berman couldn't be a sequence 4. He certainly wasn't audacious enough to hunt a demigod. Based on the illusory vertical eye and Berman's diverse, comprehensive abilities, Lumion sensed a true alignment with the characteristics of a warlock. However, no warlock's eye of mystery prying resembled this. Not only did it grow between the brows and become a vertical eye, marked with pale white patterns against a nearly black background, but it also possessed the ability to intimidate others' spirit bodies, revealing a perceived truth. In that moment, Lumion felt as if he had been stripped of all externalities, leaving only his spirit body to resist Berman's. Yielding or failing would result in fainting or enslavement. Fortunately, the truth on him was beyond the perception of low to mid-sequence Beyonders, and Berman was no exception. Before Lumion could activate the Blood Emperor's residual aura, the demon warlock suffered a backlash, nearly incapacitating him. Moreover, Berman's command over the undead and the protection he received after fainting surpassed typical warlock capabilities. Even if others could achieve similar effects with learned or invented spells, It wouldn't be to that extent, let alone so effortlessly. Which evil god's pathway is this? Or has Berman, a warlock, been corrupted and acquired abnormal traits? That would explain the non-human details on him. After conducting so many resurrection experiments, he wouldn't lack the kind that sacrifices to evil gods. The illusory vertical eye was undeniably powerful and bizarre. I couldn't withstand it head-on. Were it not for the protection of Mr. Fool's seal, Termaboros, and the lingering aura of the Blood Emperor, all surpassing my current level, I might have met my demise at Berman's hands. Lumien's thoughts raced as he quickly made a guess. Seizing this moment to counteract the impact of the explosion, he retrieved the golden straw hat from his traveler's bag and placed it on his head before disappearing. Lumien teleported to 16 Rue Correas, the entrance of Fidel Guerra's opulent residence. While demon warlock Berman had the means to escape, the same couldn't be said for this prominent merchant. If Berman had been in good condition when he fled, Lumien worried that he might return out of professional courtesy and rescue his employer. However, since Berman had been rendered unconscious and taken away by some undead creature, he wouldn't be returning to 16 Rue Correas. He wouldn't even after waking up either. The more time passed, the more likely Fidel Guerra's house would become a trap for the demon warlock. Hence, Lumien still had time to ponder Berman's sequence and the non-human issues he exhibited. His deliberate delay served a purpose. If demon warlock Berman were to wake up promptly and flee with his employer, Lumien's calculated delay of a minute or two would ensnare both of them. Standing at the entrance of 16 Rue Correas, Lumien's brow furrowed slightly. As a hunter, he detected a faint scent of blood emanating from inside the house. After a moment of consideration, Lumien gently pushed open the dark blue door. It was unlocked. The door bore splatters of fresh blood that hadn't fully congealed. It seemed as though someone in a panic had sought refuge here, unlocking the door just before being pursued and torn to pieces. However, there were no remnants of the corpse to be found. Lumien halted at the doorway, listening intently. The entire house remained eerily silent. Did Fidel act swiftly, eliminating those in the know and relocating to safety before Berman could strike me down? In such a scenario, if Berman's operation proved successful and he uncovered the reasons for my suspicions, and if there were others privy to the information, Fidel could use the pretext of a late-night attack by Black Baronet and other pirates, where he nearly lost his life. Escaping wouldn't have been easy before returning here. Alternatively, he might vanish forever, adopting a new identity to embark on a fresh business venture. Lumien pondered this mystery as he navigated past the blood-stained area at the entrance, intending to search the house for clues. His goal was to uncover the exact relationship between Fidel Guerra and demon warlock Berman. Leaving the door slightly ajar, he proceeded towards the staircase, the scent of blood lingering in the air. Perhaps sensing his approach, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of footsteps, a figure emerged from the basement, coming into Lumien's line of sight. It wasn't human, or rather, it couldn't be deemed human any longer. Standing 3 to 4 meters tall, its body comprised fragments from various human corpses. It possessed a mix of feminine curves and masculine traits, sewn together by linen threads, with blood-stained mucus dripping from the joints. This person featured a relatively intact head, with only one source, Fidel Guerra, a mixed blood intis and phaenopoder. The merchant's head didn't align with the body. It was as if a child's head had been placed on a half-giant's neck. Dark brown eyes, vacant yet still filled with fear and confusion, stared out. Dead? Fidel is dead? Did he turn himself into a monster? Lumien pondered. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the stitched corpse lunged forward, dragging 3 human leg bones that seemed fused together. A pale white flame ignited on the colossal bone sword. Lumien's eyes narrowed, and his body abruptly vanished, reappearing instantly behind the massive stitched corpse. Ha! He opened his mouth and emitted a pale yellow light. However, the light struck Fidel's head, failing to disorient him, let alone render him unconscious. It became apparent that the undead creature was immune to the spell of Harumph. Almost simultaneously, The rapidly running sutured corpse forcefully pivoted, emitting a muffled sound from its throat, a language Lumion didn't understand or a word carrying magical effects. Lumion's soul trembled, as if cowed by evil and death. He momentarily froze. The sutured corpse turned around, advancing with purpose. It raised the colossal bone sword, burning with pale white flames, and slashed at Lumion's head. Lumion, experienced in such situations mostly stemming from encounters with high-level entities, found the current threat less severe than the consequences of the demon warlock's illusory vertical eye. Just in time, Lumion woke up, activating the black mark on his right shoulder. Amidst the howling wind, the colossal bone sword, engulfed in pale white flames, struck the afterimage left behind. This time, Lumion materialized close to the stitched corpse's back, stabbing the symphony of hatred retrieved from his traveler's bag into it. With a pft, the pitch-black bone flute, seemingly fragile, plunged into the stitched corpse's flesh. The flaxen threads burst open, and chunks of flesh and blood peeled off, revealing a dark red heart emitting pale white flames. Lumion extended his left hand, pressing it against the near-fatal wound. The crimson fireball, nearly white, compressed layer by layer as it was pushed in. Utilizing the reactive force, Lumion abruptly flew backward, dodging the massive bone sword that slashed at him. Rumble. In midair, he witnessed crimson, nearly white flames erupt from the sutured corpse, tearing apart the beating heart. Rumble. The sutured corpse disintegrated, and the flesh and blood of various humans scattered on the ground. Bang! Fidel's head landed in a pile of flesh and blood, the blankness giving way to a pained expression. "Who turned you into this?" Lumion inquired, glancing out the window, sensing that the explosion would likely draw the attention of the patrolling police. Fidel's head opened its mouth, words muffled and filled with hatred. It's Berman. Berman." Lumion was taken aback. "Were you infighting?" Fidel's head throbbed with pain as his voice trailed off. "I thought you were testing me. I wanted to observe for a few more days. But he couldn't wait. He wanted to kill you tonight. I didn't agree and he killed everyone in the house. He's a true lunatic." At this point, Fidel's head lolled, his eyes closed, and he fell silent. Demon Warlock Berman's mental state is quite problematic, Lumion thought. Is that why he killed his employer's entire household? If he really wanted to kill me, he could have acted alone. Lumion had previously considered whether Fidel would think he was baiting him. For this reason, he deliberately created the illusion that he was baiting Black Baronet to lull Fidel. As for the effect, Lumion didn't care too much. If Fidel didn't take the bait, he would use another method. Fishing wasn't the only method in his arsenal. Unexpectedly, this triggered infighting between Fidel and Berman. Lumion believed even he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing when his psychological problems were at their worst. That was unless Fidel provoked him, such as pointing out that only a lunatic would believe in resurrection. Observing the corpse fragments for a while, Lumion noticed no signs of a Beyonder characteristic emerging. Curse my luck. Berman must have taken it. He shook his head and walked towards the room where the safe might be. Lumion wasn't sure if he should attribute the misfortune of Demon Warlock Berman taking the banknotes, coins, and gold from the safe to the Symphony of Hatred. After all, he hadn't arrived at 16 Rue Correas and hadn't utilized General Philip's blackened bone flute. Its abilities likely weren't potent enough to rewind the past. However, Fidel, living up to his title as a prominent merchant, had numerous wallets stashed in various clothes. Lumion conducted a quick search, revealing a total of 30,000 Vril d'Or. This provided a modicum of relief for his psychological injury. Upon hearing the arrival of a carriage outside, Lumion left Fidel's bedroom and turned to the adjacent room. He suspected it was the patrolling constables here to investigate the recent explosion. The room was clean and tidy, yet a faint, uncomfortable smell lingered, the stench of decaying corpses. Entering the room felt like stepping into a catacomb, surrounded by the marks of his own kind and their deaths, creating an uneasy atmosphere. This should be Demon Warlock Berman's room. It allows him to protect Fidel in the shortest time possible, heh. But he ultimately killed him. This story tells us that the most important condition for choosing a bodyguard is mental stability. Lumion mused as he surveyed every corner of the room. At that moment, the constables had already pushed open the house's door, revealing spilled blood and scattered flesh. One of them swiftly drew his revolver, while the other blew a whistle, producing a piercing sound. Lumion's gaze focused on the blackened marks in the room. The blood, suspected to be old, emitted a sinister aura. Berman once killed a special creature in this room to complete a resurrection experiment? Lumion muttered to himself. He didn't assume it was Demon Warlock Berman's blood, because he believed that the other party wouldn't leave behind such a crucial item when he had enough time. If a Beyonder skilled in curses obtained it, Berman would be in grave danger unless he had a way to sever the connection in advance. In contrast, Berman's blood and flesh were more likely to be found in the master bedroom of Room 5 of the Flying Bird's first-class cabin. The Demon Warlock had suffered severe injuries from the explosion and the flames. Of course, the blanket explosion and subsequent intense combustion might have rendered the ingredients for cursing inactive. Lumion crouched down and retrieved a glass bottle from his traveler's bag. He scraped away the black marks on the wall and stored them inside. After completing his task, Lumion cleared any potential traces: hair, skin, and other items. He activated the black mark on his right shoulder and vanished from 16 Rue Correas before more constables and official Beyonders arrived. Upon returning to the Flying Bird, he immediately inspected the previous battlefield, now reduced to ruins, scattered with charred and shattered remnants. Metal walls bore marks of distortions and minor cracks, remnants of the intense encounter. The lingering gases from the burning carpet and items slowly dissipated through the open window. After Berman triggered the trap at the exit, the bottle of fiction had dissipated. Lumion focused on examining the windowsill, finding charred remnants. Phew! Exhaling deeply, he departed Room 5 of the first-class cabin, descending to the deck. Philip, the security supervisor, leaned against the shipboard, gazing at the night view. "Where's your lover?" Lumion approached Philip, resting his hands on the shipboard. Philip sighed and replied, "Her destination is Port Ferrum. Apparently, she was heading to a relative's plantation to assist them. Something to celebrate. This means you'll have a new lover," Lumion said, adopting the tone of a dandyism believer. "Please allow me to be downcast for another 2 days," Philip responded, not objecting to Lumion's words but emphasizing his invested feelings. "Of course, it was just a little. Did you just return from the port? Why didn't I see you board the ship?" Philip inquired, following his professional instincts. "I've been in my room the whole time. There was a minor accident at the party just now that set the master bedroom ablaze. Many things were burned. Get someone to fix it promptly tomorrow," Lumion explained, seeking Philip's assistance in resolving the situation. Despite the possibility of staying in the fire-damaged room, Lumion preferred to take action to rectify the situation. Philip appeared confused. "Party? Ablaze? What did you do in the room?" "I didn't hear anything." Lumion grinned and responded, "A passionate guest made an appearance. Their actions were a bit extreme." "Really?" Philip inquired subconsciously. "No," Lumion admitted straightforwardly. "Do you want to hear the real reason?" Philip fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, "There's a need for compensation for such damage. We'll charge you the repair fee. Fortunately, we're still in Port Ferrum. We can replenish various items immediately. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome." Lumion handed over a stack of banknotes. "This is the repair fee. I hope it can be completed by tomorrow. If it's too much, consider it a tip. If it's too little, ask me for more." Philip took the money, frowning as he weighed the stack of banknotes. "What did you do to the bedroom? Why is he giving so much for the repairs? Is this hush money?" Lumion smiled, turned around, and returned to Room 5 of the first-class cabin. Observing him disappear through the cabin entrance, Philip counted the stack of banknotes under the crimson moonlight and the gas street lamps at the port. 2,000 Vril d'Or? Did he blow up that room? Philip was shocked and suspicious. But I didn't hear anything. That night, Lumion slept in a recliner in the living room. Initially planning to summon Jenna's rabbit Chaucel and write Franca a letter about the demon warlock, seeking her help with magic mirror divination to identify the source of the old blood in Berman's room. However, he remembered that Franca might still be awake while Jenna was already asleep. Patiently waiting until the morning, Lumion set up the ritual using rabbit-shaped spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a runner who pursues knowledge, a messenger that belongs solely to the Seven of Cups, to summon the book-holding transparent creature resembling a rabbit with powerful legs. Today's rabbit Chaucel, unlike the last time, wore a pair of indistinct gold-rimmed glasses. Handing the letter and the glass bottle containing the blood and powder to rabbit Chaucel, Lumion asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly wearing glasses? Is this the downside of knowledge?" Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, rabbit Chaucel's eyes glinted sharply. "No, I learned this from a novel given by the Seven of Cups." "What novel did she give you?" Lumion inquired, having a hunch. "The last time I helped you deliver a letter to her, she didn't have any other books with her, so she could only lend me one of her newly purchased collections." Rabbit Chaucel adjusted its gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of its nose. "That novel is called The Adventurer 1, First Show of Strength." As expected, Lumion thought, "So, that's why you learned to wear glasses." He didn't know how to comment on this matter. After Rabbit Chaucel left, Ludwig and Lugano woke up one after another, with the former casting a glance at Lumion's bedroom before eating his pre-breakfast snacks. Lugano, however, seemed puzzled. "Was there a fire last night?" "Why don't I know?" Lumion chuckled. "It happened while you were engrossed with a certain lady. I quickly resolved it." "Is that so?" Lugano reigned in his disbelief. Choosing to explore local delicacies in Port Fairham rather than enjoying the ship's breakfast, Lumion disembarked. Shortly after, Philip, the security supervisor, arrived with a dining cart. Standing in the doorway of the charred bedroom, Philip was stunned. "You call this a minor accident? Even if it was blasted by cannons, it couldn't be in a worse state, right? Was he planning to dismantle the entire ship?" Such destructive power actually didn't affect the room's exterior. Even the damage to the walls is within reparable limits. "I didn't hear anything either. What had Louis Barry done in the room last night? No wonder he gave 2,000 Vril d'Or." At that instant, Philip's blood surged into his brain. In the Sun Square open-air market of Port Fairham, Lumion enjoyed a tortilla filled with various fruit cubes and sipped a peculiar coffee laced with salt as he leisurely strolled through the stalls. Occasionally, he treated himself to a roasted sausage, relishing the sizzling, oily delicacy. Approaching the end of the open-air market, he encountered Batna Kant. The well-dressed adventurer's eyes lit up as he approached Lumion and whispered, "Something happened to your employer." Curious, Lumion inquired, "What happened?" He wanted to know how the official Beyonders had publicized this matter. "It's that demon warlock. He killed Fidel's family and all his servants." Batna's relief was evident. He hadn't been present yesterday and was glad to have avoided potential danger. The evidence does seem to point toward the demon warlock. The authorities must have shared all the details. Lumion smiled at Batna and remarked, "So, everyone at 16 Rue Correas fell victim to the demon warlock?" "Yes," Batna confirmed with a solemn nod. Lumion glanced at him and joked, "Remember how I blindfolded myself yesterday, hoping fate would guide me to uncover clues left behind by a demon warlock? Do you recall where we ended up?" Batna was momentarily taken aback before muttering, 16 Rue Correas. Suddenly, he looked up at Lumion in shock and fear. Batna exclaimed in surprise, "Your blindfolded walk that day was quite effective. The destination was Demon Warlock Berman's next target." Without waiting for Lumion's response, the adventurer mumbled to himself in puzzlement, "Are you a blessed of luck?" "No, a blessed of calamity," Lumion replied inwardly. As thoughts raced, Batna suddenly formulated a new hypothesis. Could this be demon warlock Berman himself? He had investigated the explosion scene, returning to flaunt his prowess at the crime scene and blindfolded himself to randomly choose the next victim. Such an explanation seemed far more plausible than being blessed with luck. Lumion glanced at Batna's tense expression and smiled. Don't tell me you think I'm Berman? How long have I been in Port Farum? That's exactly it. Something happened the night you first arrived in Port Farum. Batna didn't dare vocalize it. When the Cartier de Black Pearls exploded, I was still praying in the cathedral, Lumion said with amusement, providing an alibi. Batna pondered for a moment and relaxed, but confusion still lingered on his face. Lumion sighed and inquired, Yesterday, I didn't expect to encounter anything related to the demon warlock while walking blindfolded. I just found it fun. He spoke the truth. However, he couldn't shake the suspicion that the corruption caused by 0-01 might be more severe than he had imagined. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Trier, a seal from the fourth epoch, had effectively suppressed the pre-existing issues within him. The excuse of finding it fun barely convinced Batna. He felt that Louis Berry was undoubtedly such a person. Yet, the other party would sporadically set traps just for the amusement of it. Anyone treating him as an idiot would end up becoming one. Perhaps I was truly blessed by luck yesterday, Lumion concluded. He then recounted his hypothesis about the demon warlock's connection with Fidel and expressed regret. Unfortunately, I didn't believe I'm that lucky. Lumion's reasoning convinced Batna that demon warlock Berman's continuous evasion and access to resources stemmed from his close symbiotic relationship with Fidel, a prominent merchant. The subsequent tragedy likely resulted from the pressure exerted by the official Beyonders investigation, leading to internal strife. This ruled out the possibility that Louis Berry was a demon warlock. He had just arrived in Port Farum a few days ago, and Berman had been here for a long time. What a shame, Batna sighed. If I had sold the clues about the demon warlock's close connection to Fidel to the authorities beforehand, I could have bagged a hefty bounty. It would have been at least 5,000 Vril d'Or. Batna shook his head. No, without evidence, the authorities won't buy it. Can't tell them we stumbled on clues blindfolded. Blessed by luck. They'd just cuff us for being fraudsters. A chuckle slipped from Lumion's lips. Can't you fabricate some evidence to back the clues? Say you spotted someone suspicious at Fidel's back door. Maybe the demon warlock. Let the official Beyonders confirm it themselves. They'll uncover the truth in due time. That'd work? Batna's mouth hung slightly agape. Why not? Lumion grinned. If you truly found the demon warlock, tell them not to sweat the details. Just ask if the clues are legit and if they helped capture the demon warlock. If they miss Berman, it's a small scam at worst. Few days of hard labor for you. Official Beyonders can take tips from adventurers without solid certainty. Right? They'd miss genuine info otherwise. Lumion's words left Batna silent momentarily before he blurted out, Don't tell me you've got Islander blood? Deception seemed to be his forte. Lumion casually replied, Knew an Islander in Trier, quite the con artist with rich experience and techniques. With a flicker of interest, Lumion raised his left hand, pinching his left eye socket. Glancing at Batna, he asked, How long have you been adventuring? Why still so green? Over a year, Batna defended himself. It's just that I stick to the rules with authorities. I'm more adaptable when dealing with pirates and others. Adventurers slipping clues to authorities also dabble in deceit. Right? Lumion grinned. They scam if they can. He suspected Batna's strict adherence to rules came from a well-bred background, a notion confirmed by the other party's attire and appearance. Observing Batna's silence, Lumion finished his remaining salted coffee and glanced back at the lively open-air market. Try not to go to the morgue, cemetery, or other places for the time being. Just as Batna was about to ask why, he instantly grasped the advice's true meaning. Without Fidel to provide resources, the demon warlock might feel compelled to take action. At noon, Lumion returned to room 5 of the Flying Bird's first-class cabin. He noticed the master bedroom had undergone a transformation with a change in carpet, bed, wardrobe, desk, and other furniture, replaced by various ornaments. However, the distortions and cracks in the metal walls had only been partially repaired, not fully restored. Before long, his messenger, penitent Banefell, emerged from the void and handed him a letter. Franca, based on your latest account and my discussion with 007 last night, I suspect that Demon Warlock Berman had been compelled to switch sequences. He was originally a warlock, but to revive his wife, he switched to the neighboring death pathway. He went half mad, becoming half human and half monster. Though this could be explained as a warlock receiving an evil god's boon, your situation doesn't align. No cases of Beyonder powers from two pathways fusing and mutating have been documented. This was evident in your clash with Berman. The Eye of Illusory you mentioned has the Eye of Mystery prying, revealing the side of reality, but it also displays the death pathway suppression of the spirit body or even enslavement. As far as I know, the death pathway gains an Eye of Death ability at sequence 8 Gravedigger. Did it fuse with the Eye of Mystery prying, forming that distinctive Eye of Illusory? As Lumion read, he suddenly recalled the appearance of the Eye of Illusory, embedded vertically in his forehead, illusory and blurry, a deep purple bordering on black with numerous pale white patterns, undeniably a fusion of the Eye of Mystery prying and the death pathway's abilities. Lumion's gaze shifted downward as he continued reading. White feather-like fur, decaying wounds, control over various undead creatures, unstable emotional states, and extreme actions, all indirectly confirming my hypothesis. The origins of the old blood are rather peculiar. I've conducted magic mirror divination several times and consulted various entities, but all I've gleaned is that it stems from the depths of the spirit world. No further information. It seems the irreversible half-mad Berman had some other fortuitous encounter. Unstable emotions, extreme actions, irreversible half-madness. Lumion mulled over the descriptions and let out an inaudible sigh. How determined and desperate must Berman have been when he chose to consume the death pathway potion. Wild Beyonders didn't know they could switch to neighboring pathways at a specific sequence. They believed once a divine pathway was chosen, it couldn't be altered. Forced consumption of potions from other pathways led to madness or death. Moreover, Mystery Prior and Death weren't adjacent pathways that allowed switching. Berman wouldn't have drunk the death pathway potion without a resolve bordering on death, all to revive his wife, even at the cost of his sanity. Lumion sensed he might have made the same choice in such a situation, hence his conflicting emotions. Franca's letter ended with reassurance. Don't fret over the aftermath. Berman's mental state will soon cause him to resurface without Fidel's support and restraint. He might succeed once or twice in gathering materials for experiments, but it won't last. Official Beyonders will eliminate him within weeks or even days. Lumion glanced at penitent Banefell, yet to depart. Help me deliver my reply to the sender. Swiftly he penned a line. I'll kill Berman as soon as possible. Before long, penitent Banefell returned with Franca's reply. Why? Lumion wrote on the same piece of paper. I wish to punish him for his crimes. He paused for a moment before continuing, and end his pain. Folding the letter into a square, Lumion handed it to Banefell and glanced at the messenger. Don't you find it troublesome to send letters back and forth? It wasn't concern but puzzlement. After delivering the letter, penitent Banefell didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited for a potential reply. This time, Banefell didn't remain silent. He replied in a deep voice. Being busy makes me feel better. It's better to have something to do than always watch the darkness. Lumion listened quietly without responding, watching penitent Banefell turn and walk into the void. He empathized with those words. Franca didn't stop Lumion. Her reply was concise and forceful. Be careful. Phew. Lumion exhaled and walked to the living room window, casting his gaze at Port Farim bathed in the blazing sunlight and the distant Andatna volcano. Under the sunlight, Port Farim appeared to be tinged with a golden hue, and the air seemed to carry the sweetness of cane sugar. Lumion lingered by the window, contemplating the whereabouts of the demon warlock. During his rescue the previous night, Berman had slipped into a deep coma, unable to direct the undead creature he controlled. Therefore, the undead being must have relied on its instincts and routines to transport Berman to a safe haven he frequented. Ordinarily, Fidel's residence would be his top choice. Yet, when Lumion scoured the premises, there were no traces indicating Berman's return. His initial assumption was that Berman had employed the undead creatures to eliminate Fidel's family, attendants, and servants. Recognizing 16 Rue Correas as a battlefield and unsafe, they likely sought an alternate hideout. Where could that be? From his traveler's bag, Lumion retrieved the information Franca had provided about Berman and the rest of the details gathered from Philip, Batna, and the others. He read through it again, attempting to immerse himself in the mindset of the demon warlock, simulating his thoughts, actions, and motivations. Berman hailed from Fog Province, also known as Winter Province, situated in the northern part of Intis. Bordering the Faesac Empire, the region had relatively rustic folk customs, with a penchant for strong liquor. His wife, Helen, a Port Farum native without islander heritage, had a grandfather who worked as a cane sugar merchant traveling between Port Farum and Port Lusur. Unfortunately, he encountered pirates, losing most of his business and relying on a plantation he had previously acquired. Born and raised on that plantation, Helen witnessed its sale due to conflicts among her father's generation after her grandfather's death. Her family received a portion of the money and relocated to Port Farum. After her father's passing and her mother falling ill, she became an adventurer and crossed paths with Berman. Both had experienced fortuitous encounters during their adventures, gaining superpowers. They even acquired property in Port Farum, planning a future away from the adventurous life as they grew older. Several years ago, they, along with a group of fellow adventurers, rented a boat to explore the seas for treasure. Unfortunately, they encountered sea monsters, and only Berman and 2 others survived. Following this tragic incident, Berman's attempts to revive his wife took a progressively desperate turn. Treasure hunting at sea? Are there really that many treasures at sea? Lumion mumbled, convinced that it was highly likely Berman was still in Port Farum. This place held his dearest memories, remnants of the years spent with his wife, Helen. When selecting a hiding spot, he would instinctively lean towards this area. With this in mind, Lumion continued reading the latter part of the intel. As anticipated, Berman's past dangerous experiments had unfolded near the Fog Sea archipelago, encompassing other islands and the villages and towns along the northern continent's coast. If he connected them into irregular concentric circles, the center would be in Port Farum on St. Tick Island. Berman uses Port Farum as a base for resurrection attempts in various places. Lumion pondered. He hasn't stirred trouble in Port Farum before, so why the exception this time? If I were Berman in his half-mad state, I'd treat Port Farum as my spiritual home, a haven of beautiful memories. Typically, I wouldn't disrupt the order here. I might even secretly maintain it and handle some audacious pirates and adventurers on the sly. Lumion analyzed thoughtfully. He had substituted Port Farum with Cordu, believing that if his sister's death had no connection to Cordu and the peace remained, anyone daring to disturb Cordu's daily life and alter the situation would be his enemy. Frowning slightly, he sensed there might be crucial details unclear about the previous night's explosion. There could be a reason why Berman killed Fidel and his family beyond a mere disagreement. Fidel, having collaborated with Berman for years, should have known about his unstable mental state. How could such a shrewd merchant not consider the potential repercussions of his words on the demon warlock? Moreover, Berman aimed to eliminate the adventurer Louis Berry to conceal his collaboration with Fidel. If Fidel was already dead, why silence Lumion? Perhaps Fidel had assumed he could persuade Berman to wait a few days before acting, only to find Berman already in a deranged state, driven by instinct. After careful consideration, Lumion decided to re-enter Port Farum and visit Berman and Helen's former residence. Even though Berman had sold it long ago to fund his resurrection experiments and it was under official beyonder scrutiny, there remained a possibility of discovering crucial clues. What if the mad Berman insisted on returning to his previous abode? Instructing Lugano to keep an eye on Ludwig, Lumian descended to the deck and encountered Philip. The Flying Bird's security supervisor regarded Lumian with a mixed expression. Without mentioning the room that seemed to have been bombarded by cannons, he stated, "I'll distribute the remaining repair fees to the participating workers and attendants." The implication was clear. "I've already compensated those who need to be silenced. You can take a share yourself," Lumian replied with a smile. Philip shook his head and sighed. Not having any more incidents like that on the way from Port Ferrum to Port Santa would be the best reward for me. "I'll do my best," Lumian sincerely assured him. He refrained from making promises, acknowledging factors beyond his control. He also looked forward to reaching Port Santa without trouble and beginning the hunt for the key members of April Fools, Bard and Ultraman. Philip gazed at Lumian for a few seconds, as if contemplating whether to report him in advance. He sighed again. "The port lockdown will be lifted tonight. The Flying Bird will set sail again tomorrow morning. Don't miss it." Lumian nodded and asked curiously, "The demon warlock has been apprehended?" "No, but it's pretty much confirmed that it has nothing to do with the ships at the port. Nor is he hiding here," Philip replied nonchalantly. "Berman even killed the prominent merchant Fidel's family last night. They seem to be in a cooperative relationship. Perhaps Fidel wanted to betray him." At this point, Philip gave Lumian a sharp glance. "Last night, the battle in your room, could it be related to this? What kind of connection do you think there will be?" Lumian asked, amused. Philip pondered for a moment and couldn't make the connection. Observing this, Lumian waved his hand and donned his golden straw hat. He descended the gangway to the docks and left the port district. As Lumian reached Sun Square, adorned with numerous wanted posters, he was approached by an islander man with brownish-black skin, sunken eyes, and a deep-set gaze. The man handed him a folded book with a plethora of words and crude patterns printed on it. "Traveler, this is Port Ferrum's travel guide. It lists scenic spots, unique delicacies, and sexual entertainment venues," the islander introduced with zeal. "It'll make your stay here more enjoyable." Lumian played along and asked, "How much?" "It's free. I'll give it to you for free," the islander exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. "The government prints these for tourists, hoping for a positive impression of Port Ferrum." "Awesome." Lumian accepted the guidebook with an expression of pleasant surprise and unfolded it. The guide detailed scenic views and recommendations from various shops, sugar cane outlets, sexual entertainment venues, renowned eateries, and more. Suddenly, Lumian swiftly drew his revolver and pressed it against the islander's forehead. The islander froze, stunned. After a few seconds, he stammered, No charge. I'm not lying. Was this minor situation worth a gun being drawn? I'm gonna call the police." Lumian smiled and inquired, "What's the connection between these recommended shops and you?" "No." The islander felt the chill of the gun and carefully changed his words. "They paid us to recommend them. Some of them are owned by our partners." "How many are legitimate shops?" Lumian pressed, undeterred. 90%. Just as the islander finished speaking, Lumian cocked the revolver's hammer, sending a clear message. He hastily added, 90% of them are connected to us." Lumian chuckled, continuing with another question. "What about the scenery?" 50%. "Only the plantations and primitive tribes are connected to us." The islander trembled in fear. Lumian shook the travel guide and smiled at the islander. "Show me the real ones." The islander quickly pointed out different parts, worried that the gun might misfire. Only then did Lumian stow away his revolver and take the guidebook to the open-air market on the other side of Sun Square. He had engaged the islander partly to frighten the swindler and partly because a new idea had struck him. For Berman, who had resided in Port Ferrum for many years, were some of the delicacies and scenery here also part of his cherished memories? During setbacks, when he killed his best partner and faced defeat in battle, would he, driven by madness and paranoia, seek out places with beautiful memories to draw strength and recharge? Lumian believed if he were in Berman's shoes, he would have done the same. Reason might suggest that he could be tracked and discovered, but half-mad individuals often ignored reason. Therefore, whether it was the moonlit scenery of the lighthouse, the setting sun behind the volcano, Repto minced pork, Gasparo seafood rice, or St. Tick chocolate ice cream, all could attract the covert patronage of the demon warlock. In his current state, there was a high chance that he wouldn't meticulously erase his tracks. Adjusting his golden straw hat, Lumion made his way through the open-air market, heading toward the cliff mountain outside Ferrum, where Port Ferrum's lighthouse stood. The crash of azure waves echoed against the cliff's base, creating a cascade of white flowers in their wake. Approaching the lighthouse, Lumion pondered its rumored history, a relic left behind by the Intisians upon their arrival at St. Tick Island, his gaze fixating on the distant sea. The night's crimson moonlight, still hours away, refrained from casting its dreamy glow, rendering the scene quiet and undisturbed by tourists. Circling the lighthouse reminiscent of Roselle's era, Lumion observed for nearly 15 minutes, fruitlessly searching for any sign of the demon warlock. He didn't anticipate a direct encounter with Berman. It wasn't yet the time to admire the moon. Lumion simply sought to discern if Berman would visit to reminisce about the past and his wife after waking up last night. A moment of solace to steady his heart and find the strength to persevere. The lighthouse guardian, with a pipe emitting the aroma of roasted tobacco leaves, offered a friendly reminder, "Kid, there's nothing much to see here during the day. It's a whole different story at night." Lumion smiled and inquired, "Do people come in the middle of the night?" "Indeed," the 50-year-old guardian boasted. "Those Trier playboys love bringing their dates here to bask in the moonlight." "Any mysterious figures? Perhaps someone donning a hood and pretending to be a warlock?" Lumion pressed on. The lighthouse guardian's face betrayed a nostalgic expression. "Sometimes. Thought it was a ghostly silhouette a few times." "Did such a figure visit late last night?" Lumion queried, a subtle curl forming on his lips. There was nothing wrong with his speculation from his immersion. Perhaps his similar experiences allowed him to better understand Berman's mental state and paranoid thoughts. The guardian replied, "Can't say for sure. I didn't see anything." Lumion didn't press further. He decided to return in the early morning hours, the enchanting few hours beneath the moonlight. Over the next 3 hours, he explored the truly renowned gourmet restaurants in Port Ferrum. Despite asking similar questions, Lumion obtained no valuable information. It became apparent that demon warlock Berman exercised restraint under normal circumstances, avoiding impulsive actions. He seldom frequented crowded places, and when he did, his disguise was impeccable. By 4 p.m., Lumion reached Port Ferrum's modest steam locomotive station. He spent 3 vril d'or for a ticket bound for the Andatna volcano mine. If he aimed to witness the sunset there, the journey had to commence now. Whoosh! Clunk! 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 The iron-black carriage belched thick smoke as it lumbered along the railway sleepers. Gradually, it gained momentum, akin to a colossal giant overcoming inertia and mobilizing its components. Seated by the window, Lumion held a golden straw hat, quietly admiring the vanishing plantations. Shortly before 6 p.m., the train halted outside Andatna's volcanic mine. Adorning his straw hat, Lumion bypassed the mine entrance, opting for a nearby trail leading to the volcano's summit. As the greenery dwindled, grayish-black hues prevailed. Occasional red rocks punctuated the landscape. Approaching the mountaintop, desolation intensified. Grayish-black gravel lay dormant in the hushed wind. Without the shelter of foliage, Lumion's vision expanded. The peculiar grandeur of this place seemed to embody the vastness of desolation and silence. Following the tourist-worn grayish-black path, Lumion advanced step by step toward the volcano's mouth, revealing coal-black surfaces with reddish depressions. The temperature inside was notably warmer. Unbridled winds stirred, sending grayish-black gravel airborne, causing human forms to sway. In this spectacle, the nearly setting sun bathed the desolate surroundings in a golden-red glow, intensifying the sunken redness. Pressing down on his straw hat, Lumion ventured 200 to 300 meters along the volcano's crater. Abruptly, the mountaintop wind subsided, and the suspended gravel settled in eerie silence. Lumion immediately spotted a figure standing silently on the grayish-black diagonal wall outside the volcano's crater, bathed in the last radiant sunlight. Cloaked in black robes and a deep hood, the figure attentively watched the gradual descent of the golden-red sun. Lumion's expression remained unchanged as he advanced step by step, refraining from initiating an attack. Sensing Lumion's approach, the hooded figure turned around, unveiling a pale white face marked by decaying wounds and a wide swath of fur. It was none other than demon warlock Berman. Perhaps influenced by the serene scenery and haunting memories, Berman, known for his madness, spoke wearily. "You've actually found this place." Lumion, who had been securing his golden straw hat against the strong wind, chuckled self-deprecatingly and responded, "If not for my illusions and hope, and if I didn't have numerous enemies awaiting my discovery, I would frequently return to Cordu and the nearest high mountain pasture. The grass there is vividly green, vast and expansive, with pale yellow flowers in full bloom. Countless sheep roam about. The sky mirrors the brilliance of gems, and the occasional drifting white clouds resemble sheep grazing on the ground. At night, the stars emerge, densely packed like diamond gravel at the bottom of a clear river. Standing amidst the blazing sunlight and the vast, silent grayish-black surroundings, Lumion couldn't help but reminisce about Cordu village and the alpine pasture. Berman didn't interrupt. After Lumion finished speaking, he wore a dazed expression and uttered with a smile more pained than joyful, "Helen and I thought we could come here to watch the sunset whenever we pleased since it's just a ticket away. But she never came again, and you don't even need to take the steam locomotive." Lumion sighed slowly and said, "What happened back then?" Berman's face contorted in distortion, the agony evident in his expression. "We were deceived. Something was wrong with the treasure map. We encountered real sea monsters. Damn the islanders." Helen always believed they resorted to deceit and thuggery out of necessity. All the respectable positions were held by pure Intisians, but we treated them well and placed our trust in them. Yet, they colluded with others to betray us for money. "I'll kill him, those deceivers, and every islander." Lumion chuckled and remarked, "Some of the self-proclaimed noble Triarians are swindlers, while others sell their bodies. I don't generalize against islanders, but I remain cautious of specific individuals." Suddenly, Lumion felt inspired. "Was the islander who betrayed you from the Marauder pathway?" "Yes." Berman's face twitched with unrestrained anger. "Was it a swindler acting?" Lumion asked cautiously. "Did he have a tendency to wear monocles or pinch his eye socket?" He pointed at his right eye. "No." Berman seemed perplexed by Lumion's question. Lumion heaved a sigh of relief. "What's his name? Did you manage to kill him?" Berman's pale face suddenly flushed, and decaying liquid dripped down. "His name is Mark Benito. After that incident, he vanished. I never found him." Lumion chose not to provoke Berman further and inquired, "Which treasure were you seeking back then?" "In the depths of the Fog Sea, there's an island. The inhabitants there don't age or truly die." Berman recalled the treasure rumors he had gathered. "There's reason to believe that something incredibly precious is hidden on that island. We didn't want to become enemies with the islanders. Our only hope was to infiltrate the island and steal some ageless medicine." His words were somewhat disorganized, skipping over details. "It bears a striking resemblance to the legend of the Fountain of Unaging," Lumion remarked after pondering. "The Adventurer series has already hinted that the Fountain of Unaging is a falsehood." Ignoring him, Berman continued, "We found some evidence and obtained a treasure map to the island. To our surprise, the map was a forgery. The sea monsters wrecked our ship. In order to allow me to utilize that special witchcraft, Helen stood in front of me. I witnessed her torn into two by the sea monsters. I saw despair in her eyes." Berman panted heavily, unable to continue. "And then, you switched to the death pathway?" Lumion changed the topic. Berman's icy flaxen-colored eyes gleamed. "That's correct. Only Death, who controls the death domain, can bring Helen back. In the treasure legend, many details suggest that only death can achieve eternal life. Understanding the mysteries of death is the key to true resurrection. It's not that the islanders won't die. They can be revived. Do you genuinely believe in that treasure? Lumion already had an answer in mind after posing the question. The partially unhinged Berman clung to every lifeline, trusting every rumor that promised to bring Helen back to life. I do. Berman nodded and spoke with a deep voice. That's because I encountered people from that island some time ago. There really is such an island. There are truly islanders who don't age or truly die. Really? Lumion blurted out. Berman's eyes burned with fanaticism as he declared, I wanted to capture him, but he defeated me. Instead of killing me, he sympathized with my plight and imparted some knowledge about the death domain. There's a way to bring Helen back to life. That cursed swindler. Fidel's attendant is nothing but a swindler. I didn't intend to rush the resurrection ritual. I wasn't fully prepared, but since he's a swindler, I'll kill him. All islanders are swindlers. They all deserve to die. Is he truly from that island? Or could he be another swindler? Lumion realized that the incident with the swindler, Roddy, had triggered Berman. There was also the influence of that islander. Lumion narrowed his eyes and inquired, What's the islander's name? And what does he look like? Berman suddenly became cautious, scrutinizing Lumion. What brings you here? Observing Berman's reaction, Lumion sighed and, with abnormal composure, said, I'm here to kill you. Berman was taken aback before bursting into laughter. For what? A bounty? Discarding the golden straw hat in his hand, Lumion lowered his body slightly and replied in a deep voice, Punish your sins and put an end to your suffering. Berman ceased his laughter and raised his hands with a cold expression. Bring it on, then. Berman's raised hands released a sprinkling of fluorescent powder. His body began to fade, growing more transparent, as if he had transformed into a being from the spirit world, difficult for ordinary people to perceive. In the blink of an eye, the demon warlock vanished. Lumion made no move to intervene or evade potential attacks. Calmly, he retrieved the flog boxing gloves adorned with iron-black spikes from his traveler's bag and wore them. Completing this preparation, he suddenly knelt on one knee, pressing his hands to the ground. Crimson flames erupted in all directions from Lumion's body, accompanied by a series of explosions. Amidst the rumbling, flames surged, dominating the grayish-black wilderness. Berman's black-robed figure materialized in midair. He slowly floated towards Lumion, narrowing the distance between them. Lumion's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Berman. Spirit world traversal. Without hesitation, Lumion, holding a crimson fireball in his left hand, harumphed. Two beams of white light shot out from his nose, targeting Berman. Floating in midair, Berman didn't lose consciousness as before. His body swayed, forcefully turning around to observe Lumion descending into the sea of flames on the ground. An illusory vertical eye, dark purple and nearly black, materialized between Berman's brows, reflecting Lumion's figure amid pale white patterns. Almost simultaneously, a lanky black shadow emerged from within Berman's body. Nearby, arms made of bones or decayed flesh and pus extended from the void, encircling Berman's transparent and thin form. He hadn't used witchcraft to quietly approach Lumion and strike. Instead, he had clandestinely swapped his spirit with the undead under his command, setting a trap to entice the enemy into deploying that peculiar spell to attack his body. In such a scenario, the absence of one's spirit body meant immunity to abilities targeting the soul body. Berman could then seize the opportunity to use the eye of the spirit to intimidate the enemy and create an opening for the manipulated undead. This time, he refrained from delving deeper into the secret of the other party's spirit body. His goal was to uncover its vulnerabilities, strike with a lethal blow, and absorb the corresponding mystical knowledge. Having suffered greatly from the spell of Harumph the previous night, he had used this ability as a breakthrough from the beginning. In an instant, Berman's spirit completed the exchange with the lanky shadow and returned to his body. Simultaneously, Lumion experienced once again the sensation of his spirit being intimidated and suppressed, as if frozen. Terrifying arms covered in festering warts or with eyes extended from the void, reaching out for his body. At that moment, the crimson fireball in Lumion's left hand erupted. Boom! The explosion's force was mostly mitigated by the flog boxing gloves, but since they weren't fully covered, the exposed part of Lumion's left palm was turned into a bloody mess. An intense and familiar pain shot through his brain and spirit body, bringing him back to awareness. Seizing this moment of clarity, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder again, vanishing above the sea of flames and disappearing from the strange undead arms extending from the void. Likewise, he remained vigilant against Berman's Eye of Illusory. The crimson, nearly white fireball in his left hand was structurally unstable. He had to divert his attention to maintain it, and he couldn't sustain it when affected by the Eye of Illusory, leading to its natural disintegration and a self-inflicted awakening. If this failed to disrupt the Eye of Illusory's intimidation, the sea of flames below served as Lumion's second preparation. The residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right hand was his last resort. Upon vanishing, Lumion reappeared behind Berman once more. Prepared, Berman raised his hands and scattered a tree-like powder. Crackling sounds followed as silver-white lightning struck Lumion's head, as though a storm ruler had unleashed divine retribution from the sky. For most Beyonders, this would be enough to paralyze and make them tremble incessantly. Yet, Lumion showed no such signs. Instead, he appeared like a reflection in the water, shattered by the lightning. The real Lumion was curled up at the bottom of the figure. Berman had struck the phantom created using the knee's face. The knee's face was essentially an illusion, but it couldn't be cast on others or items. Lumion had to rely on himself, pretending to be a root system with branches and flowers above, forming a derived illusion. There was no fundamental difference between this and using the knee's face to make himself taller and bulkier. Amidst the crackling lightning, two crimson fireballs materialized beneath Lumion's feet and behind him. Rumble! The fireball exploded, propelling Lumion towards the levitating Berman. Berman, being close proximity, couldn't dodge the swift Lumion in time. He could only slightly turn his body as a bone spear sprouted from his shoulder, its tip unusually sharp. A grin spread across Lumion's face. He didn't evade, allowing the bone spear to pierce his right chest. With a resounding thud, he swung his left fist, delivering a powerful blow to the side of Berman's face. The demon warlock's head twisted, revealing deep blood-stained, pus-filled holes on his face. His eyes burned with rage, as if he were witnessing the murderer of his wife. The black mark on Lumion's right shoulder emitted a dim light once more. His figure vanished beside Berman, dissolving into the encircling lanky black shadows and other undead creatures, leaving behind the bone spear stained with his blood. This time, Lumion reappeared dozens of meters away, at the edge of the sea of flames. The wound on his right chest was grotesque, blood dripping from it. In his hand appeared a dark red bone flute with a hole in it. Symphony of Hatred. Lumion brought the bone flute to his lips. As he retreated, he played a mournful and haunting melody. Once again invoking the Eye of Illusory, Berman, who was on the verge of catching up, was frozen in astonishment. Even the undead ceased their movements. Suddenly, blood and pus seeped from Berman's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, as if a muffled and invisible explosion had occurred within him. His anger, paranoia, and thirst for revenge were fueled by the symphony of hatred. This inflicted a severe blow on him. Lumion refrained from playing the symphony of hatred from the outset because Berman differed from other Beyonders. Others needed to identify the problem, but with Berman, there were too many uncertainties. His mental state was extremely unstable, burdened by severe psychological issues. His overwhelming desire to revive his wife and seek revenge on the Islander swindler was palpable. His body had undergone modifications from the death domain, and Lumion had inflicted significant injuries on him the previous night. There were substantial hidden dangers. Faced with such an adversary, Lumion himself was uncertain about the outcome if he were to unleash the symphony of hatred through the shepherd's flute. It might be manageable if it only triggered desires and emotions, but if Berman's mental state lost even the most basic restraints, the demon warlock could potentially lose control on the spot, transforming into a monstrous entity with mixed abilities. Such a monster would likely be even more challenging to deal with than Berman. Hence, after the spell of Harumph failed, Lumion promptly shifted to using flog boxing gloves to kindle Berman's corresponding desires and emotions. This strategic approach increased the likelihood that when Lumion eventually used the Symphony of Hatred, it would exploit the target's emotions and desires, inflicting severe harm. Observing Berman descend into the sea of flames amid the eruption of emotions and desires, Lumion executed another spirit world traversal, appearing in front of him in an instant. Bang! 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 He extended his arms, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on Berman's body. On the surface of his flog fists, a crimson fireball, almost white, compressed layer by layer. Bam! 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 Flog tore at Berman's flesh like a two-headed python. Rumble! Crimson fireballs erupted around Lumion, with no concern for waste. They formed a barrier, preventing the lanky figure, strange arms, and other undead from interfering. One punch, two punches, three punches. Lumion's eyes were fixed on the mangled Berman. At that moment, he reflected on the village destroyed by Berman and the innocent lives lost because of him. How many were beloved wives, waiting husbands, dependent parents, and cherished children? Cordu had been annihilated due to the ambitions of the evil gods. What about the innocent? Lumion's eyes gradually turned crimson as he clenched his fists. This time, he didn't empathize with Berman. Instead, he placed himself in the village he had destroyed and the lives he had taken. Wasn't Cordu like this back then? The ambitions of these evil gods are to blame. In just a few seconds, Berman snapped out of his pain and emitted an evil, cold, and incomprehensible voice. The sound seemed to peel away Lumion's flesh, exposing his spirit body to the perilous sunlight and the grayish-black gravel. Lumion's movements slowed, and the grotesque arms finally reached in, dragging Berman away from the area. Phew! Lumion exhaled and recovered. He didn't pursue. Instead, he gazed silently at the void ahead, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Rumble! Amidst the sudden eruption of intense flames, Berman's body materialized, shattering from an explosion. Fire infusion. Hunter's fire infusion. In truth, Lumion hadn't acted rationally. His optimal strategy would have been to seize the moment when Berman's emotions and desires were ignited and strike at his vital points with the Symphony of Hatred, delivering a decisive blow. However, he yearned to repeatedly pummel the hidden version of himself that terrified him. With a thud, Berman's head clattered to the ground. In his daze, he caught sight of a slender figure with black hair, blue eyes, and a delicate face. It was his wife, Helen. "Why, you're back." Berman couldn't help but smile and extend his arm. He no longer had an arm. Gradually, he lost consciousness. Darkness enveloped his vision, as if sunlight lurked deep within. Demon Warlock Berman dead. Lumion observed Berman's head, frozen in surprise and relief. He removed the flog boxing gloves and the Symphony of Hatred, as well as ended the knee's face. Donning the silver lie earring and retrieving a white bandage, Lumion wrapped it around the burned wound on his right chest and his bloody left hand. Crimson flames surged around him, engulfing his dripping blood and splattering flesh. Throughout this process, Lumion gathered the nearby corpse fragments that Berman had scattered and piled them beside the head. He had been calculating the time. If Berman's Beyonder characteristics still hadn't materialized, he would have to move the corpse pile to the forest beside the Andatna volcano. This was because the flog boxing gloves attracted the attention of certain hidden entities, enabling them to command dangerous creatures to attack. In the past, Lumion would have had to leave the scene as soon as he finished using the flog boxing gloves, but the battle lasted only a short time. The flog boxing gloves had already been stowed into his traveler's bag, allowing him to wait a little longer. Lumion observed various colored light spots, light purple, pale white, and pitch black, emerge from Berman's head and the scattered corpse pile. Among the items on the ground and torn clothes, Lumion found a diverse array of objects. There was a miniature brain, blood-dyed and resembling brass, a retractable pitch-black telescope, ointment and powder in metal canisters, a short bone scepter, a peculiar badge encircling the sun with bones, a soft-cover notebook in an iron box, an ordinary-looking golden ring, and scattered gold and silver coins. The deposit certificates and paper cash had likely been destroyed by the explosion and the inferno. Lumion carefully stowed each item away, sensing that 3 possessed superpowers. Merely coming into contact with them triggered various adverse reactions. Thankfully, I had no intention of prolonging the battle with Berman from the start. Him using these mystical items later would have been troublesome. To deal with such a half-mad and resourceful enemy, I must end the battle swiftly and deny him a chance to recover. Some items were likely gathered by him, while others might have been taken from Fidel. Lumion concluded, finally picking up the dented and cracked iron box. Inside the soft-cover notebook lay a blood-stained treasure map. With a brief glance, Lumion suspected it to be a sea map leading to an island in a specific sea area. It contained records of weather patterns and markings of safe sea routes. Could this be the fake treasure map sold to Berman by Mark Benito? Lumion mused. Flipping to the first page of the dark soft-cover notebook, he encountered scrawled words. My mind isn't reliable all the time. I tend to forget many things. I must record all relevant knowledge and prevent them from being forgotten. Lumion refrained from delving deeper. He carefully stowed away the fake treasure map and the softcover notebook. Lumion noticed an ordinary-looking golden ring adorning Berman's left ring finger in the corpse pile. It bore a striking resemblance to the gold rings found in the pile of spoils. They varied in size, texture, and quality. Lumion instantly grasped the situation. He removed the golden ring from Berman's finger and tied it to another golden ring with a piece of wire he had on hand. He approached the grayish-black volcano's crater and silently tossed the rings into the reddened depression. At that moment, Berman's Beyonder characteristics fully materialized, merging with parts of his corpse, resulting in 2 distinct items. One was a light purple transparent left eye, while the other was a pale white right eye veiled in darkness. Lumion carefully stowed away the 2 Beyonder characteristics, taking hold of Berman's head before vanishing from the spot. Silently, the remaining parts of Berman's body ignited, enveloping the grayish-black volcano in crimson flames. More than 200 meters away, Lumion retrieved the golden straw hat that had been blown by the strong wind. As he secured it on his head, he swiftly disappeared. This time, he appeared on the road outside the Andatna volcano's steam locomotive. Lumion glanced up at the grayish-black volcano's crater, witnessing the golden-red sunset, resembling flowing lava, receding faster than expected. The mountaintop swiftly darkened. In the Cathedral of the Fool in Port Ferrum, not far from Quartier de Black Pearls, Lumion, adjusting his golden straw hat, approached the towering half-giant bishop donned in a half-top hat and black trench coat. In a deep voice, he said, "I want to repent." The half-giant bishop, with light blue eyes and a towering stature exceeding 2.5 meters, regarded Lumion for a moment before nodding. "Follow me." He led Lumion into a specialized confessional, a windowless, pitch-black chamber. "I don't wish to repent in the dark," Lumion calmly said, removing his golden straw hat. The half-giant bishop ignited the candles, sealing the door shut. "Pa!" Lumion tossed a head with pale white fur and vacant eye sockets to the half-giant bishop's feet. "Did you commit murder?" The half-giant bishop inquired in a mellow tone, giving the head a brief once-over. "No, I just want to help him repent." Lumion gestured towards the bloody head, oozing yellow pus. "He's demon warlock Berman." "Berman?" Only then did the half-giant bishop closely inspect the head, recognizing distinct features. He fell silent for a few moments before stating, "You want the church to assist you in claiming the bounty from the Intis government? As I mentioned, I'm here to repent for him. His bounty is part of his penance." Lumion's voice remained unchanged. The half-giant bishop struggled to comprehend. Lumion retrieved most of the items acquired from Berman from his traveler's bag, leaving behind the dark softcover notebook and the fake treasure map. Clatter. These items, some endowed with superpowers, some valuable, spilled onto the ground. They're also part of Berman's penance, Lumion explained simply. I want to use the bounty and the money exchanged for these items to establish a charity fund to compensate those who have been harmed by Berman or their relatives. If there's any excess, please use it to help the homeless children. The half-giant bishop, sporting a top hat and trench coat, fell silent for a few seconds. The demon warlock bounty stands at 600,000 Vril d'Or. These items hold considerable value too. Together, they could fetch nearly 1 million Vril d'Or. It's a substantial sum for anyone. Enough to ensure you don't have to take further risks. Are you certain about donating it to us and establishing a charity fund? Lumion didn't directly answer the half-giant bishop's question. Instead, he reiterated, "This is Berman's penance. All right, since you trust our church, we'll comply with your wishes." The half-giant bishop, named Tice, said, "Remember my name and feel free to monitor the charity fund's progress closely." Lumion gazed at the fool's sacred emblem in the confessional, pressed his hand to his chest, and gave a slight bow. Praise the fool. He then closed his eyes and prayed, "Great Lord, I implore you to punish the world for their sins and watch over our compensation. This isn't atonement. It's self-punishment." Lumion repented earnestly for a while before straightening up. He opened his eyes and turned to leave. "What shall be the name of the charity fund?" the half-giant bishop hurriedly inquired. Lumion took a deep breath and replied, "Helen, the Helen Charity Fund." "Do we need to inform the authorities about who killed Berman?" the half-giant bishop cautiously asked. "No need, but there's no requirement to deliberately obscure the clues for me." Lumion didn't look back. He put on his golden straw hat and exited the Fool's Cathedral. That night, Lumion once again entered the bar beside Sun Square known as Pelican. Batna Kant, as usual, sat at the bar counter, sipping on golden Somme sugar wine. Beside him was a girl dressed as an adventurer with adorable facial features. Lumion walked over and joined Batna and the other patrons. He smiled and snapped his fingers at the bartender. "A glass of golden Somme." Batna glanced at him and remarked, "Someone's in a good mood." Indeed. Lumion received the golden syrup from the bartender and tapped the table with the bottom of the glass. Then he stood up and raised the glass. "Everyone, I've encountered two things worth celebrating today." He spoke with enthusiasm and joy. "The first is that I completed a commission worth more than 100,000 Vril d'Or." "Impossible!" Batna and the female adventurer beside him exclaimed in unison. This bounty was even higher than Black Baronet's bounty. How could it be accomplished in a day? Moreover, Batna knew that Louis Barry's employer, Fidel, was already deceased. How could he have received a new commission? Lumion continued in a passionate tone. "To celebrate this, I'll treat everyone at the bar counter to a glass of golden Somme." Nearly 10 adventurers and patrons expressed admiration. One of them teased, "Regardless of the truth, I believe you." The others chimed in. Lumion's smile widened. "Second thing to be happy about. I've woven a tale to deceive a group of fools." Suddenly, the expressions of everyone at the bar counter froze. Lumion glanced at them and continued, "But it's true that drinks are on the house." The adventurers and patrons booed, expressing that if they could drink for free, they didn't mind being fools. Thus, Lumion spent 96 licks, or 4.8 Vril d'Or, treating the 12 people at the bar counter to a glass of golden Somme. Observing Louis Barry, Batna silently muttered, "He's genuinely happy." Late at night, aboard the Flying Bird, Room 5, first-class cabin, Lumion returned to the barely habitable master bedroom, ignited the kerosene lamp, and retrieved the dark softcover notebook and the fake treasure map he had obtained from Demon Warlock Berman from his traveler's bag. Bathed in the yellowish glow of the kerosene lamp, Lumion perused Berman's notebook. The pages chronicled the erratic musings of a mind teetering on the edge of instability. Once life slips away, spirits journey to the spirit world, except in rare cases. If I can craft the right summoning chant, a spirit guide's power could pull Helen's spirit back to our reality. That's step one toward bringing her back. Upon seeing this, Lumion indiscernibly shook his head. If only resurrection were that simple. He turned the page. New mystical knowledge gained. In ancient times, intelligent beings ventured into the underworld after death. Those deeply devout or exceptionally impactful could ascend to the corresponding deity's heaven. However, during the fifth epoch, a surplus of undead lingered beyond the underworld. I'm uncertain if Helen's spirit has entered the underworld or returned solely to the spirit realm. When summoning, I must address these separately. Mixing them would guarantee failure. Despite the sea monster's formidable might, they lack the power to confine a soul. No similar occurrences manifest in that sea region. For now, special circumstances needn't be considered. Additionally, Helen wasn't a fervent follower of the eternal blazing Sunday. I encountered Helen again, but she's entirely lost the memory of me. Her form and essence are gradually fading away. In a few short years, she'll transform into just another undead. I have no more than 5 years. How can I reawaken her consciousness and recover her memories? Merely providing a vessel capable of housing a departed spirit doesn't seem sufficient. Don't forget the moonlit waves by the city's lighthouse. They bore witness to my proposal and Helen's acceptance. Don't forget Gasparo seafood rice. It's Helen's favorite. After every adventure, when we returned to Port Ferrum, she always suggested indulging in it. Don't forget the sunset at Andatna Volcano. That's where we met and vowed to revisit often in the future. Even as we age, we can't let that romance fade away. Don't forget, don't forget, don't forget. My head hurts. I raised a town, leading to the deaths of 200 to 300 people. The sight of those couples, parents, and children perishing didn't bring me joy. Instead, my heart plunged into darkness. I acknowledge this as my sin, an irreversible mistake. I'm aware that I'm no longer the Berman you once liked. Yet, I harbor no regrets. Swindlers, curse them. Ending these swindlers has rekindled a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Helen, if you were still alive, we might have had our own child, right? Why do those evil warlocks always employ infants, children, and their remains as essential ingredients for the creation of their dark arts? I've become even more evil than them. Helen, I've lost my way. All my endeavors have ended in failure. Helen, I aspire to acquire the Sequence 5 potion formula and ingredients for the death pathway. Helen, Fidel intervened. He warned that it would turn me into a monster and erase my original memories. Helen, I refuse to forget you. Helen, please forgive my cowardice. Helen, I actually encountered that islander from Resurrection Island. It truly exists. Harrison defeated me, but he spared my life. He questioned why I had forcibly transitioned to the death pathway. He revealed that my previous attempts were misguided. True resurrection isn't that straightforward. He explained that within the depths of death lies everyone's mark. Only by bringing forth the corresponding mark into reality and utilizing it as a foundation to reconstruct spirit and flesh can we achieve genuine resurrection, retaining our original knowledge and complete memories. Helen, I'm overjoyed. I glimpse hope in reviving you once more. Harrison imparted knowledge about the death domain to me. It's through understanding this knowledge and reclaiming their mark that he and his kin can undergo repeated deaths and resurrections, escaping the clutches of mortality. While they seldom depart Resurrection Island, it's not an absolute. Travel, loving islanders like Harrison have ventured to different lands, leaving the Resurrection Island legend imprinted in the memories of a select few humans. Those with sinister motives compiled this information into a sea map for Resurrection Island. The treasure map Mark sold us is counterfeit, but parts of it trace back to the genuine one. Harrison, in his quest, left Resurrection Island to eliminate the authentic map and eradicate all who know how to reach that sea and discover Resurrection Island. Helen, armed with Harrison's information, I attempted to summon a spirit from the depths of death. I succeeded, conjuring an evil spirit named Arden. As it was feeble, I easily vanquished it, collecting its blood for the ensuing ritual. Helen, forgive me. I couldn't rein in my emotions. Ever since encountering Harrison and gaining the knowledge to truly bring you back, impatience has seized me. I can't control my emotions. Those islanders are swindlers deserving of death. I ended the life of a swindler and numerous others. I refuse to squander any more time hastening the ritual. Helen, I'm sorry. I failed again. I wasn't adequately prepared. Helen, have I lost my sanity entirely? A mere retort from Fidel triggered a frenzy, leading me to slay everyone in the house. He must perish too, the one who dared to threaten me and Fidel. Helen, I've failed. It's been a while since I sustained such severe injuries. My body is largely undead. These wounds aren't fatal, but I lack any allies. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Helen, I've missed you once again. Lumion reached the conclusion of the dark, soft-covered notebook and fixated on the sentence for an extended moment. It was as if he had transformed into a statue. After a few minutes, Lumion couldn't resist raising his right hand to massage his temples. The marks from the depths of death, Resurrection Island, and Harrison inundated his mind, prompting a sudden regret for not seeking Franca's assistance. To ensure a clean demise for Berman, he never intended to channel the demon warlock spirit from the outset. This meant he had no plans to return to Trier and bring Franca to his current location. However, his instinct now urged him to delve further into the resurrection method outlined by Harrison. He desired an understanding of the island where inhabitants experienced repeated deaths and rebirths. Lumion closed the notebook and exhaled, making an effort to recollect his knowledge of death-related mysticism. He recalled hearing the words death and mark conjoined. Madame Magician had mentioned the term death mark while answering a question about the tutor figure at the Samaritan Women's Spring. Is this a concept distinct from remnant spirits and imprints, directly linked to resurrection? From the depths of death. What lurks within the depths of death? What I now know that is explicitly tied to death. The underworld, the Samaritan Women's Spring, the river Styx connecting two worlds. What a pity. I wonder what Harrison from Resurrection Island looks like. Berman's recorded knowledge is in disarray. It seemed he wrote whatever thoughts occurred to him. Without him, organizing a complete resurrection ritual and the corresponding principles proves exceedingly challenging. No, not just challenging. Impossible. Berman only documented what he feared he might forget. The remaining knowledge is entirely absent. Lumion rubbed his temples once more and unfolded the counterfeit treasure map. After careful scrutiny, he couldn't discern which parts were authentic and which were spurious. He intended to send the map to Franca and Jenna at dawn, employing them to employ mysticism to differentiate between the real and the fake. The next morning, Lumion wiped his mouth with a napkin and observed Ludwig grappling with the breakfast dishes. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed on the door. Please come in. Lumion gestured for Lugano to open the door. Do you really think I'm a servant? All right, providing the money makes you the boss. Lugano criticized, leaving the dining table to open the door. It was Philip outside. Philip entered the room, smiling at Lumion. We'll set sail in 2.5 hours. If you have any special items you want to buy, do it as soon as possible. I don't, Lumion replied with a smile as he stood up. Philip glanced out the window and said, By the way, you might not be aware, but the demon warlock has been apprehended. Is that so? Lugano looked surprised. Over the past few days, the most popular topic among the passengers on the ship was demon warlock Berman, who had caused them to stay in Port Ferrum. Seeing Lumion raise his eyebrows in inquiry, Philip said with a relaxed expression, Not only was Berman apprehended, but he was also in the state of a corpse. Who's behind this? Lumion asked, his curiosity piqued. Philip shook his head. I don't have all the details yet. What I do know is that it's closely tied to the Fool's Church. The adventurer Gehrman Sparrow is said to be their messenger. Could it be that the adventurer took matters into his own hands? Lugano asked eagerly. At sea, he naturally heard about faith in the Fool and had no doubts about it. Sailors, passengers, and dock porters would tell him about it. Hard to say, but anyone capable of taking down a demon warlock has to be at least as formidable as a pirate admiral. Philip sighed deeply. Suddenly, a commotion echoed from the gangway. Passengers destined to board at Port Farum were finally given the green light to board the Flying Bird. Lumion approached the window and spotted a familiar face. Batna Kant. He and the adorable-looking female adventurer climbed aboard the deck together. Lumion pushed open the window and called out, Batna, are you guys headed to Port Santa as well? Batna looked up, surprised, his eyes fixed on the rooms on the top floor. Spotting Louis Barry, he grinned and replied, Absolutely. I'm off to witness Port Santa's sea prayer ritual. Among the nations of the northern continent, only the Lord of Storms alone wielded authority over the sea. Yet, sailors, sea merchants, and adventurers loyal to other deities sought to evade shipwrecks, brutal weather, and the need for specific protection. This led to various compromises and unique circumstances. Certain churches established subsidiary gods, angels, and saints endowed with storm and sea-related powers for followers with corresponding concerns. Take, for instance, the sea god of the Church of the Fool. In some churches, believers were tacitly permitted to hold a partial belief in the Lord of Storms. Other churches turned a blind eye to the folklore beliefs flourishing in ports and islands, allowing the performance of specific rituals without requiring the presence of clergymen. The sea prayer ritual of Port Santa in the Fanapotter Kingdom fell into the latter category. Its folklore was believed to trace back to the Fourth Epoch. This annual event, overseen by the Church of Earth Mother, was modest and confined to this port. It lacked any widespread publicity. In essence, nearly nobody. Neither the locals of Port Santa nor the merchants, adventurers, or pirates frequenting the shores of the Fog Sea was aware of such a sea prayer ritual. After gathering the pertinent details, Lumion made an initial assessment that either Bard or Ultraman, the culprits behind the sea prayer ritual pranks, were likely locals of Port Santa or actively engaged in maritime affairs. Considering that Bard's work, Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles, had been specifically handed over to Trier's underground booksellers for publication, Lumion leaned towards the belief that Ultraman had been the instigator of the problems at Port Santa's sea prayer ritual. Despite the fact that Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles seemed more suited for sale in Intis, Lumion reasoned that if Bard had a permanent residence in the Fanapotter Kingdom, it would be wiser to publish it under the Fanapotter Kingdom's name before discreetly selling it to Intis. This precaution was to avoid drawing the attention of Intis's secret police. Many Beyonders had underestimated the vigilance of ordinary police officers and investigators, resulting in unwanted attention and arrests by official Beyonders who got wind of the news. Upon learning that Batna and his female companion desired to witness Port Santa's sea prayer ritual, Lumion waved with a grin. Me too. He stepped back from the window, biding his time until nearly noon to compose a letter detailing his recent encounters and the handling of Berman's legacy. After folding the letter and wrapping it within the folds of the fake treasure map, Lumion summoned Rabbit Chaucel once again. The rabbit-like spirit creature still sported its gold-rimmed glasses and a small, blurry half-top hat. Silently observing for a few moments, Lumion then handed over the items destined for Franca and Jenna. Thank you, he said politely. That's basic courtesy. No need to thank me, replied Rabbit Chaucel, removing his half-top hat and executing a slight bow. Lumion's lips twitched as he witnessed the mutated rabbit of knowledge disappear from the room. He was worried that this rabbit might unpredictably draw its gun and finish off the sender at any given moment. The next time around, he resolved to caution Jenna against imparting such dangerous knowledge to Rabbit Chaucel. Trier, within the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai. Franca glanced at Rabbit Chaucel, adorned with its half-top hat and gold-rimmed glasses, leaning closer to Jenna. she whispered. Isn't it too dangerous to let it read the adventurer series? Jenna smiled and replied, don't you find Rabbit Chaucel adorable? Furthermore, a messenger can encounter danger. Reading more about Gehrman Sparrow might make it stronger. Franca had only briefly raised the issue but shifted her focus to unfolding the fake treasure map and letter, reading it with earnest attention. Wow, Lumien's efficiency is impressive. He aimed to punish Berman for his sins and managed to complete the hunt in less than 12 hours. The Beyonder characteristics didn't form sealed artifacts with mixed abilities. Instead, they emerged and merged separately. Could it be because Berman no longer harbored madness and paranoia before his death, and his emotions had calmed down? Heh, there's no need to inform 007 so quickly if we encounter similar cases in the future. Lumien might resolve it himself within a day. Everything will return to normal and world peace will prevail. That way, 007 won't blame me for always causing trouble for him. Franca had previously informed Jenna that the code name of her collaborator among the authorities was 007. So fast? Demon Warlock isn't weak. Jenna couldn't believe it. That was a criminal with a bounty of 600,000 Vril d'Or. All the Vril d'Or she had seen so far added up to less. Lumien's bounty amounted to less than 100,000. Franca pursed her lips and remarked, think about his experiences in Trier and the items and abilities he possesses. He's simply a supermodel, all right? If he were to be released, it would be equivalent to a dimensional reduction strike on Beyonders without any special traits. He wouldn't be much inferior to most Sequence 5 Beyonders. Jenna recalled the dangerous situations she had faced alongside Lumien and nodded in agreement. What do you mean by dimensional reduction strike? Franca, slightly surprised by Jenna's question, took a moment before explaining. It's akin to an adult bullying a child or a demigod bullying a low-sequence Beyonder. Furthermore, think about it. A half-mad Beyonder like the Demon Warlock is mentally, psychologically, emotionally, and physically problematic. He was completely countered by Lumien's symphony of hatred. When facing him, all you need to do is be wary of the strange combination of abilities and avoid provoking him into a monster. Lumien has the experience, so he won't be careless. Jenna muttered, now that you mention it, why do I feel that killing the Demon Warlock isn't too difficult? You can't put it that way. It can only be said that the forced switching of pathways will indeed make one very powerful and dangerous, but it also has huge flaws and many problems. It's easy to target. Franca corrected her before continuing reading Lumien's letter. After she was done reading, Franca sighed with excitement and said, the sea sounds so fun, and the scenery is beautiful. If it weren't for the mission, I'd want to be an adventurer at sea and hunt pirates. Jenna, leaning against the sofa and reading the letter from behind, felt a longing in her heart. Who wouldn't love to travel? It was just that they hadn't had the luxury before. Franca regained her composure and clicked her tongue. Lumien is truly generous. He actually donated all the bounty and spoils of war to establish a charity fund. Actually, I understand his thoughts. Until now, she had been covertly providing for the family of her body's original owner until now. As Franca and Jenna conversed, they both performed magic mirror divination. Their answers were unanimous. The map was real. Whether it's Berman or the immortal islander, Harrison, they both admit that a portion of this map is fake. It can't help adventurers reach Resurrection Island, and they might even encounter great danger along the way. What's fake about it? Franca pondered, casting her gaze at the treasure map. On the map, the location marked as Resurrection Island lay deep within the Fog Sea. The westernmost colonial island of the Intis Republic, Araka, was still quite a distance away. Can't distinguish the fake parts? Lumien shook his head after receiving the reply and continued reading the information about spirit world creatures in his hand. His primary focus was to find any introduction to the ardent evil spirit that Berman had summoned from the depths of death. Lumien flipped through the information until evening, satiating his hunger in his room. Grabbing the golden straw hat he had recently taken a liking to, he descended to the deck and entered the bar. By that time, the flying bird had already departed Port Farum. As expected, Batna and his female companions sat at the bar counter, engaged in animated conversations with the surrounding passengers about Demon Warlock Berman's demise. We don't know which adventurer did it either. If it hadn't been officially announced, we wouldn't have known that Berman had been killed. No one in Port Faram's adventurer circle knew about it in advance. Batna held the lanti-proof and said excitedly, "To think that such a powerful adventurer remains hidden in Port Faram. Indeed, we can't be arrogant or conceited. Perhaps the tramp sitting by the roadside is a powerful figure." Spotting Lumion pushing his way through, Batna whistled. "You're staying in first class? Are you that rich?" "I'm not considered rich," Lumion replied with a smile as he settled onto a barstool. "I just feel that accidents can happen at any moment at sea, and I can be killed by pirates at any moment. So, why not try to pamper yourself? What's the point of saving up money when you're dead? Since you're an adventurer, you have to lead a carefree life because who knows if there'll be a tomorrow. Since you're an adventurer, you have to lead a carefree life because who knows if there'll be a tomorrow." The female adventurer beside Batna whispered Lumion's last sentence, seemingly touched. Batna took a sip of the lanti-proof and chuckled. "However, the prerequisite is that you have some savings. Otherwise, if you end up having fun today, you'll go hungry tomorrow. Man, 600,000 Vril d'Or. I wonder which adventurer obtained Berman's 600,000 Vril d'Or. And the items on him." Batna revealed a yearning and envious expression. Lumion picked up the absinthe he had just requested and took a sip, savoring the faint bitterness lingering in the fragrance. In the following days, the flying bird calmly navigated towards the Phaenopotter kingdom. Philip, the security supervisor, found it surreal. Is the bad luck over? Did the major problem disembark? Did Demon Warlock Berman's death stem from the major problem entering Port Faram? Just as Port Santa was only a day away, Philip observed his subordinate deliver a telegram. "Boss, it's from your comrades in Port Faram." The subordinate handed the folded telegram to Philip. "What happened in Port Faram that requires me to be informed? Did the major problem cause trouble in Port Faram and trace it to the flying bird?" He unfolded the telegram and scanned its contents. "The adventurer who hunted Demon Warlock Berman is suspected to be on your ship. His name is Lewis Barry." "His name is Lewis Barry." Philip's gaze froze at the last sentence. "Him? He killed Demon Warlock?" Suddenly, Philip recalled the tragic scene of room 5 in the first-class cabin as though it had been shelled. Could it be that the clash between Lewis Barry and Demon Warlock Berman had caused this devastation? Rumors circulated that the Church of the Fool exchanged Berman's head for a bounty the following day. But procedures like that didn't happen instantaneously. A delay of half a day was ordinary. Did Lewis Barry truly kill Demon Warlock? Is he truly that formidable? I couldn't discern it at all. I understand he's a magnet for trouble, and various details attest to his strength and unpredictable nature. But the notion of him vanquishing Demon Warlock caught me by surprise, and he appeared unscathed. He even contained the battle's impact within a single room, ensuring no one overheard anything. Could he have also been the one who frightened off Bone Splitter Basil? No, he was near me and didn't make a move, unless Basil knows him and comprehends his danger. A person capable of eliminating Demon Warlock is indeed capable of deterring Bone Splitter, even though Basil might not be weaker than Berman despite the relatively low bounty. Lewis Barry, however, possesses the ability to silence Berman without a trace. What caused the encounter with the Death Navigators? Philip muttered silently, though he couldn't fully embrace the idea that the young man who always boasted in the bar with a smile was a powerful enough adventurer to vanquish Demon Warlock. Philip hesitated to harbor too many doubts. "Boss, should we expose Lewis Barry's identity as a fake?" The crew member who had delivered the telegram asked in a hushed tone. Philip instinctively raised the paper bearing the telegram and delivered a light smack to his subordinate's head. "Do you have a death wish?" I've emphasized repeatedly, when faced with anomalies on the ship, turn a blind eye unless it's an immediate crisis, and wait until we reach our destination. Philip pondered for a moment, concerned that his subordinate might act in error due to misunderstanding or disbelief. He clarified deliberately, "We're still at sea. Even if we report the false identities now, confirming Louis Barry's true identity and existence won't save or aid us unless someone departs from Port Santa. Yet, such inter-country cooperation requires days of prior communication. By the time assistance arrives, Louis Barry will likely have disembarked. Moreover, verifying his real identity takes time. To blow the whistle successfully, we'd be risking Louis Barry noticing and retaliating. Is it worth it? I prefer to preserve the peace of these past few days. The crew member pondered for a moment and ultimately concurred with the boss's decision. Philip breathed a sigh of relief, tearing up the telegram and casually tossing it into the trash can. Inform the recipients and translators of the telegram to keep this information under wraps, Philip instructed before leaving the room and descending the stairs to the deck. Just as he was contemplating the romantic plans for the evening with his newfound lover, his thoughts came to a sudden halt when he spotted Louis Barry, the central figure of the telegram. There he stood by the shipboard, his gaze fixed on the gently undulating blue sea, idly twirling a golden straw hat in one hand while holding a glass of light golden champagne in the other. As if sensing Philip's gaze, Lumion turned around, locking eyes with him. A subtle smile played on Louis Barry's lips as he raised the champagne glass in his right hand, as though toasting him, before taking a leisurely sip. Philip's body tensed, determined to conceal any change in expression. Is Louis Barry merely extending a greeting, or does he possess knowledge about the telegram and my decision? Wah! 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 White-headed seabirds soared gracefully under the pristine, blue sky, their cries distinct from those in Port Gotti and Port Ferrum. At times, they glided low, skimming past wooden fishing boats adorned with billowing white sails. Fishing, a vital industry in Port Santa, instilled both fear and reverence for the sea in every fisherman's veins. While they could have children who strayed from the beliefs of the Earth Mother, they couldn't bear descendants who dared to blaspheme the sacred sea prayer ritual. Lumion, taking in the scenery different from the Intis Port and Port Santa's gradually rising mountain range in the distance, silently offered praise to the fool. The journey from Port Ferrum to Port Santa unfolded surprisingly uneventfully. No storms, no pirates, and no encounters with beyonder incidents. This respite allowed him a few days of tranquility. Lumion finished 2 foundational Highlander textbooks and perused information on spirit world creatures. He failed to find a description of Arden, the evil spirit from the depths of death. Whether Madame Magician omitted the information or remained unaware of it remained uncertain. We'll be entering the port in half an hour. Lumion, who had been taking respite for the past few days, cracked his neck from the living room window of cabin 5 in first class. Here lay potential clues about the key members of April Fools, Bard, and Ultraman. Of course, it could also be a trap. Lumion's body trembled slightly, filled with anticipation. Finally, the flying bird smoothly docked at Port Santa. Lumion, hand in hand with Ludwig and trailed by Lugano carrying their luggage, made their way towards the gangway. On the deck, they encountered Batna Kant and his companion Nolfi, already awaiting their turn. Perhaps influenced by Lumion's words about seizing the moment as an adventurer, Nolfi, who had initially insisted on separate cabins, had moved in with Batna 2 days ago. Batna's face radiated a flush of confidence as he waved and exclaimed, "Louis, you don't strike me as much of an adventurer. What adventurer brings their child out to sea? Isn't it a common task for adventurers to protect their employer's children?" Lumion retorted with a smile. In a sense, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was indeed his employer. Batna, eyeing Ludwig, dressed in a young gentleman's attire and carrying a distinctive red school bag, found Lumion's explanation reasonable. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, how could the child's parents be so nonchalant about entrusting their son to an unfamiliar adventurer? At the same time, he's my godson, Lumion added. Understanding dawned on Batna as he gestured towards the harbor below. Where do you plan to stay? Shall we attend the sea prayer ritual together? I'm not sure yet. If the gods will it, our paths may cross again. Lumion's demeanor shifted upon arriving at Port Santa, his nerves tightening. Casual disclosure of his whereabouts was no longer in his plans. Batna, accustomed to Lumien's occasional seer-like words, detected nothing unusual. He sighed and said, "I hope our paths cross once more." With a casual wave, Batna led Nolfi toward the ramp. Lumien smiled and offered a parting reminder. "Do you know Highlander?" "A bit," Batna replied, gesturing toward Nolfi, whose adorable features, black hair, and brown eyes spoke of her mixed Phaenopotter and Intis heritage. Her mother is a native of Port Santa. She carries blood from both Phaenopotter and Intis. Port Santa local. That explains your desire to experience the sea prayer ritual after learning about it. Lumien held his silence, watching as Batna and Nolfi descended the gangway with their suitcases. Not only is Lewis generous and warm, but he also has a knack for humor. "He appears quite professional," Batna commented before leaving the port district. Glancing back at the flying bird, he said to Nolfi, "He didn't disclose their lodging just now. Clearly, he's unwilling to unveil his employer's circumstances. He likely came to Port Santa to escort that child home." Nolfi nodded gently. "You shouldn't have asked. An adventurer's companions are only in the present. We might not cross paths again in the future." "Haha. You've been influenced by Lewis's life philosophy." Batna noticed a paperboy approaching and suggested to Nolfi, "Grab a few newspapers related to maritime rumors. We've been at sea for days, and we're out of the loop." Nolfi shared the same idea, using Deegan copper coins she had exchanged prior for 2 newspapers. Standing on the street, she unfolded the coastal port favorite, 5 Seas News, and began reading its contents. Batna, unfamiliar with Highlander, patiently waited for Nolfi to digest the news and relay the information to him. Suddenly, Nolfi's eyes narrowed, and her grip on the newspaper tightened. "What's wrong?" Batna asked curiously. Nolfi hesitated before sharing. "There's a rumor in Port Farum that the adventurer who hunted the demon warlock is named." "What's his name?" Batna pressed. Nolfi fell silent for a few seconds before saying, His name is Lewis Berry." Lewis Berry? Batna was taken aback. Lumien, Ludwig, and Lugano patiently waited for most passengers to disembark before making their exit. As Lumien stepped off the gangway, his attention was drawn to a woman in a black nun's attire and matching hat. Carrying a brown suitcase, she turned into a fork in the road. "See, could it be the weeping woman I glimpsed through the mystery-prying glasses?" Lumien pondered, averting his gaze thoughtfully. As he moved forward, his mind raced with plans for the immediate future. Firstly, he needed to find an inn in the harbor district. Secondly, he had to compose a letter to Madame Magician, notifying her of his arrival in Port Santa. The situation involved celestial worthy and potentially played into Loki's schemes. Carelessness was not an option. Write a letter to Madame Magician. Write a letter. Lumien's pupils dilated as he sought to discern if the world ahead was real. Throughout his days aboard the ship, he kept forgetting to write to Madame Magician. He had intended to consult his major arcana card holder, questioning the significance of the frequent occurrences related to the flying bird's calamities. Yet, he had completely forgotten about it. It was today, amidst Lumien's contemplation of his next moves, that he seemed to snap out of a dreamlike trance. The recollection of his intention to write a letter to Madame Magician, now forgotten, hit him like a bullet. The realization was more unsettling than a battlefield injury, sending shivers down his spine and causing his hair to stand on end. Had this situation escalated, he might have perished without even realizing it. Feels like déjà vu. That's right. In Dardel, Lugano and I had unintentionally overlooked the option of escaping. We were searching for a pretext to enter the town and investigate derangement. As Lumien's thoughts raced, a sudden revelation struck him. The woman he had seen weeping on the flying bird was the source of derangement, a humanoid sealed artifact that had escaped its restraints. After leaving Dardel, she had reached Port Gotti and boarded the flying bird. Could she be instinctively influencing the minds of those around her, erasing thoughts that might pose a threat? but that would require her to monitor everyone's psychological activities at just the right time. Or, as Anthony had speculated, did she naturally implant mental cues, causing observers to overlook her existence? Even if glimpsed, the memory of her would fade later. Simultaneously, any communication with high sequence beyond her powers would be actively forgotten or abandoned. This classification wasn't determined by her, but by the individual's self-awareness. If they believed the person to be a high sequence beyonder, then so they were. Once she disembarked and ceased planting those natural and persistent cues, the overlooked issues could be recalled through other connections. Fortunately, the sealed artifact remained dormant on the flying bird. Otherwise, I might have lost control and transformed into a monster. Apart from me and Ludwig, she also played a part in scaring off Bone Splitter Basil. It's quite funny from the perspective of the notorious pirate. Choosing an ordinary merchant ship for plunder, Basil found himself faced with 3 escalating waves of malice upon surfacing. A hornet's nest stirred into action. In that scenario, he had no other choice but to escape. Were the strange Death Navigator fish also drawn by her presence? Initially, Lumion felt lingering fear, but soon a sense of joy washed over him. This revelation confirmed that his contribution to the calamities on the flying bird was minimal, just as Aurora had suggested. Throughout the journey, only the demon warlock incident could be attributed to him. Lumion could accept such frequency. With determination, Lumion retrieved a post-it note and fountain pen, hastily scribbling a memo. Find a nearby motel and write to Madam Magician. Focus on the death mark and the humanoid sealed artifact. After folding the note and stowing it in his pocket, Lumion utilized Lugano's interactions with the dock's inhabitants to discreetly inquire about nearby motels. Lowering his voice, he addressed his left chest. Temaboros, you actually failed to notice such a dangerous sealed artifact nearby. Termaboros's majestic voice resonated. Why should I warn you? Lumion criticized. Oh, you've learned the art of sophistry. He turned to Ludwig, who was nibbling on a long piece of bread. I wonder if this kid's lack of awareness stems from the Church of Knowledge's seal or a belief that there was no danger since the woman hadn't gone mad. I don't have to dwell on it for now. Averting his gaze, he waited for Lugano to gather directions before leading Ludwig toward the exit of the port district. Port Santa stood divided, its territories sliced into thirds. 1/3 bustled with the comings and goings of fishermen, surrounded by a vast open space. Nearby, 3 ice mills hummed with activity. The remaining 2/3, a realm reserved for merchant ships, witnessed a constant influx of passengers. Mechanical cranes labored tirelessly, lifting smelted steel, forged swords, and woven wool into the undercabin. Amidst the pungent scent of fish, Lumion maintained an outward calm. Sometimes, his gaze wandered to the distant mountain range. Other times, he scrutinized the billowing black smoke drifting from the southeast, carried downwind by the breeze. Tasking Lugano and Ludwig with selecting 2 candidates each, Lumion delegated the decision-making. Ultimately, they settled at an unassuming motel named Salo. In Highlander, Salo translated to sun. Although the Phaenopotter Kingdom didn't subscribe to the eternal blazing sun faith, instead venerating Earth Mother, the prevalence of sunlight in their environment resulted in the frequent use of words like Salo and Soros, sunlight, in various place names. Lumion removed his golden straw hat, shielding him from the October sun, and secured a suite from the motel's owner, a gray-haired, tall figure with prominent cheekbones and a thick beard. The cost: 1.5 gold rizit per day, or 3 Vril d'Or. Official currencies in Phaenopotter included rizit, seta, and degan. Legend had it that before the kingdom split from the south-central regions, the Church of Earth Mother and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom jointly governed the land. Unlike the Lone Kingdom's unconventional gold pound system, Phaenopotter's currency was designed by scholars from the Church of Knowledge. 1 rizit equaled 10 setas, and 1 seta equaled 10 degans, denominated as 5 degans, whole degan, half degan, and a quarter degan. Currently, 1 rizit was roughly 2 Vril d'Or, making 12 rizit equivalent to approximately 1 gold pound. Having exchanged for 1,000 rizit, Lumion held a variety of setas and degans in his possession. After settling the bill and ascending to his quarters, Lumion's attention was drawn to a young girl with long brown hair and freckles entering the establishment. She greeted the proprietor using the Highlander term for grandfather. The owner, his cheekbones tinged by the sun, warmly embraced the girl, their right cheeks meeting as he responded with a smile and a single word, unfamiliar to Lumion. Puzzled, he turned to Lugano, seeking an explanation with his eyes. Old Delva said, "It's so good to see you, my little cabbage." Little cabbage, Lumion echoed, taken aback by the term. Lugano, with his pronounced eyebrows, large eyes, and sharp features, inquired with confusion, "Don't you know that there are many descendants of Darij here?" Positioned on the second-floor staircase, he gestured towards the wall outside. "The distant mountain range is the Pyres mountain range. You Darij folks prefer calling it the Darij mountain range." At that moment, Lumion grasped the entirety of the situation. "Is this south of the Darij mountain range?" "Southwest. The Darij mountain range is a few hours away by train. In between, you'll find vast plains, pastures, and numerous towns and villages," Lugano clarified as he ascended the stairs. "As you might know, every autumn, shepherds from Darij and nearby areas migrate to the southern plains for grazing. Some settle down, while others seek opportunities in the larger surrounding cities, including Port Santa. If you head northeast, Highlander might not be necessary. Many people there are familiar with Intision. I have a cousin who was a widow initially. Later, she met a local while shepherding and married him. She gave up grazing and helped the herdsmen develop businesses related to sheep, cheese, wool, and more. Eventually, they saved enough to start a vineyard. Her husband values her opinions. This might be an example of Phaenopoder men. Unfortunately, I'm not a woman. Otherwise, I might have converted to Earth Mother." Listening to Lugano's insights, Lumion recalled a piece of information Aurora had once shared. The Darij mountain range acted as a barrier against the cold winds heading south. Consequently, the Gaia province, situated south of the Darij mountain range, enjoyed abundant sunlight and warm weather. Even in winter, the plains and pastures thrived with lush grass suitable for grazing. Lumion sensed that this knowledge had become dynamic, forming a network that allowed him to comprehend the geographical and weather characteristics of Port Santa and its northeastern region. Abruptly, another thought crossed his mind. Could it be that most of the Beyonders captured by shepherds like Pierre, who believed in inevitability, hailed from this area? Given the presence of a thriving port and a mountain range rich in mineral deposits, it makes sense that there would be more Beyonders here. If that were the case, perhaps my hunter, provoker, and even pyromaniac Beyonder characteristics might have originated from this region. I'm here now. Why do I smell the scent of inevitability? Lumion responded casually to Lugano's information. How many children did your cousin have? 3, Lugano replied. If she hadn't produced children, would her husband have been so obedient? Lumion, aware of the beliefs of Earth Mother's faith, heard about these matters with the shepherds who frequented the pastures. They held fertility and reproduction in high regard. Definitely not, Lugano affirmed without hesitation. As the conversation unfolded, the trio ascended to the 5th floor, entering a suite at the corridor's end. Lumion strolled to the balcony, casting his gaze towards the rugged mountain range in the distance. There lay a Highlander pasture and Cordu. After nearly 15 minutes of silent contemplation, Lumion returned to his room and began composing letters to Madame Magician and Franca. His intention was to inform Franca of the humanoid sealed artifact, urging her to alert the official Beyonders of the Phaenopoder Kingdom through 007. A potentially hazardous pathogen capable of madness at any moment was not fit for roaming freely outside. Wow! See? What did I say? Lumion will definitely encounter the source of derangement again, exclaimed Franca as she was about to depart with Jenna when she received the letter. They were heading to Trier's catacombs. In the preceding days, Jenna harbored a desire to revisit Chris Mona Night Pillar, hoping to uncover something valuable. However, she hesitated to approach recklessly, fearing it might attract the suspicion of the demonist sect. Residing with Franca offered no guarantee of safety from their watchful eyes. Thanks to Anthony's introduction, she finally secured a mission at a mysticism gathering, providing a valid pretext. Her task involved venturing to a specific family's tomb on the catacomb's 3rd level, retrieving an antique tearcatcher for her employer. Jenna completed reading Lumien's letter and lapsed into silence for a few moments before remarking, "The origin of the derangement is genuinely formidable. Lumien unknowingly endured its effects for nearly half a month. Luckily, the woman's ailment didn't erupt. Otherwise, everyone on the ship would have descended into madness." Jenna contemplated for a moment, convinced that if she were in Lumien's position, the outcome would be the same. Nothing would alter. Hence, sealed artifacts above level 2 wield immense power, but they're not practical for most situations. Their mere existence can bring catastrophe to the surrounding humans. Franca seized the chance to enlighten her companion, who had only been a Beyonder for half a year. She conveyed this information to Madame Judgment, not 007. This decision arose from the unpredictability of the emergency communication methods. What if 007 happened to be occupied and didn't go to that location? Regular communication had to wait until after 10 p.m. Considering the imminent threat of derangement, Franca didn't want to waste valuable time. With Madame Judgment's real-world identity, contacting the official Beyonders of the Phaenopotter Kingdom was assured. No worries about not locating her. Come nightfall, she would notify 007, ensuring the message reached the right people. With this matter settled, Franca and Jenna reached the catacombs in a rented carriage. Having followed Lumien to the 3rd level, they had drawn valuable information from him. The place was now familiar to them. Soon, they entered a small square illuminated by burning white candles and adorned with 2 sacrificial pillars. Jenna reflected for a moment and, to Franca's confusion, approached the sacrificial pillar representing the eternal blazing Sunday. She outstretched her arms and reverently declared, "Praise the sun!" She was seeking protection. Franca couldn't help but twitch her lips as she observed the scene. Amused, she remarked, "Why are you becoming more and more like Lumien? Damn it! How do I resemble him?" Jenna retorted instinctively. "In terms of faith flexibility," Franca pointed out with a smile. "Like me, I only praise Mr. Fool. I didn't say anything like, by steam." Jenna pondered for a moment and admitted, "Because Lumien and I once truly believed in the eternal blazing sun." Suddenly, she halted, her lips moving as she cursed herself. "Am I admitting that I do resemble Lumien?" Franca had only been teasing. After praising the fool, she left the sacrificial square with Jenna and headed towards the entrance of the 4th level, where the Chrismona Night Pillar stood. Thanks to Lumien's information, they navigated past the skeletal blockage on the road. In the dim environment, they moved cautiously, guided by the faint candlelight. As Franca walked, an idea crossed her mind. "Do you think we have to hold the lit white candles in our hands? Can we hold them above our heads or make a lantern and place them inside? Will this also protect us?" Accustomed to Franca's occasional peculiar thoughts, Jenna casually replied, "You can give it a try." After considering the potential consequences of a failed experiment, Franca chuckled dryly. Forget it. Forget it. No need to be curious about such things." She looked at Jenna beside her and changed the subject. "Why are you dressed like this?" Jenna, now in a black dress and a dark bonnet, exuded a beauty that carried a touch of maturity beyond her years. Jenna instinctively scanned the surroundings for any dim yellow candles before whispering, "I'm playing the part of a witch to add a mysterious touch." Clad in a black robe with a hood, she might resemble the witches known to humans, but it could easily raise suspicion from the demonist sect, so Jenna found a compromise. Franca quickly grasped the situation and nodded in approval. "You've put in the effort." Seizing the moment, Jenna inquired, "What about you? Since Gardner's demise, have you not found an opportunity to digest pleasure with someone?" Franca, usually thick-skinned, felt a bit embarrassed by Jenna's words. She coughed twice and replied, "It's not difficult to find someone if I wanted. If it doesn't work out, I'll turn down Browns at an opportune moment and see if she takes offense. Heh heh. If she truly experiences pleasure, she might invite me to join her." Franca suddenly shut her mouth, wishing she could raise her right hand and slap herself. Why did I disclose all this to Jenna? What a disgrace. Clearing her throat, Franca said, "Besides, this presents an opportunity." Opportunity? Jenna was puzzled. Franca nodded solemnly. Relying solely on the matters in bed and physical pleasure can indeed slowly digest the potion. It also aligns with the negative characteristics of a demoness. However, I keep feeling that the meaning of pleasure shouldn't be limited to this. Taking advantage of the absence of a target for physical pleasure, I want to calm down and slowly experience and explore other possibilities. For instance, captivating a man's heart, bringing joy merely by being around me, providing pleasure through interaction, yet beyond his reach. Each encounter becomes a torment, a glimpse into the catastrophe and affliction a demoness brings. Damn it! I despise such women the most. Franca's frustration blazed as she spoke. Jenna was taken aback, her lips pursed, her body trembling slightly as she struggled to contain her laughter. Something along those lines. At any rate, that's the gist. Franca abruptly concluded the conversation. In the dim candlelight, Franca passed by a newly constructed tomb beside an ancient one. A sudden frown creased her forehead, questioning if she had missed an opportunity. If I had sighed and hinted at the stagnation of my digestion due to the absence of a pleasure partner, would Jenna offer sympathy and assistance? Arg, my stubbornness has cost me. But perhaps she'd suggest Lumion. Franca's thoughts raced, but she remained vigilant, especially when she noticed the jumbled bones strewn along the roadside. Finally, she and Jenna reached the Chris Mononite pillar, a black marble structure supporting the cave's ceiling. No etchings or signs of erosion adorned its surface. Franca studied it for a moment and remarked, "It's reminiscent of the one in 4th Epic Trier, albeit smaller. More like a tip." Turning to Jenna, she inquired, "Do you sense anything peculiar?" Furrowing her brow, Jenna shook her head slowly. "No. Fainapotter Kingdom, Gaia Province, Port Santa, Salo Motel." Lumion swiftly received a response from Madame Magician. "Have you faced the dread of a Grade 1 sealed artifact? Repeating it won't imprint as deeply as experiencing it firsthand. This likely is the power of a high-sequence beyonder in the spectator pathway, constantly shaping the thoughts and perceptions of those around. Remember, beware of the spectator. The sealed artifact has other powers. I'm uncertain if it belongs to the evil gods outside. For now, you needn't pursue or capture it. We'll liaise with the Earth Mother Church through Mr. Moon." Reading this, Lumion muttered to himself, "I'd rather not get involved, but it's not my call. Sometimes my nature thrusts me into things I'd rather avoid." It was just like him and the sealed artifact being on the same voyage, headed for the same destination. Simultaneously, Lumion gleaned a vital detail from Madame Magician's arrangements. Mr. Moon of the Tarot Club had close ties with the Earth Mother Church. After a moment's reflection, Lumion resumed reading the letter. "We're also probing Resurrection Island's existence. Mr. Hanged Man and Madam Hermit are leading the investigation. They have theories but can't confirm yet. If they need your aid, they'll inform you and seek your consent. However, don't search for Resurrection Island now. It's very dangerous. Remember, very dangerous. The death mark is a lingering essence of death. Ordinary humans leave one mark. Certain sequences of certain pathways can leave many. Such marks erode and merge with death, lasting longer for those higher in status or with special abilities. As for ordinary low-sequence beyonders, the corresponding death mark won't exist for anything beyond a few years. Setting up a ritual to summon the death mark is nearly impossible. Even a sequence 0 true god wouldn't dare approach the essence of death, let alone with a ritual. I suspect something amiss with the ardent evil spirit Berman summoned. The decline in Berman's mental state may have started with that spirit, not his encounter with Harrison of Resurrection Island. Perhaps, the ardent evil spirit isn't dead. The ardent evil spirit, leaving behind blood traces and easily dispatched by Berman, isn't dead? What an absurd storyline. Even Madame Magician remains clueless about the nature of this creature. Recollecting Berman's encounter, Lumion couldn't detect anything abnormal. This behavior seemed like that of a half-mad individual, forcibly transitioning between pathways. In her closing remarks, Madame Magician cautioned, "Exercise caution during your investigations in Port Santa. Should you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to seek aid from the Knight of Swords." "There's no need for that for now," Lumion replied inwardly. This stemmed from a lack of leads or information. Even if he were to correspond with the Knight of Swords, Lumion wouldn't know what to inquire about or what kind of assistance to request. Lumion's immediate priority upon reaching Port Santa was to delve into the events of the previous sea prayer ritual, particularly focusing on the individuals involved in the accident. This investigation would be crucial in uncovering the true identities of the key members of April Fools. However, this phase of his pursuit carried inherent risks of deception and potential traps. Understanding the intricacies of last year's prank was paramount before engaging the minor arcana, Knight of Swords, in any assistance. Lumion didn't find it plausible to enlist aid on such matters. The sealed knowledge surrounding the events in Port Santa made it apparent that unless the Knight of Swords happened to be present, he wouldn't yield much help. Initially, Lumion aimed to gather information about the sea prayer ritual and the previous year's incident, but such details seemed exclusive to this location. Peripheral members of April Fools involved in minor roles offered limited perspectives, offering mere snippets of the puzzle. With a flick of his wrist, Lumion transformed Madame Magician's reply into a blazing fireball. Exiting the master bedroom of the suite, he addressed Lugano, who waited in the living room. "Let's get ourselves a local identity. You've already used Louis Barry's identity to check into the motel," Lugano reminded Lumion after some thought. "Did this mean it's time to depart? Wouldn't that be a waste of an entire week's rent?" Lugano's heart ached at the thought of the 10.5 gold rizet. Spending money wasn't an issue. Just don't waste it. As a bounty hunter who had lived a tough life for many years, he was quite sensitive to money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so thick-skinned as to ask Lumion for a job. "Any issues?" Lumion inquired with a smile. In the October warmth of Port Santa, Lumion sported a straightforward ensemble: light linen shirt, brown pants, a golden straw hat cradled in his grasp. For a moment, Lugano didn't know if he should voice his primary concern, the matter of money. Finally, he decided to broach the subject. "Boss, I grabbed a few newspapers from the street. Seems there are rumors in Port Farum about you taking down the demon warlock." Upon reading this news, Lugano rubbed his eyes several times, wondering if he had read wrongly. When had his boss eradicated the demon warlock? Why don't I know? Only the memory of the seemingly bombarded master bedroom stirred skepticism. "It was me," Lumion replied with a slight nod. Lugano momentarily lost the ability to organize his words. After a brief pause, he suppressed his curiosity and feigned understanding. "You've bagged a bounty of 600,000 Vril d'Or and some spoils of war. No wonder you've been throwing money around lately." The rent of 20 to 30 Vril d'Or didn't seem extravagant anymore. "All donated," Lumion disclosed matter-of-factly. "Why?" Lugano blurted out. Lumion glanced at him. Lugano immediately shut his mouth and smiled sheepishly. "We need to change our location. Louis Barry's fame in the Fog Sea makes him an easy target." In that gaze, Lumion conveyed an unspoken message. "Who's in charge here? You or me? Did I need your approval to donate the bounty?" With a subtle smile, Lumion posed the question. "Who said we were relocating?" Lugano, caught off guard, stammered, "Not relocating." Lumion's smile held a cryptic meaning as he shared. "Why else do you think I didn't ask the clergyman from the Church of the Fool, who helped collect the bounty, to conceal my identity?" Louis Barry, the high-profile adventurer, served as a beacon, attracting attention and revealing the landscape of potential threats. Lumion needed an inconspicuous local guise to operate discreetly in the shadows. Lugano, grappling with the complexity of his employer's motives, confessed, I thought you just wanted to be as famous as Gehrman Sparrow in the 5 Cs. He sensed there was more beneath the surface. Lumion chuckled. Who among our generation wouldn't want to match Gehrman Sparrow's fame in the 5 Cs? The desire for recognition satisfied his vanity, providing a plausible reason for not letting Tice, the Church of the Fool's Bishop, conceal his identity completely. A superficial motive, one genuine enough to make people believe, could effectively veil hidden intentions. Lugano, feeling like he couldn't decipher Lumion's true colors or grasp his ultimate goal, sighed inwardly. I'm just a planter, a doctor, and a seasoned bounty hunter. My intelligence can only be considered ordinary. Lumion cast a glance at Ludwig, munching on a potato omelet, and declared, Let's go. He nudged the coat rack into a blind spot, hanging the golden straw hat, creating the illusion of an inconspicuous figure if one looked from the opposite building. Exiting the Salo Motel, Lumion strolled along the grayish-white stone street toward the lively bars near the harbor. Lugano followed, holding Ludwig's hand. The ancient street boasted mottled houses with white walls and red tiles. Near entrances like Cordu, elderly women chatted in the sun, but they didn't lend a hand in catching lice. Passers-by tread softly, lowering their voices to maintain the tranquility of the scene. In a casual exchange with Francesco, the bartender at the Flying Bird's basement bar, Lumion learned of a cultural phenomenon in Phaenopotter, shaped by the Earth Mother's faith and the significance accorded to family traditions. Matriarchal culture. Within each family, the most venerable grandmother, a prolific progenitor, commanded unparalleled respect. As the unquestionable parent, they wielded a certain degree of control over every family member. Even outside the confines of their homes, this reverence persisted, for these grandmothers represented the familial symbol, embodying the Earth Mother. The combination of religious beliefs and societal norms secured a unique status for these elderly grandmothers. Observing this dynamic, Lumion found himself contemplating a question. In Riston Province, a married woman, functioning as a de facto parent, held the right to be addressed as Madame and have her name prefixed with Na. Could this tradition be an influence from Phaenopotter's matriarchal culture just a mountain away? Nomadic herdsmen and traders, traversing vast distances, inevitably brought back tales of their experiences. Ancient practices from the Dirige mountain range and its surroundings, spanning over a millennium, undoubtedly left an indelible mark. Navigating the ancient yet serene streets under the brilliant sunlight, Lumion felt a sense of displacement. It was as if he had returned to Cordu during the bustling season when adults toiled in the fields, tended to sheep in the mountains, or embarked on hunting expeditions, leaving only an old woman and young children behind. Trier, third level of the catacombs. Jenna closed her eyes and extended her senses, but the black Chris Mona night pillar remained silent, devoid of any size or motion. Assessing the mirror substitutions, she cautiously approached the enigmatic weather-free pillar, placing her palm against it. The black pillar that supported the cave's ceiling, though cold and metallic, retained the texture of rock. Yet, Jenna's probing mind received nothing beyond this information. It still doesn't work, she communicated to Franca, shaking her head. In her reflections, Jenna recalled the 2 instances and sought their commonality when she had heard Crismona's voice, during her advancement and within a special mirror world in 4th Epic Trier. Both times, danger and intense emotions had been common denominators. Jenna whispered, "The danger during my witch advancement was suppressed by the sacrificial square. Is the key intense emotions?" Jenna pondered aloud, delving into memories of painful events that had stirred her emotions, including her mother's death, separation from her brother, and other poignant experiences of suffering. Despite the visible fluctuations in her emotions, the Chris Mona night pillar remained silent, the illusory sigh elusive. Franca, after a moment's contemplation, suggested, "Must there be a special event to trigger it? Perhaps Jenna replied, biting her lip. Why don't we try the 4th level? Lumion mentioned the shadow suspected to have formed after the death of the Demoness Pathways angel. That should be Crismona. Franca's heart stirred, and she affirmed, that's right. Moreover, the shadow is controlled by the seal and doesn't have the ability to attack humans. Yes, the prerequisite is that we strictly adhere to the series of rules in the catacombs. After a brief discussion, the two of them circled around the Crismona Night Pillar, replaced candles, and proceeded to descend the ancient, mottled stone steps. Under the watchful gaze of realistic dark gray reliefs depicting human heads on both sides of the rock walls, they descended step by step. Breaking the suffocating silence, Franca spoke up. This place is perfect for ghost stories. The atmosphere is amazing. Jenna glanced at her, teasing, are you afraid? How is that possible? Franca retorted stubbornly. Jenna chuckled. If you weren't afraid, you'd just tell ghost stories to scare me. Now you're just sighing. It means you mainly want to rely on your voice to boost your courage. It's a waste of your talent not to choose the spectator pathway. Do theater actors have to learn to read people? Franca was about to argue when they reached the last ancient stone step. Simultaneously, a sense of oppression enveloped them. In the next moment, a yellowish candle flame flickered in their eyes. The candle flame didn't belong to them. It emerged from the distant 4th level of the catacombs. Franca and Jenna's initial reaction was to steer clear of the newcomer. In this subterranean maze filled with corpses, they couldn't afford to be complacent with the living. Yet, their circumstances didn't permit avoidance. They had to wield a glowing white candle, a feeble defense against the encroaching darkness of the catacombs. The candle's flame, though, made them conspicuous, a visible beacon in the shadows. True concealment required them to find solace behind the sealed doors of an ancient tomb. The option of becoming invisible or lurking in the shadows was risky. They weren't certain if it meant snuffing out the candle flame. After a silent exchange of glances, Franca and Jenna chose to take a circuitous route, maintaining a safe distance from the distant candlelight. In the oppressive stillness that felt like time itself had halted, the two demonesses cautiously progressed westward, guided by road signs and the black lines on the cave ceiling. As they approached a point parallel to the candle flame, Franca turned her head to peer down the corridor between the ancient tombs. Thanks to her exceptional night vision, she identified the person clutching the burning candle. A man in a black robe, deep black and light hues intermingled in his hair, a gentle profile, pale white skin, and dark brown eyes, distinct from the incisions. Phaenopaterian, strikingly similar yet subtly different. Why do I sense familiarity? When have I encountered this person before? Did he leave an impression in the memory recesses of the original owner of my body? Franca felt an inexplicable urge to approach and strike up a conversation. She took a deep breath and suppressed it. In the hushed darkness of the catacombs, approaching strangers recklessly could easily spark unnecessary conflict. Franca had dedicated considerable time to delve into the circumstances surrounding the original body's demise and the person's life experiences. She sought to ensure there were no lingering issues that she needed to be wary about acquaintances from the past. The man in the black robe, having observed the two demonesses and noting their lack of intent to draw near, continued on his path, eventually disappearing behind an ancient tomb. He doesn't look like a college student. Jenna averted her gaze and eliminated an option. If the individual hadn't ventured into the 4th level of the catacombs merely driven by curiosity and excitement, it hints at a clear motive. Is he on a commissioned search for antiques, paying respects to an ancestor buried on this level, or a beyonder delving into the mysticism and seal composition of the catacombs? Perhaps, like Jenna and myself, he pursues the revelations from the 3 night pillars. Franca's mind raced through various possibilities. On the 4th level of the catacombs, 2 more night pillars awaited. Marianne's night pillar and Liuz's night pillar. The former, the Pope of the Evernight Goddess Church in the 4th epoch, and the latter, the Blessed of the Ancient Death. Both had met their demise during the War of the 4 Emperors inside 4th epoch Trier. Having shared her analysis with Jenna, Franca gestured with her right hand, the one without a candle, and reassured, "Don't worry about his motives. It won't affect our search for Crismona's shadow." I didn't want to bother either. You were the one considering all the possibilities. I sensed that impulse in your heart. Did you truly want to investigate that person just now? Jenna, attuned to Franca's nuances, grasped her companion's thoughts but chose to chuckle, keeping the revelation to herself. At times, Franca could be quite prideful. After walking along the path for nearly 15 minutes, they reached a natural cave named Crazy Mushroom Cave. The entrance was sealed by a dense cluster of pale white mushrooms tinged with black. Why are there so many mushrooms? Franca observed them with curiosity. Before Jenna could respond, she continued, All right, I get it. Now's not the time for exploration and adventure. Damn it, I didn't stop you. Maybe Crismona's shadow is in the mushroom cave." Jenna, feeling stifled since entering the 4th level of the catacombs, vented her discomfort with coarse language, as if confined in a space that oppressed her. Franca was on the verge of responding when her attention fixated on a figure standing at the corner ahead. Clad in a simple and unadorned white robe, the figure boasted smooth black hair, exquisite facial features, and a holy aura. Her beauty transcended the surroundings of darkness, silence, and filth, as if she had emerged from the depths of human imagination. Crismona. The name resonated simultaneously in the minds of Franca and Jenna. They had indeed stumbled upon a shadow suspected to be a high-sequence beyonder, the demoness Crismona. Regaining her composure, Jenna locked eyes with the figure and attempted to speak in ancient Hermes. "Hello." The woman's beauty was otherworldly, captivating everyone's attention. A faint smile graced the corners of her mouth. Her allure was fully unleashed. Entranced by that smile, Jenna and Franca found themselves lost, their minds fixated on a singular thought. Approach her, like moths drawn to a flame, fully aware of the dangers that lay in her beauty, yet compelled to draw near. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The 2 demonesses, eyes filled with fascination, advanced toward the woman in the simple white robe. As they walked on, Jenna couldn't help but instinctively sigh and feel a sense of pity. Why did she sigh when she has such a beautiful smile? Had she encountered something sorrowful? Sigh. Jenna snapped out of her daze, realizing that the woman in the white robe might not be the same as Crismona, who had sighed and protected them. At the very least, she wasn't entirely the same. Her vision cleared instantly, revealing the beautiful figure's soft black hair billowing. Each strand had become unusually thick, and the top had split open, resembling a snake opening its mouth. The pitch-black snake's mouth faced Jenna and Franca, seemingly poised for their approach. Jenna's heart skipped a beat. She swiftly grabbed Franca and whispered, "Something's amiss." Franca, initially taken aback, struggled for a few seconds before breaking free from her enchantment. Coming to a sudden halt, they watched as the holy figure in the white robe stared blankly for a moment before bifurcating into a fork and vanishing into the darkness. "Phew," Franca exhaled, her fear lingering as she remarked, "Why isn't there a rule in the catacombs guidelines that prohibits communication with those who don't hold candles? Perhaps ordinary humans, if they enter the 4th level, will be affected by the environment, unable to suppress their fear and leaving quickly without encountering these shadows." Jenna offered an explanation. Franca glanced at her with frustration and said, "You managed to break free from the female ghost's charm before I did." Jenna recounted the thoughts that had recently crossed her mind. "But I also heard Crismona's sigh and words in 4th Epic Trier." Franca raised her right hand and touched her face. "Am I really more easily enamored with beauty?" At this point, a sudden puzzlement overcame her. "Actually, I've always found it strange that Crismona Night Pillar stands in the catacombs. As for the other 2 Night Pillars, one belongs to the Church of Evernight's former pope, Marianne, and the other is named after the ancient death's blessed, Liuz. The latter is the Death Consul, which is very compatible with the catacombs. The former should be on the neighboring pathway of death. In other words, they are closely related to death, home, and the dead. Crismona is the demoness of catastrophe, clearly distinct from them. I can understand why there was a giant pillar representing Chris Mona in 4th Epic Trier. That's because there's a special mirror world there. It contains the primordial demoness divine power left behind during the War of the Four Emperors. However, why was Chris Mona Night Pillar included in the catacombs construction? Back then, an angel who followed the Blood Emperor perished. Why did it have to be her? Jenna shook her head slowly and redirected her gaze to the spot where the holy figure had vanished. She attempted to walk a distance in that direction and suddenly realized that the spot where the white-robed woman had been standing was an ancient tomb. Unlike the other tombs on the 4th floor, its tomb door was open. After departing Ruaquina, home to the Salo Motel, Lumion found an empty alley and casually tossed the lie earring to Lugano. Find someone skilled in crafting false identities. Change your appearance, and don't use your current look. Lumion gestured towards the cafe diagonally opposite. I'll be waiting for you there. Yes, boss. Lugano displayed no sign of worry. Despite being unfamiliar with this city, he had numerous acquaintances residing here. Moreover, he was fluent in Highlander. As Lumion observed the translator guide completing his disguise, returning lie, and heading toward Rue de Bars, he led Ludwig into the cafe, where each table was adorned with a bouquet of flowers. The sun bore down, rendering the passers-by somewhat languid. Unfazed, Lumion, armed with his limited knowledge of Highlander words and gestures, successfully ordered 2 cups of Torres coffee with milk, a Santa yolk pastry with cream fashioned into a tower, roasted suckling pig, and duck stewed in pear juice. Ludwig was pleased. Sipping his coffee, Lumion surveyed the cafe. He noticed that the 6 or 7 tables were occupied mainly by couples in their 20s, engaged in dates. There was only one middle-aged couple. With Lumion's acute hearing, it wasn't challenging for him to catch snippets of conversations at nearby tables, even though he didn't comprehend most of it. Only a few words stood out. Ocean, pray, going aboard, island. Could they be discussing the sea prayer ritual next month? Lumion mused, shifting his gaze out the window. On the street, 2 young men with long swords on their backs engaged in a heated argument for some reason. Drawing their swords on the spot, they seemed poised for a duel. Clang, clang, clang. Even through the glass window, Lumion heard the clash of 2 lads' swords outside. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. They're really fighting? Though duels were popular in Trier, it was rare for them to wield weapons without the formalities. Normally, they'd go through the entire process. Determine the type of duel, cold weapons or revolvers, sign a contract, find a recognized witness, and then borrow weapons from the cafe's front desk or the bar counter. Only these duels were legal, avoiding police intervention. But wielding a long sword at the slightest disagreement was either a prelude to riot or a mob vendetta. Such lethal weapons rarely surfaced in real fights. Port Santa, or rather, the Fainapotter Kingdom's security is so poor. Lumion was surprised by this. From the Flying Bird to the Salo Motel, he noticed the locals' penchant for carrying blades and swords, reminiscent of scenes from classical novels. It was actually legal. In a maritime colony like Port Fairham, openly carrying such items was unheard of. Even a dagger had to be concealed. For him, though, this was a welcome advantage. Fascinated, Lumion observed the desperate struggle between the 2 lads through the window, occasionally commenting on their combat techniques in his mind. Suddenly, a group of people jogged over from the street. All women. They wore black cloth hats with white patterns, black lining, and brown leather armor. Dark cloaks adorned with 2 crossed swords, and brass revolvers strapped to their waists completed their attire. The woman leading the group seemed to be in her late 20s, with thick, naturally curly black hair, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and plump red lips, quite beautiful. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall, she drew a straight sword from her back and called out to the 2 men fighting on the street with a cold expression. Lumion only understood the word, stop. The 2 lads truly ceased their actions, standing by the street and accepting the reprimand from the group of women, their imposing demeanor fading. After a few minutes, they left separately with their swords, not being apprehended. Lumian took a sip of his Torres coffee, perplexed by the situation. The language barrier proved quite troublesome. After Ludwig polished off the food on the table at a controlled speed, Lugano, now sporting an unremarkable face, returned. Lumian wasn't in a hurry to inquire if he had found a black market merchant who could craft fake identities. He casually asked, "Is it legal to possess cold weapons in Port Santa?" Lugano lowered his round-rimmed black hat and dropped his voice. "That's right. It's a local custom. The Phaenopotter Kingdom government respects this tradition. Besides, it's a good thing for them to have more people die in the Gaia province." "Why?" Lumian inquired with interest. Lugano covered his face with his hand, as if afraid of being followed. Observing this, Lumian tossed him the lie earring. Lugano hurried to the washroom and reverted to his original appearance, albeit his facial features becoming more refined. Only then did he relax and explain, "Have you ever heard of the Battle of the Violated Oath?" Lumian, shaped by Aurora's rigorous education, instinctively replied, "The Battle of the Violated Oath that began in the Fifth Epoch in 738? The one where Lemberg, Mason, Seeger, and other small south-central countries were separated from the north of the Phaenopotter Kingdom, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom broke off from the Church of Earth Mother." Lugano was taken aback. Yes, he only had a rough idea. The other party had actually revealed the exact year and final outcome. After a few seconds, Lugano lowered his voice and said, "During the Battle of the Violated Oath, the entire Gaia province, especially those near the Dirige mountain range, attempted to gain independence but failed. Later, in order to guard against the natives, despite high-quality iron and coal mines just south of the Dirige mountains, the Phaenopotter Kingdom only set up smelting factories and no gun factories. There wasn't a single native in the troops stationed here. They were all assigned to other places. Was there once a widespread belief in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom here?" Lumian couldn't help but glance at Ludwig, who was enjoying dessert. The key to the independence of Lemberg, Mason, Seeger, and other countries in the south-central region was their mainstream faith in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, not the Earth Mother. "I don't know." Lugano honestly shook his head. Undeterred, he pressed on with the matter at hand. "You should already know that the ancient Gaia province mainly comprised 4 types of people. Firstly, farmers. Secondly, fishermen from places like Port Santa. Thirdly, mountain dwellers who relied on minerals and hunting to survive. Fourthly, the herdsmen you're familiar with. The latter 3 are fierce, wielding swords fearlessly in conflicts." Lumian nodded. That was indeed the case. Whether fishermen, mountain dwellers, or herdsmen, they all lived in relative poverty. They battled nature's cruelty and faced various dangers beyond human settlements. They even had to be wary of those among them with ill intentions. Swords and blades were necessities, not ornaments. Lumian had heard firsthand from the migrating herdsmen about wolf pack attacks and the brutality of bandits. It had left a deep impression on him. Lugano downed the lemonade he had just ordered and sighed in relief. One of Earth Mother's 3 combat orders is stationed permanently in Gaia province. They guard against us in the north and Lemberg in the northeast. Simultaneously, they aim to monitor the locals. Heh. Encountering combat nuns in Gaia province and Port Santa isn't uncommon. Their demeanors differ from other women. Lugano's expression shifted to one of leisure and fascination. The team just now were the combat nuns who maintain order. Lumian realized. He teased Lugano with a smile. "They're nuns." Lugano smiled enigmatically and remarked, "The nuns of the Earth Mother Church don't take vows of chastity. Instead, they pledge to have as many children as possible before a certain age. If they're interested in you, they'll be quite proactive. Sometimes they might even push a bit. The young folks here love showcasing their bravery in front of these nuns. Their courage might catch someone's eye. Pledging to have numerous children before a certain age. It sounds peculiar, aligning with Earth Mother's teachings but reminiscent of another mother. Local customs, governmental involvement, religious doctrines, and primal courtship behaviors has all woven into the folklore of this place, where cold weapons rule the streets." Lumion hadn't expected such complexity behind a seemingly trivial matter. Upon reflection, it was rather intriguing. At that moment, Lumion suddenly understood Aurora's words from the past. If I returned to university without life's pressures, I'd study history. Phew. Lumion exhaled slowly and turned to Lugano. Any progress? Lugano, still lost in thoughts about combat nuns, was caught off guard and struggled to snap out of his reverie. You intisions. Lumion clicked his tongue. Only then did Lugano grasp the question. He sheepishly smiled and said, I've made some. I found a well-connected black market merchant who can help. Would you like to meet them? He's also a descendant of Dirige. Sure. Lumion finished his coffee and stood up. Trier, 4th level of the catacombs. Jenna and Franca each gripped a burning white candle, their eyes fixed on the ancient tomb that lay open, hesitant to advance. No one knew what lay buried inside, and the fear of something terrifying emerging lingered in the air. In the outer world, the two demonesses could employ divination to discern the situation. However, in the catacombs, establishing a close connection with the ordinary spirit world was nearly impossible. The outcome was evident. After all, Lumion couldn't enter through spirit world traversal, but he could teleport within its confines. After a brief pause, Franca passed her mirror substitution to Jenna and stepped forward with solemn determination. Relying on her spiritual premonition, she cautiously approached the ancient tomb. As they drew nearer, the dim yellow candlelight revealed a heap of pale white bones in the entrance area, adorned with light greenish-black mold spots. Franca raised the white candle, casting its light into the depths of the tomb. Skeletons lay scattered in disarray, occupying every inch of the ground. In the center, a tilted sarcophagus revealed a multitude of decaying bones. Franca hesitated for a moment before declaring, "It doesn't seem dangerous." Only then did Jenna approach, returning the mirror substitution. Franca continued her observation and remarked, "Nothing of value either. Gems and other items were absent among the burial articles, likely lost during the construction of the catacombs and the opening of these ancient tombs. Everything else had decayed or shattered. Even the murals on the walls bore only faint traces." Jenna observed for a while and said uncertainly, "What about the area where these bones are pressing down? Let me take a look." Franca moved closer, allowing invisible spider silk to spread and entwine the pale white bones at the entrance, aiding in their movement. Suddenly, an irregular mirror fragment, seemingly coated in black paint, materialized in the flames. Jenna and Franca's eyes narrowed. It bore a striking resemblance to the mirror world fragment they had obtained in 4th Epic Trier. Did a special mirror person once die here? Franca mused. Did Crismona's shadow appear here to inform us? But why did she attack us? Jenna shared the perplexity. After a moment of thought, she said, "Why did the special mirror person die here? Who owns this tomb? Or rather, which ancient family does it belong to?" Franca stared for a moment before nodding solemnly. "That might be our next investigation." Finding no anomalies, the duo stored away the mirror fragment. Utilizing the formless spider silk of the Demoness of Pleasure, they meticulously searched the entire tomb but found nothing that identified the tomb owner. Franca sighed and said, "Well, we'll unravel it when we get back. Let's go acquire an antique tearcatcher for the employer now." In Port Santa, inside a room featuring a lone card table, Lumion and Lugano, their appearances altered and attire changed, met the black market merchant claiming lineage to Dirige. Seated at the head of the table, he sported a white shirt and a black vest, a glass of pale malt-colored white wine at his fingertips and a slowly burning cigar between them. He did embody the heritage of the Dirige region with slightly sunken eye sockets, slightly curled black hair, and piercing blue eyes reminiscent of a cloudless sky over a towering mountain. His thin cheeks and thick stubble suggested a man in his 30s. "Good afternoon, Mr. Valerio," Lugano greeted in Highlander. Valerio, casting a glance at his armed bodyguards, responded with a smile in Intijan, flavored with a distinct Dirige accent. "It's been a long time since I've returned home. It's a pleasure to see you. Indeed, Mr. Valerio, Lumion replied in Intision, his voice also tinged with a dirige accent. While shepherds excelled at navigating the perils of the wilderness, an inherent wariness of authorities in settled human areas lingered. Valerio nodded subtly and inquired, "Did you come from Larnaca?" "Yes, I just finished attending the trade fair there," Lumion replied smoothly. Having learned about Larnaca from the shepherds in Cordu, Lumion was well aware of the monthly trade fair that transformed the suburbs into a bustling marketplace. Shepherds from far and wide flocked to the event, seizing opportunities to trade lamb, wool, cheese, and other goods. Valerio then delved into the topic of migration and Dirige's folklore. Lumion, well-versed in the subject from a shepherd's perspective, provided insightful answers. In the midst of the conversation, he felt a bit disoriented. Recollections of his sister's occasional threats echoed in his mind. "If you don't study hard, I'll send you off to be a shepherd." Now, irony had it that he found himself playing the role of a shepherd. After some time, Valerio nodded in satisfaction and took a puff of his cigar. "You're quite wise. Grazing in the suburbs doesn't require identification, but settling in the city requires it. I'll get you 2 sets as soon as possible. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. I might not be of much help, but having one more person will give you more ideas. We're all from Dirige, so we naturally have to have each other's backs." Lumion wasn't surprised by the black market merchant's enthusiasm. Uniting the people of one's homeland would create an exploitable force that couldn't be ignored. It was reminiscent of the Savoy mob. In the beginning, the pioneers, mostly Savoyards working as laborers and attendants, paved the way for the big bosses of the Savoy Chamber of Commerce. They expanded operations, safeguarded assets, and contributed immeasurably. As for how many Savoyards might end up living a less than honest life or end up dead on the streets, the wealthy merchants turned a blind eye. Lumion applied the acting techniques learned from Jenna and Anthony Reed's guidance to commend Valerio's noble character. With a smile, Valerio offered a piece of advice. "If you want to survive here, it's best to convert to Earth Mother as soon as possible. Find a good lady to marry and have a few children as soon as possible. Only then will you avoid hidden trouble." "Is urging marriage and childbearing a tradition in the Phaenopotter kingdom?" Lumion criticized and smiled bitterly. "Without copper coins, there won't be any good girls." This Dirige proverb echoed in the room, signifying the difficulty for the poor, especially shepherds, to attract fine ladies and start families. "This is Phaenopotter, not Dirige," Valerio remarked, taking a sip of his white wine. "The good ladies here value robust bodies and bravery. The money can wait after you get married." Perplexed, Lumion questioned, "Why?" "Men like that are more suited for reproduction, and they possess the ability to impregnate good ladies," Valerio explained with a smile. "This place is different from Dirige. The essence of many things lies in fertility and reproduction. Only by understanding this can you truly understand Phaenopotter and praise the mother of all things." The black market merchant rose, spreading his feet slightly and raising his hands high. "No wonder Phaenopotter teems with people in the northern continent. Without their knack for land improvement and food cultivation, sustaining such a population would be impossible." Lumion's thoughts raced as he probed. "Mr. Valerio, I heard there's a sea prayer ritual next month. Any chance to make some money?" "Yes," Valerio replied, taking a seat. "Port Santa stays relatively warm in November. When my grandfather first came, he rented a wooden box to store popsicles, gathered a pile of ice from the factory, and covered them up. Then, he waded into the crowd, selling popsicles and ice cubes, earning his first bucket of gold. You can still do it now, but the competition is fiercer. You might even need to rent a bicycle for a larger thermal wooden box to hit more ritual venues." "Many ritual venues?" Lumion asked. Valerio replied with a smile. "This is a grand event for all of Port Santa. Different processes happen in various places. There's the Dance of the Sea at the port, a parade of flower boats across the city, a sea boat race, the vigil ritual in Milo Village, and the core sea sacrifice." "What's the sea sacrifice?" Lumion inquired curiously. Valerio slowly shook his head. I don't know the specifics. All I know is that the governor of the sea and the maidens of the sea board a special boat. Head to a certain area beyond the port with sacrifices from fishermen and sea merchants, and perform a unique ritual. The detailed process is known only to those who've been there. The governor of the sea, the maidens of the sea? Lumion kept picking keywords. This perfectly aligned with the situation of a Derige shepherd who had just arrived in Port Santa. Valerio smiled and said, the crucial part of the sea prayer ritual is selecting a man as the governor of the sea and 4 girls as the maidens of the sea. They'll lead a parade through the city on a flower boat before boarding a special fishing boat at the port. Sailing during the dance of the sea, they signal the start of the race. Later, they circle the port, entering the oldest local fishing village, Milo, for a night. At 7 a.m. the next morning, they reboard the boat and head to the sea sacrificial ground with the offerings. The chosen governor of the sea and the maidens of the sea. A sea prayer ritual with multiple segments. Lumion repeated the key parts inwardly. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he made a connection. This was very similar to the Lent celebration in the Derige Mountains and the Spring Elf. Though in reality, Lent celebration didn't involve Ava's head being chopped off or blood splattering. The dream scene left a deep impression on Lumion. He instinctively associated the Lent celebration with something sinister and terrifying. Doesn't the sea prayer ritual here resemble the Lent celebration? Upon second thought, Lumion felt that the similarity didn't explain the issue. This was a common process in mysticism, the creation of a specific symbol to represent the sacrificial target to achieve the desired effect. This was evident in many folklore rituals. How are the governor of the sea and the maidens of the sea chosen? Lumion asked curiously. Could it be, like the spring elf, they're elected by all the residents of Port Santa? Could one gain a high reputation and enjoy hidden benefits after the ritual? Valerio took another drag from his cigar. They're chosen by the committee members of the Fisheries Guild, the oldest guild in Port Santa. They keep the specific criteria and whether they want to vote a secret. Even the official members of the Fisheries Guild don't know. With that, the black market merchant grinned. I also aim to become the governor of the sea. They say it comes with many perks, but no one spills the details. How have the previous governors of the sea fared? Lumion was more concerned about this matter. Valerio was taken aback. He thought for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not sure. Each governor of the sea serves only a 1-year term. Once they step down, they seem to be relocated. Anyway, they can't stick around in Port Santa to avoid clashes with the new governor. Heh. They're surely offered hefty compensation and allowed to bring their families. Relocated? Were they truly relocated? Or did they face something else? Lumion, drawing from past experiences, couldn't help but think of something ominous and dreadful in the face of such a ritualistic folklore. Regarding the governor of the sea's subsequent experiences during the sea prayer ritual, it did sound peculiar. Lumion thought for a moment and, adopting the tone befitting his current guise, inquired, what about the maidens of the sea? They're a hit among sea merchants, fishing company shareholders, and fishermen and sailors. Everyone wants to wed the maidens of the sea, a symbol of the sea's blessing. Explore various fishing villages, the Fisheries Guild, and the homes of sea merchants, and you'll find many influential grandmothers who were once maidens of the sea. Valerio's face brimmed with envy, as if he too harbored dreams of marrying a maiden of the sea and becoming a true sea merchant. This mirrors the hidden benefits of being a spring elf. Lumion suppressed the urge to raise his right hand and stroke his chin. Knowing when to cease, he refrained from pressing further. After depositing 50 gold rizit, he exited Valerio's illegal casino with Lugano. Ludwig didn't come with them. Instead, he was stationed in a nearby family restaurant equipped with a children's entertainment facility, overseen by specialized caretakers and a provided meal. In Fainapotter, numerous industries supported parents in raising children and alleviating stress. Intis and other countries lack such facilities, and even if they existed, they were accessible only to the elite. Trier, catacombs. Franca and Jenna descended to the third level with their flickering white candles. Feeling a bit less stifled, Franca turned her head and inquired, "What's the name of the tomb we're after?" Jenna didn't hesitate and replied, "The Thorn and Shield Wall Tomb." "Pa!" Franca swiftly kicked away the hand bone attempting to block her path, deftly avoiding a trip. "Aren't you tired of this? Can't you try something different?" she cursed, turning her head to inspect the road sign beside her. It indicated they had finally reached their destination. Each level of the catacombs sprawled vast, evident by the multitude of remains it accommodated. The road signs at each node could only display 7 or 8 iconic names and nearby tombs. Franca and Jenna relied on returning to the small sacrificial square and starting anew to locate the Thorns and Shield Wall tomb. Unlike the 4th-level tomb, mostly sealed off and devoid of corpses and bones along the way, this place was strewn with scattered bones and decaying items, emitting a faint, uncomfortable stench. Jenna glanced at the pile of bones outside and observed a few thin metal plates inlaid on the tomb wall. Their surfaces were blurry, showing signs of severe corrosion. Only the shield wall and thorn symbol could be vaguely discerned. Whether there were other patterns remained impossible to tell. No wonder it's called the Thorns and Shield Wall Tomb. Franca sighed. Simultaneously, illuminated by the dim yellow candlelight, she noticed companion items arranged in a groove on the tomb's inner wall. Some were made of wood, weathered and decayed, while others were glass and porcelainware, in the form of fragments. The only intact item was a glass bottle, its surface inlaid with carved patterns resembling gold and adorned with a unique golden lid. Perhaps due to the metal's protection, the glass bottle didn't shatter, but it appeared murky and less transparent. "It's exquisite, almost like art," Franca commented, puzzled. Why didn't the catacomb workers take it away? It seemed quite valuable. Perhaps it was placed in this tomb after the catacombs were completed, Jenna speculated. The two demonesses didn't linger on the topic. Jenna retrieved one of the mirror substitutions and handed it to Franca. With a swift leap, Franca vaulted over the seemingly silent but dangerous skeletons, gracefully landing at the entrance of the Thorns and Shield Wall tomb. After confirming her surroundings and receiving no warnings from her spirituality, Jenna cautiously approached the groove on the side wall along the ground, avoiding the pale white bones. Instinctively, she reached out with her right hand but withdrew it. An old handkerchief from her pocket was produced, shielding her palm from direct contact with the antique tearcatcher. The tears in the tearcatcher had long dried up. Jenna scrutinized the tearcatcher for a moment before stowing it away. She retraced her steps and leaped to Franca's side. "You completed the commission so easily?" she whispered uncertainly. It was a stark contrast to the disappearance of the Deep Valley Cloister's gatekeeper she had previously accepted. Franca scoffed and replied, "What kind of difficulty do you want for a 1,000 Verl d'Or commission?" Jenna summarized her experience seriously. "That's true. The challenge lies in understanding the hidden dangers in the third level of the tomb." Salo Motel. As Lumion, reverting to Louis Barry, strode into the front hall, his gaze fell upon a vibrant scene. A young brown-haired girl, clad in a red dress adorned with black patterns, swayed gracefully in a corner. From time to time, she paused to refine her dance moves. Lumion's thoughts raced as he approached the front desk. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, "What's she doing?" This time he spoke in Intision. The grizzled boss, his cheekbones etched with sunburnt marks, appeared taken aback. Responding in Intision with a Dirige accent, he explained, "She's my granddaughter, Isabella. She's practicing the Dance of the Sea for the performance next month." Dance of the Sea. Dance of the Sea for the sea prayer ritual. Lumion hadn't anticipated this revelation. Instinctively, he smiled and remarked, "That would make many girls jealous, wouldn't it?" The boss grinned. "This isn't like becoming a maiden of the sea. Not many people will be jealous, but participating in the Dance of the Sea performance can indeed make her proud and happy for a long time." As Lumion signaled for Lugano to guide Ludwig back to their room, he casually inquired of the boss, "Did you come from Dirige?" "That's right. I'm a Guillaume, the boss said with a self-deprecating smile. Ata Guillaume, when I saw your identification this morning, I thought about greeting you in Intision, but I gave up in the end. You know, Intisians aren't the best bunch. Even among my fellow villagers, I've come across a few with questionable morals. How long have you been in Port Santa? Lumian asked with genuine interest, resting his right elbow on the front desk. Ata Sr. pondered seriously. 40 years, I reckon. Probably 40 years. Back then, I was an assistant in a caravan. I met my wife here and decided to stay. Heh, she's now a nagging old lady, always fussing about how to dress when it gets cold or reminding me to head home for dinner, leaving the motel to the assistants. She manages everything so well that I don't have to worry. How great is that? It's rare to encounter such a woman in Dirige. Lumian endured Ata Senior's ramblings for a while before cutting to the chase. I've been invited by a friend to Port Santa to witness the sea prayer ritual. It's quite lively. The entire port will be in euphoria, Ata Senior praised without hesitation. Lumian cast a glance at Isabella, still engrossed in her practice, and casually remarked, I heard there was an accident at last year's sea prayer ritual? No, Ata Senior responded with a puzzled expression. I watched the flower boat parade, the boat race, and the dance of the sea. There were no accidents. Frowning, he fell into deep thought. However, Sandro did mention that the number of shipwrecks has increased significantly this year. We've encountered more pirates, and our fishing gains haven't been as good as last year's. Was there really an accident at last year's sea prayer ritual? Was it the vigil ritual or the sea sacrifice? Did the old fogies at the Fisheries Guild conceal the problem? Who's Sandro? Lumian pressed. Ata Senior smiled again. It's my child, Isabella's father. He works as a clerk in the government, and his wife is a teacher at the grammar school. Is Port Santa's sea prayer ritual genuinely effective? Has its protective power diminished after the April Fool's prank? Lumian's mind flashed with the information he'd gathered earlier. Of the 3 peripheral April Fool's members involved in the prank, one journeyed to Torres, Gaia Province's capital, to customize a unique golden ring. Another handled the bribery of the Fisheries Guild, sending the lamb along with the golden ring as an offering to the specially prepared ship for the sea sacrifice. The third, disguised as a reporter, shadowed the Fisheries Guild committee members, observing and documenting their reactions. The elderly's mix of shock, terror, and anger upon receiving the news was a source of long-lasting delight for the April Fool's participants. After seeking more details about the sea prayer ritual, Lumian bid farewell to Ol Ata and ascended to his suite upstairs. At 4 p.m., in Trier, Quartier de l'Observatoire, near Place du Purtori, after donning a hooded black robe and transforming her face into the dramatic persona of showy diva, Jenna followed the feedback from her contact and reached a street that specialized in funeral items. Most Trierians passing by appeared fairly ordinary, but a handful sported white masks, brandished blunt scythes, and adorned themselves in black robes. They posed as undead messengers from folklore, sewing white skulls and other artistic elements onto their shoulders. Thanks to their presence and the unique atmosphere of Trier, Jenna, dressed as a warlock with a hood concealing her features, blended seamlessly into the surroundings. She paused in a quiet corner and retrieved the exquisite tearcatcher. Before long, someone resembling her approached and, in a gravelly voice, inquired, "How much for this tearcatcher?" 1,000 Verl d'Or, Jenna responded, her excitement bubbling. This marked her first successfully executed commission. 1,001 Verl d'Or, countered the warlock-dressed man. Upon the secret signal matching, Jenna insisted on charging only 1,000 Verl d'Or. Once the confirmation was mutual, she handed over the tearcatcher, received the reward, and discreetly departed. With the tearcatcher in hand, the hooded figure navigated the nearby streets, taking nearly 15 minutes to circle back to Place du Purtori and approach a street bench at the edge. A man sat there, engrossed in a newspaper. The hooded figure presented the exquisite tearcatcher, adorned with intricate hollowed-out golden patterns, and whispered, "I've completed your commission. Will it offset the money I owe you? The person on the bench lowered the newspaper, looked up, revealing a clerk with curly black hair, sunken eyes, and thick lips. A crystal-like monocle adorned his right eye. Monsieur Manette? The hooded figure pressed in confirmation. Manette accepted the tearcatcher, gently tracing the golden patterns with a slow smile playing on his lips. Salo Motel, 5th floor suite. Lumian spent the entire afternoon within the confines of his room at the Salo Motel. Lounging on a recliner, he swayed gently, engrossed in his ongoing study of Highlander. Now and then, he leafed through travel books detailing the customs of the Phaenopotter Kingdom. As evening approached, Lugano, who had ventured downstairs for a chat, returned to Lumian's room. Leaning in, Lugano lowered his voice and shared, "Boss, there's a madam looking for you." Madam? Lumian felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing that term, and the muscles in his back tensed. Which madam could this be? After a brief pause, Lumian realized that Lugano was referring to an ordinary madam, not the madam of the Beyonder world. Which madam, and what brings her here? Lumian inquired calmly, sitting up and addressing his translator. Lugano shook his head and replied, "She didn't say, just mentioned having something to entrust to the renowned adventurer, Louis Barry." Lugano emphasized the term renowned adventurer. How did my reputation spread so quickly? Even if the rumor of me hunting Berman arrived in Port Santa 2 days before the flying bird, the entrustee would have to take time to determine where I live. The authenticity of the news, Lumian estimated a few days before someone sought his services, and this led his thoughts to the unnatural madam. He stood up and said to Lugano, "Invite that madam in." With those words, Lumian stooped to pick up the distinctive golden straw hat from the small round table. He aimed to make Louis Barry's image more memorable, adding a touch of flair to his persona. In no time, Lugano escorted a woman in her 30s into the room. She wore a loose-fitting white dress adorned with red flowers, accentuating her curves. Port Santa's women, in contrast to the Dirige region just across the mountain, favored glamorous and stylish attire, embodying a romantic and liberated aesthetic, reflecting the traditional taste of the Phaenopotter Kingdom. The lady, with long brown hair tied up and a healthy complexion, entered without a maid. Her azure eyes, framed by thick eyelashes, focused on Lumian, who held the golden straw hat. Her red lips moved, and though Lumian couldn't grasp every word, the name Louis Barry was discernible in her pronunciation. Promptly, Lugano initiated the translation. "The madam says, Honorable Monsieur Louis Barry, I've heard about your hunt of the demon warlock. I wonder if you're willing to help my family solve a problem." Lumian's gaze shifted from the jeweled bead bracelet on the lady's wrist to her beautiful and mature face. "What's your name?" "Georgia," the lady replied after Lugano translated. Lumian repeated, acknowledging the lady's name with a smile. "Madam Georgia, what would you like to entrust me with?" Georgia listened attentively to Lugano's translation and spoke in Highlander with a slight local accent. "An evil creature has appeared in my household. I need your help eliminating it." Lumian, though grasping the gist, awaited Lugano's translation by casting his gaze at him. When Lugano conveyed Georgia's words in Intijan, Lumian chuckled and said, "I'm sorry. I forgot to invite the beautiful madam to have a seat. The great adventurer Gehrman Sparrow taught us that manners are very important." Gesturing toward the sofa, Lumian settled onto the divan, attempting to caress Ludwig's head, like a godfather. Ludwig quickly shifted his position, avoiding Lumian's attempt to treat him as a child. As Georgia took her place in an armchair, Lumian, shaking his golden straw hat, leaned forward. "Since it's an evil creature, why don't you just find a clergyman of the Earth Mother Church to handle it?" Georgia looked at Lugano and listened attentively. She pursed her thick lips and replied in Highlander, "We don't want the church to know about this. It will damage our family's reputation. Is that why you are entrusting me, a foreigner who will leave after watching the sea prayer ritual? And that's after confirming my ability to deal with that evil creature." Lumian, pondering this choice, shifted his gaze away from Lugano. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Tell me more about that evil creature." After a brief pause, Georgia contemplated and then shared. "It resembles a tailless lizard. It attacked everyone in the household, killing a few maids and valets and devoured their bodies. Our family's bodyguards fired on it and injured it, but they failed to kill it because it has very strong scales. We could only chase it to the basement and lock it up. We thought it would slowly starve to death from hunger and thirst. To our surprise, nearly 2 weeks later, it's still alive and trying to break open the basement door. It doesn't seem very dangerous. They could repel it with ordinary firearms. They didn't mention why the lizard appeared. It appears that this is why they aren't willing to seek out the Church of Earth Mother and the local government to handle it." Lumian thoughtfully compared the few words he understood to the content translated by Lugano and confirmed that the guide hadn't embellished or redacted any content. Lumian then casually inquired, "Were there any casualties among the bodyguards?" Georgia, after the translation, shook her head slowly. "No fatalities. 2 were injured but nothing severe. Yes, that monster made the entire room feel like it had been dragged into the deep sea, affecting normal movements. As if dragged into the deep sea. There's indeed certain beyonder phenomena, but it seems relatively weak. Deep sea." Lumian's interest was piqued as he earnestly inquired about the details. After a series of responses, Georgia said gently, "Monsieur Louis Barry, we're willing to pay you 15,000 rizit, but you have to promise not to publicize this matter." 15,000 gold rizit? According to your description, the monster is worth at most 5,000 gold rizit. The remaining 10,000 should be a hush money, right? Lumian smiled and said in broken Highlander, "Sure thing." Rising from his seat, Lumian announced in Intijan, "I want to observe the situation at the scene." Georgia stood up and listened to Lugano's translation. She wasn't surprised by Louis Barry's request. Familiar with adventurers and bounty hunters, she understood the importance of assessing the situation firsthand and making thorough preparations. It meant survivability or success for the elites. Now, Georgia sought confirmation. Lumian comprehended the word and affirmed in Highlander. Now, adorning his golden straw hat, he made his way to the door, supplementing in Intijan. "Also, prepare a sumptuous dinner for me, my godson and my translator." Georgia, slightly taken aback by the translation, watched Lumian's departure. She couldn't shake the feeling that this adventurer possessed a distinct quality compared to those she had encountered before. Port Santa, St. Lana Street. To the northeast of the city stood multi-story villas adorned with gardens, lawns, and stables. Georgia's residence occupied number 21 on this street. The 5-story villa boasted brownish-red outer walls, adorned with statues of angels and saintesses from the Earth Mother Church, along with symbols depicting waves and fishing. Wearing his distinctive golden straw hat and holding Ludwig's hand, the latter carrying a red school bag, Lumian trailed behind Georgia, accompanied by her maid and valet. Together, they entered the villa's hall, which also served as a spacious dance floor beneath a tall, dome ceiling. As Lumian stepped inside, he felt unseen eyes upon him from the circular railings on the upper floors. It's indeed a household with multiple families sharing one roof. There are quite a few people, Lumian mused, choosing not to look up, smiling inwardly. The concealed observers remained hidden. Georgia then summoned 2 legally armed bodyguards, leading Lumian and the entourage down to the second basement where the iron-black door stood tightly shut. As if sensing someone approaching, the door slammed as if struck by a powerful force. "It's inside," Georgia stated, pointing at the iron door with a complicated expression. Lumian, understanding without the need for translation, pressed down on his golden straw hat and directed, "Take my godson to the living room for pre-dinner dessert." As he spoke, he strode towards the subterranean iron door without a backward glance. Upon hearing Lugano's translation, Georgia and the maid hastily guided Ludwig back to the surface. A bodyguard caught up to Lumian, his expression serious, and handed him a pewter-black key. Without delay, the 2 bodyguards drew their revolvers, positioning themselves to aim at the iron door, preventing the monster from escaping. Lumion methodically inserted the key into the lock, unlocking it. He tossed the key aside and effortlessly pushed the iron door open with one hand. In an instant, the monster's figure came into view. A humanoid lizard, adorned with glistening, robust scales, met Lumion's eyes. Where there were no scales, smooth, sinister snake-like skin was exposed. The monster's eyes were vertical, and they glowed with a nearly transparent light. Its mouth harbored sharp teeth that formed a menacing vortex. Simultaneously, Lumion felt the air around him grow dense, like shackles enveloping him, clearly impeding his normal movements. The moisture gave the sensation of plunging into the deep sea, enduring pressure from all directions. The humanoid lizard lunged forward, and Lumion's body leaned towards the enemy as if pulled by a vortex. Yet, the obvious smile on his lips persisted as he calmly attempted to pivot. Suddenly, a latent power surged within him, allowing him to break free from the air's constraints. Lumion swiftly rotated his body, swinging his right fist from below. Instantly, crimson flames, nearly white, ignited from his fist, spreading to his forearm, resembling a dazzling fire serpent. Bang! The punch struck the humanoid lizard's chest and abdomen, causing the flames to compress. Boom! The humanoid lizard was sent flying, crystalline scales splattering from its chest and abdomen, resulting in a massive wound. Lumion didn't give chase. With one hand in his pocket, he changed his right fist to a palm and gently pushed forward. Crimson, nearly white fireballs materialized before him, whistling into the wound on the lizard's chest and abdomen. Rumble! The monster disintegrated, its flesh and blood splattering across the ground. Lumion observed for a few moments before adjusting his golden straw hat. He turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the surface. The two armed and vigilant bodyguards maintained their original posture, still in a daze, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Lumion didn't rouse them as he ascended the stairs. Upon hearing the explosion, Georgia, on the ground, left the lounge with Lugano and approached the staircase. She saw Lumion coming up. "Have you confirmed the situation?" Madame Georgia asked with concern. Lumion replied with a smirk, "It's resolved." "It's resolved? It's already resolved?" Georgia suspected that the translator had made a mistake. Instinctively, she asked, "Is there a quick solution, or has it already been resolved?" Lugano cast a sympathetic glance at the beautiful madam, experiencing the same emotions he felt when reading about how his employer had slain the demon warlock. How could a monster confined to the basement by ordinary armed bodyguards compare to Berman, who had a bounty of 600,000 Vril d'Or? Despite finding it unnecessary, Lugano respectfully conveyed George's words to Lumion. Lumion removed the golden straw hat from his head and said, "You may instruct the servants to clean the basement." Upon hearing Lugano's translation, George's pupils dilated as she looked at Lumion in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. At that moment, a bodyguard guarding the basement ran up. Upon seeing Georgia, he immediately leaned over, lowered his voice, and whispered something to her. Georgia's expression shifted a few times before she smiled and said to Lumion, as expected of the renowned adventurer, "I previously suspected that your hunt for the demon warlock was merely a rumor. Now I completely believe it. Your might is enough to resound throughout the 5 seas." She paused for a moment and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. We haven't had time to prepare dinner. We might need you to wait in the lounge for a while." "Better to have me wait than a beautiful lady," Lumion replied with a smile. "That's basic courtesy." He followed George's maid into the lounge specially catered for Ludwig to enjoy the pre-dinner dessert. Georgia and her bodyguard descended into the basement. A sense of relief washed over her as she surveyed the blood-stained room, finding no trace of the humanoid lizard. It had completely vanished. Dinner unfolded in a private chamber, exclusive to Lumion, his companions, and Georgia. The ladies' maid attended to them, serving dishes and pouring wine. Lumion, intrigued by his surroundings, noted how the expansive mansion accommodated the needs of its diverse occupants. Small private rooms outside the grand banquet hall ensured the privacy of gatherings. The meal was a delight for everyone. Lumion received 15,000 rizit in banknotes. Georgia appeared visibly at ease. Ludwig appreciated the villa's chefs, and Lugano experienced a high-end banquet for the first time. The great adventurer, usually one to boast and joke while not in his monster, hunting cold persona, lightened the atmosphere at the dining table. This pleasant ambience continued until Lumion departed from 21 St. Lana Street alongside Ludwig and Lugano. Lugano, slightly flushed from the white wine, gazed back at the brightly lit building and sighed deeply. I wonder when I'll have a house this grand, with numerous servants and chefs, and a wife like Georgia. Lumion teased. Your emphasis is on the last part, isn't it? Lugano chuckled sheepishly and replied, well, based on your description, I might as well have been capable of taking down that humanoid lizard too. It meant he possessed the skills to tackle a mission worth 30,000 Vril d'Or. With a few more successful missions, Lugano's dream could become a reality. With guns and special bullets prepared in advance, coupled with ample combat experience, a planter is indeed capable. Lumion carefully assessed his guide. He avoided using doctor to refer to Lugano, as this sequence primarily bestowed healing superpowers and didn't offer significant improvement in combat. Lugano was delighted to hear this, sensing a newfound hope in his life. Lumion glanced at him and added with a smile. However, if you were to accept this commission, the reward might only be 2,000 to 3,000 rizit. The rest accounts for the premium based on the great adventurer's reputation and the hush money for such a renowned figure. That's why you need to hunt down Demon Warlock before you can accept such a lucrative mission. The smile on Lugano's face gradually faded. If I could hunt down Demon Warlock, my dream would be fulfilled. I wouldn't have to be an adventurer. Lumion paid no mind to the translator's emotional shifts. He glanced back at the large 5-story villa and said thoughtfully, the matriarch of this family didn't appear even until the end. While it was understandable that the other family members hadn't shown themselves, logically speaking, as the head of the family, the matriarch should have at least expressed her gratitude to the adventurer who had helped them resolve the problem. That's correct. A woman of George's age shouldn't be the head of such a large family, Lugano acknowledged, sensing the anomaly. He refrained from bringing up the potential absence of a matriarch in the villa. In extended families like this, there were likely more than one older woman who had given birth. If one matriarch passed away, another would soon assume the role. Additionally, the Earth Mother Church was renowned for its adept treatment of illnesses in the northern and southern continents. The Phaenopotter Kingdom's average lifespan surpassed that of Lone, Intis, Fasak, and other nations. Plenty of individuals lived beyond the age of 70, especially with George's family's wealth providing ample medical resources. Lumion averted his gaze and took a few steps. Go to the bar tonight and inquire about George's family. As he spoke, he counted out 1,000 rizit for Lugano. This covers your expenses for your activities during this period, including Ludwig's meal expenses when I'm out. Yes, boss. Lugano appreciated his employer's generosity the most. Near midnight, the doctor returned to the suite at Salo Motel, reeking of alcohol. He addressed Lumion, who was observing Ludwig eat supper. I got the info. Georgia is the wife of Rubio Paco, a shareholder of Port Santos Fisheries Company and a committee member of the Fisheries Guild. The Paco family's matriarch is Rubio's mother, Martha. Committee member of the Fisheries Guild. Lumion instantly focused. This was a person knowledgeable about the complete process of the sea prayer ritual and the accident from last year. What else did you find out? Lumion asked casually. Lugano rambled on for a while before adding, by the way, Martha was once a maiden of the sea. Maiden of the sea. Lumion pondered for a few seconds. She had been sought after by a specific crowd before marrying into the Paco family? He asked, did you find out anything about Martha's recent situation? No. Lugano shook his head. Lumion leaned back in his chair, as if preparing to doze off, not pressing for more information. The next day, he stayed at the Salo Motel, awaiting Valerio's preparations for his local identification documents. As evening approached, his messenger, penitent Banefell, emerged from the void and handed him a letter. Lumion glanced at the charred corpse, still engulfed in viscous black flames, and casually asked, "Who sent it?" Only 5 people were aware of his messenger's summoning incantation. "A woman very close to death and darkness," Banefell replied. Lumion unfolded the letter and read the familiar handwriting. "There's a gathering scheduled for 10 tonight. This was from Hela. Before leaving Trier, Lumion had specifically summoned Hela's messenger and informed her of his messenger's summoning method. With his frequent travel and changes in residence, it was impractical to summon Hela's messenger each time he stayed in a motel. Hence, he made such arrangements to convenience her in getting him. Each messenger was intricately bound to its master. Through the mystical connection of the contract, the messenger could track the contracted target regardless of their changing locations. The Research Society has another gathering. Lumion dismissed Banefell and moved to the window of the master bedroom. He peered into the distance, toward the mottled mountain range to the northeast. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the mountains seemed to doze in the burning sky. Lumion silently observed for a moment, then retrieved the silver lie earring and placed it on his left earlobe. In an instant, his hair transformed, turning golden and elongating downward. At 10 p.m., in the ancient and dilapidated palace of the nation of the Evernight, Lumion, cloaked in a black robe, hood, and a silver-white mask with a Muggle label materialized. He immediately spotted Franca, who wore an assassin suit and had pulled down her hood. Franca, no longer concealing their amicable relationship, leaned in and lowered her voice. "Port Santa didn't have a derangement outbreak, I suppose?" "I'm not the embodiment of calamity," Lumion replied. He then said to Franca, "Help me inquire in different teams later if there are any potions, charms, or items that can allow me to master a language in a short period of time. Not true mastery, but the kind that allows mastery for a short period." Franca asked in confusion, "Don't you have a translator?" Lumion smiled and said, "It's just that I suddenly had an idea. When everyone thinks I don't know Highlander, I can understand what they're talking about. Perhaps it can bring about unexpected gains." "Your scheming heart is truly stained." After Franca playfully cursed him, she wanted to praise Aurora's beautiful lips and smile, one that ought to be seen more often, but her rationality made her give up on the idea to avoid triggering Lumion. She glanced at a corner of the palace and said, "The team most likely to obtain such items is actually the Academy. However, it's inconvenient for you to ask. Can easily arouse suspicion. Coincidentally, I'm heading to the Academy team today to inquire if anyone knows who the owners of the ancient tombs in Trier's catacombs are. Heh, many of them are considered semi-historians. If no one knows, I'll get 007 to delve into the church's confidential information." "Why do you ask?" Lumion raised his eyebrows. Franca recounted how she and Jenna had obtained a new mirror world fragment in the catacombs. Lumion listened attentively and scoffed. "Aren't you guys too bold? Jenna has been inspired by your courage." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 007 approaching menacingly. Wearing a lion headgear, 007 intercepted Franca's path, gritting his teeth. "Hidden blade, thanks to your intel, I might be deployed on a mission right now." "Ha!" Franca didn't quite get it. "Deployed on a mission? If you're out, who do I report problems to in Trier?" 007 glanced at Muggle, standing silently beside them, and took a deep breath. "I might head to Fainapotter as an assistant to retrieve that sealed artifact. It's Intis loss, and it wouldn't be good for it to end up in the hands of the Fainapotter Kingdom. Will the Fainapoterians allow you to enforce the law in their country? Isn't transnational cooperation troublesome?" Franca roughly understood 007's concerns. 007 pondered for a moment and said, "We're still working through the process, but the Fainapoterians aren't too opposed this time. They want to eliminate the hidden dangers of the sealed artifact ASAP. They have precautions to take and can't spare many to surround and intercept it, so they might as well borrow our strength. The Church of Earth Mother and the Fainapotter Kingdom need to be vigilant. Are they short on manpower? This is a problem with a single church country. They don't have the resources like a combination of 2 or 3 churches. Wait, that doesn't make sense. The Phaenopotter Kingdom has a royal family, and Beyonders of the church don't only follow the pathway of their deity. Lumion sensed something amiss from 007's words. This made him feel that the hidden dangers in the Phaenopotter Kingdom were no less than those in countries with multiple deities and churches. Is that so? Franca suddenly had an idea. I have a way to ensure you don't have to be deployed. What way? 007 asked skeptically. Franca smiled and said, if you're on an important mission in Trier, there's no need for you to be deployed. Important mission, 007 repeated in a low voice, suddenly having an ominous feeling. Franca seized the opportunity and said, we've located another mirror world fragment in an ancient tomb on the 4th level of the catacombs. Now we have a lead to pursue the mirror people in Trier. If you report it and convey that you're conducting an investigation, you likely won't end up in Phaenopotter. 007 stared at Franca, dressed in an assassin suit, for a moment. He raised his hand to rub his forehead and spoke gravely, thanks a lot, Hidden Blade. Franca pretended not to catch 007's underlying message and continued. The tomb is situated near the crazy mushroom cave. Its door is wide open, and there are no conspicuous signs. Please gather information from the catacombs about its construction date, its occupants, and the ancient family it belongs to. Only then can we determine why the peculiar mirror people entered and met their demise there. 007 took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. You're a perfect boss for me. All you know is to assign me missions. Franca let out a hollow laugh and shifted the topic. Do you have any idea what's happening in the crazy mushroom cave? Mushrooms are somehow thriving in that silent, dark, and tightly sealed place. Moreover, it seems to be the only location in the 4th level catacombs where mushrooms grow. 007 nodded gently and replied, I have some knowledge about that. Once upon a time, I was quite intrigued by the mushroom cave. I conducted an investigation and discovered that it was initially quite ordinary, a naturally formed cave among the ancient tombs. When the catacombs were completed, some of the ancient corpses were relocated there. Within a few weeks, it became overrun with mushrooms and sealed off. The Beyonder powers brought about by the seal's formal formation combined with the problem of certain ancient corpses created such a crazy mushroom cave. Lumion analyzed the reason thoughtfully. Observing Muggle's attentive silence, 007 nodded courteously and turned to head towards the sanctuary team. Franca couldn't help but chuckle. He's so polite to you. If only he knew that most of his troubles and fatigue stemmed from you, his expression would be quite the sight. Lumion chuckled in response. But the mirror people situation has nothing to do with me. As they conversed, they strolled toward the corner where the academy team congregated. Midway, Lumion suddenly turned to Franca. Do you think any member of the research society, especially those in Trier, might have been replaced by the mirror people? That's impossible. Don't scare me. Franca sounded alarmed. Lumion fought the urge to pout, not wanting to destroy his sister's beautiful image. What's impossible? Any Trier citizen could be replaced by the mirror people, even if they're part of a secret organization. Moreover, most in the research society are Beyonders with a strong spirit of exploration. Their encounters with Beyonder incidents are more frequent than regular folks. Franca nodded seriously, acknowledging the potential risk couldn't be disregarded. As a review committee member, you should liaise with Madame Hella and the others, observe discreetly. Lumion reminded her. There lingered uncertainty about whether the mirror people of transmigrators retained their pre-transmigration memories. If they did, they could bypass the committee's safeguards easily. Their interactions within the research society could go undetected unless they caused harm, staying concealed. Understood, Franca responded with solemnity. At that moment, many familiar members of Lumion's team gathered in the corner, including Professor, Associate Professor, Headmaster, Periodic Table, Bear, Griffin, and Isotope. Some wore different disguises than before, though Lumion had grown accustomed to their diverse outfits. They were individuals who wouldn't attend a masquerade ball in the same attire twice. Regardless, their general body shape, language, and chest labels helped others accurately identify them. After exchanging greetings, Lumion and Franca each took a seat. After a few minutes, Franca raised her hand and said, "Is anyone selling language comprehension type items? I know someone who's going overseas and wants to acquire some." Upon hearing her request, some chuckled, while others pursed their lips. The former wanted to inquire if her friend was herself, while the latter recalled the key member of April Fools who had caused numerous catastrophes in the Research Society. Bear, encased in a brown bear hide, spoke in ancient Faceac in a muffled voice. "I have a language comprehension charm that achieves a similar effect." "Language comprehension charm?" Franca asked with interest. Having been fluent in ancient Faceac for many years, she had become relatively proficient in Lone, Highlander, and other languages of the northern continent. However, she lacked knowledge of the southern continent's languages. The Academy team member with the code name Bear glanced at Hidden Blade with his coffee-colored eyes. "Yes, its essence is to temporarily strengthen and alter the body of heart and mind, improving understanding, reasoning, and communication. It also imparts a portion of the corresponding language's knowledge. Using one lasts 7 days. Currently, language comprehension charms are divided into 3 types. The lowest level is for all ancient Phaeacian languages. Creating them is the least difficult. You only need..." Bear paused, making a conversion based on the current exchange rate. 1,000 Vril d'Or. The middle level covers all ordinary languages. It costs 2,000 Vril d'Or. At the highest level, you can temporarily master a designated supernatural language. 5,000 Vril d'Or. Hidden Blade. Which one do you want? Franca listened attentively, sensing a subtle expression of pity and regret in Bear's gaze. Is he pitying me for daring to drink the witch potion back then? Franca wondered silently. Without looking at Muggle, she made the decision. 3 lowest-level language comprehension charms, 1 mid-level. Can I get a discount? She believed Lumion would eventually track down Hisoka in the southern continent. It was better to prepare a mid-level language comprehension charm now. No. Bear shook his head. All right, Franca said, lacking talent for bargaining. She habitually asked for a discount to avoid potential future regret. After Franca paid and settled on the delivery method, Professor, adorned with a black butterfly mask, surveyed the area. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up. Associate Professor, I and a few warlocks I know have been having strange dreams lately. In these dreams, there's a wilderness with many indistinct figures wandering around. Have any of you had one too? She directed her inquiry towards the other warlocks in the Academy team. Wilderness, wandering figures. Could this be related to some Madame's Paramitha? Lumion, concealed behind a silver-white half-mask, furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed unlikely that a warlock would dream of Paramitha. Why would they? Observing other warlocks expressing that they had similar dreams, but the frequency and clarity decreased over time, Lumion, acting as Aurora, nodded and posed a question instead of providing an answer. When did you guys start having this dream? Could it be an abnormality caused by the hidden sage? Professor had clearly made confirmation on this matter. The 2 of us and some friends started after the night of the terrifying storm in Trier last month. She knew that Muggle was also in Trier and knew the exact night she referred to. The sudden, terrifying downpour occurred the night the hostile ritual was activated. Could it be influenced by the leaked power of the seal? Is there a high-level power of the Mystery Prior pathway sealed inside? Or were the fallen monks of the Deep Valley Cloister connected to the hidden sage? Did this evil god secretly do something that left some power in the real world? Lumion pondered and then said, I heard something happened to Trier's Deep Valley Cloister that night, and the Savant Pathway and the Mystery Prior Pathway are neighboring pathways. Professor, Associate Professor, and the others turned their gaze to Muggle. They hadn't expected their companion, who had recently moved to Trier, to possess such secretive knowledge about the local area. Lumion continued slowly. Shouldn't we inquire with people from the savant pathway and see if they had similar dreams? Good idea, Franca silently praised. Professor agreed with Lumion's suggestion, believing it could help verify certain things. Both professor and associate professor went to another team and found Stonemason, who was known for crafting mystical items. Dressed in a doctor's white coat with a saucepan over his head, Stonemason's azure eyes focused on the Academy warlocks through two specially dug holes. He nodded and said, "Recently, I've also been having strange dreams related to a wilderness. However, in addition to the endless wilderness and wandering figures, there are also some peculiar scenes in my dreams. As expected, it affects the neighboring pathways of Mystery Prior and Savant." Lumion nodded slightly as Professor pressed further. "What scenes are they?" Stonemason's voice echoed within the saucepan. "I see scenes of primitive humans independently creating fire for the first time. Ancient humans making sacrifices to the sky and land. There were many similar scenes, but they were very vague. I was in a dream and couldn't scrutinize them carefully. I can't remember the exact situations clearly. According to the Savant Pathways Beyonders, this is a fragment of civilization." Upon hearing Stonemason's response, Lumion's forehead twitched imperceptibly. It reminded him of the moment he heard a peculiar sound accompanying scenes while wearing the mystery-prying eye in Fourth Epic Trier. As the scenes unfolded, a chorus of voices echoed one name: Celestial Master. Was what I received a fragment of a civilization? The Eye of Truth correspond to the Mystery Prior pathway. Upon their use, they activated the powers of neighboring pathways, revealing corresponding sounds? But there is a prerequisite, a special environment. Fourth Epic Trier holds remnants of advanced powers from the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways. Celestial Master, the term is similar to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings which influences seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways. Meanwhile, Celestial Master correlates with the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways. Lumion fell into deep thought after his initial shock. Franca glanced at him, perplexed by his limited participation in the discussion. After a moment, Lumion snapped out of his daze. Considering Professor, Stonemason, and other speculations, he carefully stated, "The sudden downpour in Trier is an outward manifestation of a catastrophe, much like the Deep Valley Cloister. I suspect that a high-level power leaked during the catastrophe, affecting Beyonders from two neighboring pathways. The impact is more pronounced for those in Trier but relatively minor for those outside." At this point, Lumion smirked. "I've observed that warlocks outside Trier experienced significant decreases in the frequency and clarity of their wilderness dreams. Strangely, none of the warlocks in Trier mentioned this." Bear in a brown bearskin suit nodded approvingly. Professor and others concurred with Lumion's hypothesis, relieved that the situation was indeed improving. They couldn't help but marvel at Muggle's remarkable growth after surviving the April Fool's trap. Franca then inquired about the owner of the ancient tomb beside the crazy mushroom cave in Trier's catacombs. No one knew the answer. The warlocks in Trier offered to assist in the investigation, but there were no guarantees of finding anything. Franca had already entrusted this matter to 007. Her current focus was on uncovering any mirror people who might have infiltrated the curly-haired baboons research society, thanks to Lumion's teachings. After agreeing on the reward, she left the Academy team and headed towards Hela. After discussing the mirror people's situation with Hela, Lumion emerged from the corner where the Academy team was located, ready to gather mysticism knowledge from the Death Domain with the Purgatory team. Franca immediately approached Lumion, lowered her voice, and asked with a smile, "What were you thinking when Stonemason recounted his dream? It seemed like you had thought of something important. Hadn't I shared what I saw and heard after using the Eye of Truth underground? That shouldn't be the case. I won't forget sharing matters involving the Celestial Master with Franca." Lumion's heart suddenly stirred, feeling that his spirituality was hindering this matter. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "It's rather complicated and involves high-level powers. I'll write to Madame Magician later and see if I can share it with you." "All right," Franca said eagerly. "Don't forget." Her curiosity was piqued. At that moment, Hela, still dressed as a Black Widow, approached Lumion and asked, "Any progress in tracking Ultraman and Bard?" "Not at the moment. I'm still compiling the necessary information," Lumion replied truthfully. Hela nodded slightly and replied, "If you need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to me or Gandalf." The primary objective for most members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society was to eliminate the April Fool's traitors. Got it. Lumion had no plans to confront the key members of April Fools on his own. Undoubtedly, it was optimal for him to carry out the final execution. Upon returning to the real world, Lumion noticed that night was falling. He set out a stack of late-night snacks for Ludwig and summoned Madame Magician's messenger. After freshening up, washing his face, brushing his teeth, and snuffing out the wall lamp, he settled into bed. Just then, a sense of alertness surged through him. He sat up suddenly, focusing on a specific spot in the room. Outside the window, a faint crimson glow shimmered. In one corner, a shadow swiftly expanded, reaching up to the ceiling, forming a silhouette resembling two goat horns. It was as if a devil had emerged from the dark abyss. Lumion's eyebrows twitched as he stared at the colossal black shadow. The devil-like shadow resonated with a deep and imposing voice. "Lowly human, you must answer my question truthfully." It spoke in Intizian. Lumion cracked his neck gently and asked, "What's the question?" The devilish figure rumbled in a deep tone. "What did the Paco family's Georgia hire you to do?" Lumion chuckled. "What do human affairs have to do with a devil like you? I'm a professional adventurer. I won't betray my employer." The devilish shadow growled. "Then I'll use your blood as the answer." Before it completed its sentence, its aura surged, and the crimson moonlight in the room instantly succumbed to darkness, shrouding the space in a chilling aura. The corners of Lumion's mouth curled up. With a swift press of his left hand, he catapulted from the bed like a cheetah, propelling himself towards the ceiling. Overhead, darkness enveloped him, resembling an abyssal reflection. In a sudden twist, Lumion's body turned pitch black, almost zero in thickness. He morphed into a shadow creature and seamlessly melded into the darkness. Within the dimly illuminated fishnet of shadows, Lumion spotted the devil. Standing just over a meter tall, the creature was child-sized, yet its skin was creased like that of an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. Its disproportionately large head featured protruding eyes, presenting a grotesque visage that was beyond Lumion's knowledge of creatures. In the form of a shadow, Lumion swam toward it, aiming to ensnare the peculiar creature that manifested the devil's projection. He planned on pulling it out of the darkness and controlling it with the spell of Harumph. Many of Lumion's abilities were constrained in the shadow creature form. The short, malevolent creature with wrinkled skin appeared defenseless against the shadow's entanglement, surprising Lumion, who had anticipated fierce resistance. Without hesitation, he prepared to depart, leaving the shadow to detain its captive. Just then, the darkness surrounding him brightened, illuminated by the light from the sky. Instinctively, Lumion looked up and witnessed the pure darkness rapidly dissolving, unveiling a colossal star hanging in the void. The star bore a faint blue hue, resembling a demonic eye. In an instant, Lumion felt his blood freeze, involuntarily snapping out of his shadow creature form. The big-headed shorty, adorned with wrinkles, seized the chance to break free from its constraints, swiftly merging into the pale blue starlight and disappearing from sight. After a moment, Lumion fully recovered. He stared at the now normal room, sinking into contemplation. What in the world was that thing? It seemed so weak, yet it came to intimidate me. Nevertheless, the blinking star held an air of peculiarity. Why not just send the star to frighten me right away? After suppressing me, it didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Even though I regained some mobility upon escaping the shadows, I was still relatively slow. Lumion mused silently. While he couldn't grasp the full picture, certain details became apparent. No wonder Georgia didn't casually enlist a foreign adventurer with beyonder powers to handle the humanoid lizard. Someone lurking in the shadows would interrogate me about the entire matter in the future. Only a renowned adventurer like Lewis Barry, capable of hunting demon warlocks, can resist it. Heh. Earning 15,000 rizit isn't a walk in the park. The one in the shadows knows Lewis Barry isn't weak, so they didn't dare to attack directly. Instead, they dispatched a small monster with unique abilities to intimidate me, hoping to extract information. Why not go to George's house and ask? Their family doesn't seem to possess any superpowers. Is this an internal conflict within the Fisheries Company and the Fisheries Guild? Yes, it's an opportunity to interact more deeply with the Paco family and understand the core process of the sea prayer ritual. Shaking his head, Lumion reclined on the bed and resumed his slumber. Around 8 a.m. The next day, Lugano, who had gone out to buy breakfast, rushed back and said to Lumion, "Boss, those combat nuns are looking for you." Combat nuns? Amidst Lumion's surprise, he felt a sudden sense of order return to society. In any country on the northern continent, wild beyonders were unwelcome. They faced control and even apprehension. This wasn't like colonies such as Port Farim, where renowned adventurers could freely roam the streets and boast about their experiences without the concern of official beyonders knocking on their doors. "Boss, is there any danger?" Lugano nervously inquired, his perpetual fear evident as a wild beyonder. Lumion chuckled, responding confidently, "That depends on their attitude." The implication was that the nuns were the ones facing danger. Lumion teased, "Aren't you excited about the combat nuns? Shouldn't you be thrilled that they're here?" Imagination isn't the same as reality. Seeing his boss showing no intention of teleporting away with him, Lugano nervously descended and extended an invitation to the combat nuns. The leader was the same one Lumion had encountered before. Most of her naturally curly, thick black hair was neatly tucked into a black hat with white patterns. Her bright and lively light blue eyes, along with her thick eyebrows, bestowed upon her a unique and captivating charm. The woman in leather armor gazed at Lumion and inquired gently, "Are you the adventurer Lewis Barry?" Lumion nodded. "Who might you be?" The strikingly beautiful combat nun replied with a smile, "I'm Sister Noelia of the Fertility Order, in charge of a combat team. Praise the earth. Praise the mother of all things." Noelia raised her hands to the sky, her feet slightly apart. Observing that Noelia and the other combat nuns of the Fertility Order were not as judgmental as he expected, not viewing wild beyonders as inherently evil creatures, Lumion smiled. "Madam, what brings you here?" Noelia smiled and explained, "You're a great adventurer who hunted demon warlock. If we hadn't known you were in Port Santa, we might not have bothered. However, now that we are aware, we must come and speak with you, reminding you to abide by the corresponding order." "What order?" Lumion inquired, anticipating the answer while holding the golden straw hat. The demeanor of these combat nuns made him wonder if they were official beyonders. They didn't directly arrest him, nor did they use stern warnings. Is this the distinction between the Church of Earth Mother and other churches, emphasizing motherhood and respecting life? Noelia's red lips formed a beautiful smile as she spoke. "In other cities, we would issue a direct warning, bringing you under our control. If you dare to resist, you could be apprehended or even eliminated. However, this is Port Santa, and many sea merchants here have a genuine need to resist pirates and protect their goods. We lack the manpower to safeguard them all, so we've tacitly agreed to allow them to hire beyonder bodyguards. Monsieur Lewis Barry, you are free to roam Port Santa, but you must adhere to 3 rules. Firstly, you cannot venture inland without our permission. To reach other cities, you need our approval. Secondly, you cannot perform any rituals in Port Santa, consume potions for advancement, or engage in mysticism experiments. Thirdly, you must refrain from using your abilities to cause chaos or catastrophe. Of course, if you return to Port Santa in the future, you'll need to register with us first. It's a reasonable request, and coming from the ruling church, it's not excessive at all. It's even simpler and easier than obtaining a firearm permit in Port Farim or other places. Of course, not applying for identification in Port Farim isn't a big deal. No one will report it, and there won't be any issues if you don't directly encounter the officials. Lumion nodded gently and replied, "Sure thing." At this moment, Lumion's thoughts raced, and he couldn't help but chuckle. But Port Santa isn't entirely safe. I encountered a monster last night. He briefly recounted how the little monster had disguised itself as a devil to intimidate him. While he didn't conceal that he had accepted George's commission, he refrained from specifying the details. Noelia listened attentively and responded without surprise. "We'll handle it. Try not to get involved in the Fisheries Guild's matters in the future. Their internal issues will be resolved internally." Does this mean that the Earth Mother Church refrains from interfering with the internal strife of the Fisheries Guild, allowing them complete autonomy? Lumion smiled and said, "I'll do my best to avoid participation, but I'll reserve the right to defend myself and counterattack." Noelia didn't offer any further comments. Her smile faded as she led the combat nuns to the door. In just 2 or 3 steps, she smoothly drew a straight sword from her back, half-turned, and slashed at Lumion. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, occurring in the blink of an eye. Lumion stared at the sword beam, neither dodging nor raising his hand to block. With a swoosh, the straight sword grazed the tip of his nose and pointed to the ground. Noelia smiled radiantly and nodded in satisfaction. "As expected of a great adventurer, your foresight, judgment, and courage are exceptional." She then turned around and addressed the combat nuns who followed her. "This is a true man. Those who only know how to flaunt their muscles and swing their swords can only be called male beasts." As they spoke, the combat nuns exited Lumion's rented suite. Lumion raised his right hand and stroked his chin, feeling a strange sensation. The sight of women openly scrutinizing men made him uncomfortable. After watching Noelia and the nuns leave, Lugano lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, did a little monster really come to warn you last night?" "That's right. If you were the one who completed George's commission, it might not be just a warning." Lumion put on the golden straw hat and casually remarked as he walked towards the door, "We have an obligation to remind our employer that someone is secretly spying on their family." Lugano was taken aback for a moment before understanding Lumion's intentions. He grabbed Ludwig and followed closely behind. 21 St. Lana Street, in the activity room of a suite on the 5th floor. Lumion encountered Georgia once again. Dressed in a vibrant dress adorned with intricate patterns, the lady glanced at the boy, whose appetite exceeded her imagination, before turning her gaze to the adventurer, Louis Berry. "What brings you here?" Lugano translated professionally. "Last night, a monster came to intimidate me, but I chased it away." Lumion briefly recounted the monster's appearance and behavior. Upon hearing Lugano's account, Georgia displayed no obvious surprise. After a few seconds of contemplation, she said, "Wait a moment." Leaving the maid and valet behind, she disappeared into an inner room. After a few minutes, she reappeared, arm in arm with a man. The man seemed to be in his 40s, tall and gaunt, his eyes a nearly translucent blue. His grayish-black, slightly curly hair cascaded over his shoulders like an artist's. His appearance couldn't be described as particularly good or bad, yet he possessed an unforgettable quality. "This is my husband, Rubio Paco," Georgia introduced, "the shareholder of the Fisheries Company and a committee member of the Fisheries Guild." Lumion had gathered information about the Paco family through Lugano over the past 2 days. Rubio's father had initially been a prosperous fisherman who shared a boat with others. After marrying Martha, who had once been a maiden of the sea, he gradually established himself. Not only did he manage the Fisheries Company for a time, but he also ascended to become a committee member of the oldest local guild, the Fisheries Guild. Shortly after the sea prayer ritual last year, the old gentleman passed away. With strong support from matriarch Marta, Rubio inherited his father's status and became the youngest committee member of the Fisheries Guild. However, he no longer held a specific position at Port Santa Fisheries Company. He only held onto the shareholders' voting rights and dividends. This middle-aged man had once been rebellious. He was expected to comply with his parents' arrangements and marry a maiden of the sea. However, he remained single until his early 30s and then married Georgia, the daughter of a textile merchant. If it were any other prominent family, the matriarch would have surely intervened and perhaps even banished Rubio. Yet Martha indulged him and eventually chose to compromise. Before Lugano could commence with the translation, Rubio spoke in less fluent Intijan. "We can communicate directly. When I was young, I often took a boat out to sea and visited places like Port Ferrum. Monsieur Rubio, I don't think there's a need for communication, and I don't intend to find out why the monster came looking for me. I'm just here to inform you about this." Lumian glanced at the puzzled Georgia and suspected that Rubio had switched to Intijan not out of politeness but to keep his wife in the dark about something. Rubio nodded gently and said, "I understand your concerns. I merely wish to entrust you with another mission." "What mission?" Lumian asked with a smile. Rubio calmly replied, "My mother, Martha, hails from Milo village. Recently, she wishes to return and meet the current governor of the sea to request his permission to seek treatment at the Church of Earth Mother. Yes, my mother hasn't been in good health recently. She can't get out of bed." "Martha is still alive?" Lumian was slightly surprised. Experienced as he was, he deduced that the monster might have been transformed by Martha, based on the absence of the matriarch, the Paco family's reluctance to expose the humanoid lizard, and the fact that she was once a maiden of the sea. The sea prayer ritual wasn't just an honor for the maidens of the sea. Perhaps there was also hidden corruption that might erupt at some point in time. But now, from what Rubio had said, Martha was still alive. Previously, she had only been seriously ill. Where did that humanoid lizard come from? Lumian suppressed his puzzlement and asked in confusion, "Why does Madame Martha need the governor of the sea's permission to seek treatment?" Rubio's expression shifted, a mix of disgust and resistance evident in his words. "All maidens of the sea have to follow the orders of the governor of the sea when dealing with church-related matters. Failing to do so would be blasphemous to the sea prayer ritual. Following the governor of the sea's orders holds more weight than reverence for the church. The Earth Mother Church appears indifferent." Lumian chose not to push further. He nodded subtly and stated, "I'll take on this commission without expecting compensation, but I do have a request." "What might that be?" Rubio asked cautiously. A cunning smile formed on Lumian's lips. "I'm here to witness the sea prayer ritual, but I've heard only a select few can observe its core segments. I seek such an opportunity." Rubio remained silent for a prolonged moment. Georgia, unable to contain her curiosity, questioned her husband in Highlander about the conversation and his concerns. Lugano seized the chance to approach Lumian and translated the couple's exchange. Lumian's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly upon hearing they were genuinely considering allowing him to pose as a sailor and board the special sacrificial ship. "Is Rubio Paco truly considering my request? I'm merely offering an outrageous deal to test if I can glean details about the sea prayer ritual. I don't intend to leverage this seemingly straightforward task to gain access to the last two segments of the ritual. It remained a secret harbored by the Fisheries Guild for over a millennium, the wellspring of their power and prestige." As these thoughts raced through Lumian's mind, he strongly suspected that the commission to send Madame Martha to Milo village to meet the current governor of the sea carried a high risk. It wasn't a task for any random beyonder. Therefore, Rubio Paco was reluctant to let go of Louis Berry, the proven adventurer. But where could the danger lie? This is Port Santa, not the islands on the sea or the remote towns of the southern continent. Which beyonder would dare to attack me on the streets in broad daylight? Aren't they afraid of being captured by the combat nuns and turned into fertilizer for the land? One can't underestimate the power of an Orthodox church. Unless someone possesses a special ability, like Loki's, to kill me undetected on the bustling streets, or if a saint with godhood personally takes action, aiming to end the battle before the Church of Earth Mother reacts. But it can't be that exaggerated. It's such a trivial matter. As Lumian pondered, Rubio and Georgia reached a conclusion. The former said to Lumian, "I cannot permit your participation in the last two segments of the sea prayer ritual. It is a blasphemy against the sea." Those involved will face expulsion from Port Santa, including their family. However, I am willing to allow you to conceal yourself in Milo Village in advance and witness the ancient performances during the vigil ritual. So, I can't directly witness the vigil ritual, but I can partake in the accompanying folklore performance? Did Ultraman, Bard, and Mad Lady use a similar method to approach the core of the sea prayer ritual and complete the most crucial part of the prank? Lumion noticed that Rubio had already made a significant concession and no longer insisted. He smiled and replied, "Deal." Without waiting for a response, he kindly suggested, "Let's send Madame Martha to Milo Village today, shall we? We mustn't delay when it comes to illnesses. Get her treatment as soon as possible." Rubio hesitated for a moment before saying, "My mother is already asleep. She's been resting a lot lately. Forcing her awake will impact her body and mind. How about tomorrow morning? Is some advanced preparation needed?" Lumion nodded thoughtfully. "No problem." He cast a quick glance at Lugano, and his heart skipped a beat. "Monsieur Rubio, my interpreter, is, in fact, an excellent doctor. Moreover, he doesn't adhere to the beliefs of the Earth Mother. Nor is he affiliated with any church. If he were to treat your mother, you probably wouldn't need to seek the governor of the sea's permission in advance." Lumion emphasized the word doctor. Without hesitation, Rubio Paco shook his head and said, "We trust the church's doctors more. My mother is my most important family. I don't want her to take any unnecessary risks." What he implied was that he couldn't vouch for the medical skills of the interpreter. He couldn't use the Paco family's matriarch as an experiment. Lumion was actually looking forward to sending Madame Martha to Milo Village because it meant he might meet the current governor of the sea and have a chance to learn something. He had only suggested that Lugano treat the matriarch to test Rubio. The result of the probe revealed many hidden secrets in this matter. Having agreed to escort Madame Martha and her maid to the governor of the sea at 9 a.m. the following day, Lumion led Ludwig and Lugano out of the main house at 21 St. Lana Street. Georgia walked them all the way to the door. Lumion nonchalantly remarked, "Does the governor of the sea have to reside in Milo Village?" With Lugano's translation, Georgia nodded slightly and said, "The governor of the sea resides in the building where the vigil ritual is held every night. He can move freely during the day, but he can't leave Port Santa." The building where the vigil ritual is held? The essence of the vigil ritual is to allow a quasi-governor of the sea to enter the residence and replace the former governor of the sea, waiting to be officially appointed by the sea the next day. Lumion speculated, combining his mysticism knowledge. He smiled and asked, "What are the perks of being governor of the sea?" After hearing the translation, Georgia fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "Among the fishmongers, the merchants, he's already the true governor in their eyes." It wasn't an answer, just a whisper of truth. Lumion nodded without pressing further. He led Ludwig and Lugano through the iron gates. After taking a few steps along the verdant path in the forest, he suddenly looked up. On a branch stood a gray-feathered myna. Lumion gave it a cursory glance and continued on, his steps brisk towards the waiting carriage. After a while, the myna flapped its wings and flew up. After circling a few times, it circled a house 2 streets away before dipping down towards an open window. It landed on a middle-aged man's forearm and spoke in precise Highlander. "Louis Barry is back at the Paco house. He stayed nearly half an hour." The middle-aged man, dressed in gray clothes with disheveled brown hair, resembling a suburban farmer, fed the myna a few self-made rice grains and said, "Observe further and see if Rubio, Paco, and Georgia will go out today." After the myna flew out of the window, the middle-aged man exhaled and turned around. Suddenly, his eyes froze as he saw someone sitting in the only armchair. The man had black hair and green eyes, wearing a white shirt, a black vest, dark pants, and a golden straw hat. Louis Barry. Adventurer Louis Barry. The middle-aged man's back arched slightly, and his feet parted slightly, but he took no further action. Lumion leaned back in his chair and engaged in casual conversation in Intijan, as if he had been expected. "What did you have your bird spy on?" The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before speaking in somewhat awkward intonation. Watch if anyone enters or exits Paco's house, and see if there's anything unusual there. Very honest. Lumion nodded approvingly. Who asked you to do it? He was pleased that the other party knew some intonation. Otherwise, he could only rely on keywords to communicate or capture him to have Lugano translate. Juan Oro, the middle-aged man replied without hesitation. Juan Oro, the president of the Fisheries Guild and the former village chief of Milo Village? Lumion smiled and said, I'm surprised you're so forthright. The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, I don't think I'm stronger than Demon Warlock and can defeat you. That's right. Those who understand the situation and themselves can live longer. Lumion crossed his right foot over his left leg. Why is Juan Oro monitoring the Paco family? I don't know, and there's no need for me to know. I'll receive a reward as long as I pass on what I see. The middle-aged man replied sincerely. Lumion gazed at him for a few seconds before saying, Did you send that little monster last night? The middle-aged man was taken aback. What little monster? What happened last night? Lumion chuckled and stood up without explaining. What's your name? He asked as he walked towards the door. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully, Sanchez. Lumion opened the door, walked out, and disappeared from Sanchez's sight. Upon his return to Salo Motel, Lumion noticed a folded letter resting on the master bedroom's desk. Skillfully unfurling it, he found the distinct handwriting of Madame Magician. You can share those matters with the Two of Cups, but avoid delving into excessive detail. I refrained from elaborating on the voices you heard and the fragments of civilization you glimpsed earlier as they remain too advanced for your understanding. Simply remember not to heed random sounds or sights in an ancient ruin like Fourth Epic Trier. Also, caution your warlock associates. It's acceptable to occasionally take in the hidden sage's indoctrination, but they mustn't fully believe in him. His state is precarious. After incinerating the letter, Lumion contemplated for a moment and decided to teleport back to Trier to inform Franca in person and avert any potential mishaps. Trier, nestled within the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai. As Lumion materialized, Franca and Jenna were engrossed in perusing a stack of ancient information from an unknown source. Hey, could you teleport outside and knock? It's quite startling when you suddenly appear like that. Franca nearly tensed the formless spider silk she'd permanently set up in the room. Lumion chuckled and remarked, with a witch's spiritual perception, what's the difference between me teleporting outside the door and appearing in the living room? Why the sudden return? Franca paused before asking, Madame Magician said you could share about that matter? What's going on? Jenna queried, looking puzzled. She stood up and prepared to leave. Yes, Lumion replied to Franca's question, but he made no attempt to stop Jenna from leaving, nor did Franca intervene. Once Jenna had retreated to her bedroom, Lumion turned to Franca and disclosed, when they discussed the wilderness dream, it made me recall the voices and visions I encountered in Fourth Epic Trier. They're connected to the Celestial Master. Is this related to the Celestial Master? Franca's interest piqued. Confusion enveloped her. In the Fourth Epic Trier, what did you see or hear that we didn't? Everyone had been together unless it was before they met, but Jenna should have been aware. Without pausing for Lumion's response, Franca contemplated for a moment and suggested, could it be the aftereffects of using the Eye of Truth? She recalled Lumion's abnormal behavior during that time. Yes, that's right. Lumion nodded, pulled up a chair, and settled down. He described the collision of two rocks, sparks flying, and the ensuing blaze that engulfed dry leaves and withered branches, amid echoing voices chanting, Celestial Master. The more Franca listened, the more her focus intensified. Uncharacteristically, she refrained from interrupting. As she listened, her gaze gradually shifted, seemingly lost in reminiscence and distant thought. Once Lumion finished recounting, Franca remained motionless for what felt like an eternity. Frozen like a mechanical doll paused mid-action. After several seconds, she abruptly straightened up, pinched her nose, and forced a smile. As anticipated, the Celestial Master is part of our world. The fragments of civilization you received bear a striking resemblance to some aspects of my country's history. Yet there are differences. Could it be the true history concealed beneath the surface? The Celestial Master is attempting to interfere and breach into this world, wielding significant influence over the mystery prior and savant pathways, much like the way the celestial worthy affects seers, apprentices, and marauders. Could the depravity among some of the monks in the Deep Valley Cloister and the peculiar state of the hidden sage be linked to the Celestial Master? Franca's thoughts crystallized as she spoke, her eyes sparkling like a serene lake. That's my hunch too, Lumion concurred with Franca. Franca rose and paced, seemingly alone, contemplating how to follow this trail and unveil the truth behind the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's transmigration. After a few minutes, she muttered to herself, "The connection between the two worlds is stronger than I expected. It's not just through the river Styx. We should still be able to find many traces of the interaction between the two worlds." Franca halted her pacing and fixed her gaze on Lumion. "When we grow stronger and amass enough gold, I want you to summon Chun Tu again, the armored shadow. He should possess some insight into the Celestial Master." "All right," Lumion agreed. Franca lapsed into silence once more, her mind retracing an unknown memory. A few moments later, she produced 4 brass metal plates and handed them to Lumion. "The language comprehension charms you wanted. The one with the most intricate patterns allows you to understand the languages of the southern continent. The others are for the ancient Fasak language family. The activation incantation is the word knowledge in ancient Hermes." She and the bear had completed the delivery through Madame Hellas' messenger. The other party proved quite efficient. After Lumion handed Franca the money, he teleported out of Trier and back to Port Santa. In the hushed aftermath, Jenna cautiously opened the bedroom door and stuck her head out. "Has Lumion left?" "Yes," Franca replied, her emotions subdued. Jenna glanced at her but didn't press for more information. Instead, she redirected the conversation to the stack of information related to the underground tomb. Late at night, Franca returned to her room. Glancing at the small analyzer, the accompanying typewriter, and the radio transceiver, she didn't sit down to chat as usual. Instead, she climbed into bed. Sitting in the middle of the bed, leaning against the pillow, hugging her legs and curling up, Franca's gaze unfocused on the crimson moon and stars outside the window. Lumion's words today plunged her into nostalgia, but the more her emotions fluctuated, the less she wanted to reveal vulnerability. She endured it, pretending to have recovered. Only when solitude enveloped her, as the night fell silent and the seemingly eternal stars adorned the sky, did she shed her thick armor and sink deep into her emotions. After an indeterminate amount of time, Franca lowered her head, burying her face between her knees. That night, she delved into a multitude of dreams. Broad shoulders carried her as a child, a touch of white hair at the temples, dishes not particularly delicious but always suited her tastes, pure emotions of her youth, memories of being the atmosphere-livening machine, and her broad-minded self all danced in fragmented sequences. As her 2 decades unfolded in her dreams, she unknowingly opened her eyes, feeling the coldness on her face. Reluctant to move, she lingered in the moment. Suddenly, a recollection struck her. Back on the 4th level of the catacombs, she and Jenna had encountered a man who seemed strangely familiar. Initially, she believed that the original owner of her body had encountered him. Now, the reason for his familiarity became clear. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from her home country before transmigration. Despite altering his appearance to thwart immediate recognition, Franca was now certain that his facial features differed from those she had encountered in this world. Softer, less chiseled. With a mix of fear and excitement, Franca sat up and pondered, could it be that, aside from us transmigrating souls, there are others who physically transmigrated? Or has someone mastered the ability to freely traverse between both worlds? After breakfast, Lumion stepped into the master bedroom's washroom and retrieved a low-level language comprehension charm from his traveler's bag. "Knowledge," he whispered in ancient Hermes. The brass-like charm ignited with bluish-green flames and swiftly vanished. Instantly, Lumion felt an abnormal clarity in his mind, as if an avalanche of additional knowledge had flooded in, unveiling the structural origins and connections of numerous words. Today's agenda: a visit to the oldest fishing village, perhaps meeting the governor of the sea. Mastering Highlander in secret seemed imperative to avoid missing crucial clues. The charm's effects would last for 7 days. Leaving the bedroom, Lumion took Ludwig and Lugano to 21 St. Lana Street in a rental carriage, where they met Martha, the matriarch of the Paco family. Martha didn't look like she was in her 60s, with only faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, appearing more in her early 50s based on her eyes, nose, mouth, and brows. Her features retained a unique charm. At that moment, the old lady with grayish-black hair and light blue eyes wore a black, widow-like dress and a dark, old-styled bonnet. Pale-faced, she was supported by 2 young maids as they boarded a four-wheeled cedar carriage. "Monsieur Barry, I'll be relying on you." Rubio Paco nodded at Lumion beside the carriage. He was to accompany his mother to Milo village to meet the governor of the sea. Lumion directed Ludwig to Georgia. "Please keep an eye on him until I return from Milo village." Rubio translated this time. Georgia smiled and replied, "Don't worry. I'll make sure there's plenty of food." She had already realized that this boy had the appetite of 2 or 3 adults, but as the godson of a great adventurer, it was understandable that he was special. Lumion wasn't concerned about Ludwig's treatment in the Paco household. He feigned his understanding of Highlander and waited for Lugano's translation before saying, "A meal every 2 hours. With that, he sat on the right side of the carriage driver and didn't enter the carriage. Seeing this, Lugano had no choice but to choose the seat to the left of the carriage driver. Before doing so, he diligently translated Lumion's final instructions. Although he didn't know what would happen if Ludwig starved, he felt that it wouldn't be good, so he emphasized it twice. As the carriage set off, Georgia processed the translation. "A meal every 2 hours? 2 hours." The Paco family's carriage rolled along the grayish-white stone-paved street. Lumion leaned against the carriage wall, retracted his right leg, and stepped on the edge of the carriage driver's seat. Lugano glanced at him, feeling a bit uneasy. A seasoned bounty hunter, Lugano sensed something awry in this seemingly ordinary mission that prompted Rubio to assist his employer in hiding in Milo village. His heart raced as he observed armed pedestrians on the street, fearing an imminent attack from the crowd. Under the October sun still blazing in Port Santa, the streets, damp from the previous night's heavy rain, hadn't completely dried. Lugano yearned to reach Milo village quickly. Glancing at Lumion, he noticed that Lumion had narrowed his eyes. Lowering his straw hat, Lumion seemed to be peacefully napping, showing no signs of nervousness. Phew, with a powerhouse like him around, there shouldn't be a problem, Lugano silently reassured himself. The carriage headed north, leaving Port Santa and reaching a village nestled against the Dirige mountain range, overlooking the Azure Sea. Fishing boats set off, accompanied by the resonant singing and chirping of seabirds. Milo village's buildings exuded a historic feel. Brown, yellow, and beige stone brick outer walls, blackened at the lower half, gave them character. Though the wooden components had been replaced, weeds still clung. A small cathedral belonging to Earth Mother stood near the mountain, and facing the fishing village dock was the governor of the sea's residence. The 4-story building, with a white backing and gray bricks, resembled a cathedral and a sacrificial ground more than a human residence. As they arrived safely at their destination, Lugano sighed in relief and jumped off the carriage. 2 maids supported Madame Martha as they headed toward the governor of the sea's building, accompanied by Rubio Paco. Suddenly, Lugano heard his employer's voice. "Take a look at what's wrong with that old lady." Lugano glanced at Lumion, who had appeared beside him, wearing a golden straw hat. He raised his hand and gently tapped his forehead, activating his spirit vision. Observing Madame Martha's back for a few seconds after she entered the governor of the sea's residence, he frowned and said, "Most notably is the excessive loss of blood and weak vitality." Lugano hesitated before concluding, "It doesn't look like illness. It looks more like an injury." Injured? Injured by the humanoid lizard? Lumion made a casual guess after hearing Lugano's judgment. He stood by the carriage, his gaze naturally surveying the surroundings of the governor of the sea's residence. The location was close to the fishing village's docks, with boats sailing into the sea and fishing nets secured to the reefs. Around nearby houses, women were busy processing seafood, turning them into salted fish and jerky. Children ran along various village roads, playing games. Though different from Cordu, the essence of the scene remained similar. In front of the governor of the sea's residence stretched a sizable square where Lumion and the others awaited Madame Martha, Rubio Paco, and their emergence. Children gathered in a corner, arranging numerous shells and engaging in an acting game. The eldest, dressed in a linen shirt, declared, "I'm the governor of the sea. I'll be the guard." "I'm the mother," the other children replied. The youngest hopped around, asking, "What about me? What about me?" The child playing the role of the governor of the sea pondered for a moment and said, "You can be the child of the sea." "Child of the sea? What's that?" Lumion, though not looking, listened intently to the children's discussion. These kids may not understand many terms, but their lack of confidentiality made them unwitting carriers of information. The adults in Milo Village wouldn't be overly vigilant against such young children, who might inadvertently reveal details remembered in their daily games. Recalling his experiences in Cordu, Lumion recognized the value of sounding out children and playing games with them. It was a subtle way to glean insights into family matters. After absorbing the children's discussions and gauging the time, Lumion adjusted his golden straw hat and headed straight for the governor of the sea's residence. Lugano was taken aback and swiftly followed Lumion. Two guards in brownish-green shirts and pants, each armed with a rifle, blocked the entrance of the cathedral and sacrificial ground, fixing their gaze on Lumion. "Halt!" the guards shouted. Undeterred, Lumion continued forward, speaking in Intisian nonchalantly, "I don't understand what you're saying." With a swoosh, the two guards raised their rifles, aiming at the outsider in the golden straw hat. Lugano hurriedly translated, "They won't let you in." Ignoring his guide, Lumion neither sped up nor slowed down as he approached the white building with gray bricks. A cold glint flickered in the blue eyes of the two guards as they squeezed their triggers. At that moment, the outsider in the golden straw hat vanished from their sight. He melded into the sunlit shadows of the governor's residence. In the next instant, Lumion reappeared from a shadow in the foyer behind them and continued walking. It was as if the distance between them had been erased. The two guards, with keen senses, quickly turned around, peering behind them. However, Lumion had already entered the building, leaving the foyer. Outside, Lugano stood in a daze, uncertain whether to take the risk of following and acting as a translator or to prioritize his own safety. After passing through the foyer, Lumion suddenly noticed the space ahead darkening. The dome, just over 10 meters tall, emanated an inaccessible aura. Aqua-blue walls adorned with various reliefs caught his eye. Unlike the typical statues of angels and saints, these depicted objects from the sea: starfish, corals, numerous fish, lobsters, and crabs. Simultaneously, Lumion sensed the reliefs coming to life, casting a dangerous gaze at him. No, they weren't alive. The building itself seemed alive, instinctively rejecting intruders and exerting layers of pressure. Lumion's steps instantly became heavy, as if burdened by hundreds of kilograms of food. Within his field of vision, Martha, the Paco family's matriarch, knelt diagonally on the ground with her legs crossed. Rubio Paco stood at a distance. The two maids also knelt, their backs turned towards the entrance hall, as if unwilling to look at a certain important figure. Directly opposite the high dome lay a carpet made of fish skin. A young man in a retro white robe reclined on it, propping himself up with his elbows as he quietly observed Martha. For other beautiful women adorned the carpet. One knelt behind the lad, serving as his cushion. Another peeled late-ripened grapes and delicately fed them to the lad. The remaining two held trays with alcohol, food, and towels, each standing in a separate spot. Their pregnant bellies were unmistakably visible, radiating a maternal glow. Upon Lumien's sudden entrance, the lad appeared alarmed, sitting up straight and seeking solace in the embrace of the woman behind him. Sensing the abnormality, Rubio turned around and saw the adventurer he had hired, Louis Barry. His pupils dilated slightly as he urgently spoke in Intijan. "Why did you come in?" Only then did Lumien pause and smile. "I'm a professional adventurer. You've been inside for too long. I'm worried something might happen." As he spoke, Lumien sensed dangerous gazes from various parts of the building. Rubio fell silent for a moment before saying, "Don't worry, just wait outside for us to come out." "All right?" Lumien chuckled, turned around, and sauntered into the foyer, acting as if the dangerous gazes didn't exist. Back in the foyer, he faced the two guards and their rifles without giving them a glance as he walked past. The expressions of the guards shifted, but they refrained from firing, allowing Lumien to exit the governor of the sea's residence. Lugano breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he wouldn't be hunted down by the people of Milo Village. Despite being a beyonder, facing more than one armed soldier still made him uneasy. Glancing at Lumien, he hesitated to ask why his employer insisted on barging in. Lumien settled back beside the carriage driver, tucking in his legs with one bent and the other extended, allowing his right arm to rest on it. After nearly 10 minutes, Rubio Paco and his mother, Martha, emerged from the cathedral-like building. Rubio took a deep look at Lumien and said, "Let's go. The governor of the sea has agreed to let my mother receive treatment at the church." "Is that lad the current governor of the sea?" He looked weak and appeared panicked. "How can he protect Port Santa's fishermen and sea merchants for a year? Or does he lack abilities but possess a special symbol? Did the April Fool's prank cause an accident at last year's sea prayer ritual? This governor of the sea might have failed to receive the sea's boon or appointment, but the Fisheries Guild members conceal the matter to avoid causing panic, treating him as the real governor of the sea. He must know about what happened back then." Lumien nodded thoughtfully. He smiled and asked Rubio in Intijan, "Then, should we thank Earth Mother for her love and care or the governor's approval?" Rubio didn't respond and followed his mother, Martha, into the carriage. Lugano hurriedly took a seat on the other side of the carriage driver, watching as the horse circled around and changed direction, gradually departing from the governor of the sea's residence. "Phew," Lugano sighed from the bottom of his heart. "This commission doesn't seem dangerous." Apart from his employer insisting on barging into the governor of the sea's residence, there were no surprises. Lumien chuckled and remarked, "That's because I'm here. If it were just you, those hidden observers might have already come knocking." Lugano fell silent, observing as his employer pointed at the governor of the sea's mansion, resembling a cathedral, and uttered a phrase in Highlander word by word. "What will happen if blown up?" Lugano shuddered, his hair standing on end. He glanced at the astonished carriage driver and advised his employer in Intijan, "You'll probably be hunted down by the entire Port Santa." Lumien smiled and averted his gaze, remaining silent. Only then did Lugano realize his employer was testing someone. Why else would he use Highlander, a language he hadn't mastered yet? He was testing the reactions of the carriage driver and Madame Martha in the carriage. Listening to Martha and Rubio's conversation, Lumien noted the mother and son barely spoke during the journey, perhaps due to Martha's poor health, with occasional moans of pain. As the carriage left Milo Village, the driver suddenly pulled the reins, stopping the horses. An old man with a black cane had appeared in front of the carriage. With dark and white hair, eyes as blue as the sea, and wearing common fisherman's clothes, the wrinkled face of the old man could have killed a mosquito with its folds. "Mr. Oro," the carriage driver whispered, his expression tense, uncertain how to react. Juan Oro, Lumian thought. The president of the Fisheries Guild and the former village chief of Milo Village? Supported by a young man resembling him, Juan Oro approached the Paco family's carriage with his cane. In the carriage, Rubio and Martha remained silent. At that moment, a revolver appeared on Juan Oro's forehead, pressing the cold muzzle against his flesh. Lumian raised his chin slightly and looked at the president of the Fisheries Guild. With a calm expression, he asked, "Who allowed you to approach this carriage?" The young man supporting Juan Oro glanced up at Lumian, who sat beside the carriage driver with one leg bent, the other propped up. His eyes blazed with undisguised anger. The carriage driver jumped in fright and desperately tried to distance himself from Lumian. However, with a horse in front of him and Lugano on his left, dodging proved impossible in his haste. Lugano swallowed hard, blaming his employer for being overly aggressive. Is he trying to imitate Gehrman Sparrow? But his employer hadn't exhibited such madness before. Instead, he seemed intelligent. Juan Oro, an elderly man with mottled black hair, seemed oblivious to the revolver pointed at his forehead. He turned his head, stepped aside from the firearm, and continued forward. Observing this, Lumian pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A yellow bullet shot from the revolver, heading straight for the side of Juan Oro's head. At some point, a palm intercepted the bullet, causing it to decelerate and spin. The bullet landed in the palm, feeling as if it had fallen into a thick swamp. The wide, bronzed hand belonged to the young man supporting Juan Oro. He glared at Lumian, his lips curling in disdain. Then, he bellowed, "Have you lost your mind?" Before he could finish, fiery crimson orbs, nearly white in hue, materialized right in front of him, barely a meter away. They surrounded him in a blaze. Almost instantly, Lumian felt as though he'd been ripped from reality. The carriage disappeared from beneath him, the ground vanished from his sight, and he found himself in an endless void of darkness. The crimson fireballs, almost white, were controlled by an unseen force and changed direction, hurtling down from their original path. Rumble! They collided with the roadside dozens of meters away, carving deep, massive craters. The horses, startled, reared up, neighing in terror. The carriage driver instinctively pulled at the reins, struggling to calm the panicked animals. The illusion Lumian experienced dissolved with the explosion. He saw Juan Oro and the lad again. Juan Oro, deeply wrinkled with his beard and hair standing on end, lifted his black cane and growled in a low voice, "Have you had enough?" Lumian grinned and raised his revolver once more, aiming it at the president of the Fisheries Guild. At that moment, Rubio Paco's voice echoed from the rear carriage. "Let them through," he spoke in Intijan. Only then did Lumian lower his arm and offer a smile in Intijan. "My employer says you're free to pass." He acted as if he couldn't comprehend Juan Oro and the lad's Highlander. Juan Oro observed him for a moment before shifting his attention. Using his cane, he circled around to the side of the carriage. The lad supporting him shot a glare at Lumian, but he was at a loss for cuss words since Lumian couldn't understand. Juan Oro glanced at the window and calmly inquired, "Martha, I heard you're not feeling well?" "Yes," the old lady weakly replied through the glass. Juan Oro nodded. "Has the governor given you permission to seek treatment? Do you need my help in pleading your case?" "He's already given permission," Rubio replied on behalf of his mother. "That's good." Juan Oro nodded slightly and didn't press further. He turned and slowly walked toward the building housing the governor of the C's residence, using his cane as a crutch. The young man supporting him shot a final glare at Lumian before refocusing on the old man. Lumian adjusted his posture, acting as if nothing had transpired. He said to Lugano, "The carriage can continue forward." Lugano snapped out of his daze and quickly directed the startled carriage driver to soothe the horses and exit Milo Village as soon as possible. Without any issues, they made their way back to 21 St. Lana Street. Lumian retrieved Ludwig, his mouth still glistening with oil, from Georgia and smiled at Rubio Paco. "Remember your promise. Otherwise, He smiled and left the statement hanging. "Don't worry," Rubio replied in incision. After Louis Barry, his godson, and the interpreter departed, Georgia sighed in relief and glanced at her husband. "I've never seen a child eat so much. He must be abnormal. Otherwise, Louis Barry wouldn't have let him stay with us so easily," Rubio responded, unfazed. Aquina Street, Salo Motel. After shutting the door, Lugano couldn't resist asking Lumian, "Why were you so aggressive?" "He's the president of the Port Santa Fisheries Guild. A big shot. And we're in Milo Village." He suspected his employer had some hidden agenda. Lumian gave his guide a glance and grinned. "Why else? When making a scene in public, it's unlikely both parties can go all out. It's the perfect chance to test them, see what they're made of. Trying it under the cover of night, when no one cares about the Earth Mother Church's authority and the Phaenopotter government. That would be way too risky. If Lumian had discovered that Juan Oro had godlike powers, he'd need to act quickly and call for backup." "Ah, I see." Lugano had an epiphany. His employer's craziness was just a facade. Every radical move had an ulterior motive. But why is he in Port Santa? Is he planning something during the sea prayer ritual? Why target people from the Fisheries Guild? That sounds very dangerous. Should I resign early and forget about the remaining paycheck? Lumian observed the silent interpreter and strolled over to a reclining chair in the living room, settling in with a smile. He leaned back and relaxed. What he'd told Lugano was just one layer of the motivations behind his recent actions, the most surface-level one. Most importantly, Lumian aimed to send a clear message with his radical actions. He was in Port Santa to investigate the sea prayer ritual, unafraid of the Fisheries Guild or Milo Village. He possessed the strength and courage to back it up. Breaking into the governor of the sea's residence or casually pointing a gun at Juan Oro's head and firing. All of it was to convey this information. Lumian believed there were dissatisfied people in Port Santa regarding the Fisheries Guild's sea prayer ritual. After all, the primary beneficiaries were fishermen, sea merchants, and those in related industries, not representative of the entire Port Santa population. For instance, even though the Church of Earth Mother and the Port Santa government had allowed the Fisheries Guild autonomy and excluded outsiders from involvement, someone bold enough to investigate, regardless of consequences, might tempt others. Could they silently or even covertly support this person to stir up trouble for their benefit? Likewise, the beneficiaries wouldn't be united. Some gaining meant others losing. The powerful had jealous rivals. While not wanting the sea prayer ritual to end, they likely desired those in power to suffer and vacate their positions. Lumian, by setting up a flag to investigate the sea prayer ritual and displaying decisiveness, steadfastness, and strength, didn't need to painstakingly gather clues. From his residence, he could receive various pieces of information, openly and covertly, and compare them to determine authenticity. For an outsider with limited time, this was the fastest and most effective way to uncover the entire sea prayer ritual process and the truth about last year's accident. For the key member of April Fools lurking in the shadows, possibly setting a trap, this was a strategic move to draw attention to adventurer Louis Barry and raise suspicion. In due time, armed with the acquired information and discovered clues, Lumian had a chance to expose them through their own trap. Of course, the main drawback of this plan was its relative danger. Putting himself in the spotlight was a risk, but in the pursuit of prey, risks were inevitable. Moreover, Lumian had plenty of allies. As these thoughts raced through Lumian's mind, he realized that becoming a conspirer had given him a clearer understanding of the situation and the conflicts between various groups. Using a term favored by Aurora, he developed a deeper insight into conspiracies. The most brilliant conspiracy is an open conspiracy. This became a key principle for his future acting. Around 2 p.m., Lumian spotted his messenger, Penitent Banefell, emerging from the void and handing him a letter. Puzzled, he asked, "Who's it from? Haven't those he needed to communicate with already been reached?" "It's from the tall demoness," Banefell replied. "What's up with Franca again?" Lumian took the letter and began reading. The man she and Jenna encountered on the 4th level of the catacombs is suspected to be from the world where the Celestial Master resides, the world before her transmigration. Lumien's pupils dilated slightly. This was different from the members of the curly-haired baboons research society. They had transmigrated through their souls, but these individuals had brought their bodies over. In the midst of his surprise, Lumien pondered a crucial question. Why would someone like that venture into the 4th level of the catacombs? Was it because the Samaritan women's spring lay sealed there, along with the river Styx's overflowing water that bridged the two worlds? Had similar individuals entered our world before? If so, why hadn't they left any trace like Emperor Roselle and the other transmigrators? Franca and Jenna's expedition to the 4th level of the catacombs appears laden with coincidences. Not only did they uncover a new mirror world fragment, but they also encountered such a person. After penning a letter to Franca, Lumien was about to request Lugano to translate today's newspapers when footsteps echoed from the corridor. His eyebrows twitched as he pulled up an armchair, facing the door. Knock, knock, knock. A few seconds later, a knock resounded on their suite's door. "Who is it?" Lugano inquired. A mature and gentle voice floated from beyond the door. "I'm Noelia of the Fertility Order." Upon hearing this name, Lumien leaned back slightly and offered a smile. He sensed that his digestion of the Conspirer potion had progressed a bit further. Lumien hesitated, embodying the character of the adventurer, Louis Barry, grappling with the unfamiliarity of Highlander. Once Lugano finished translating Noelia's words, he nodded gently, sporting a welcoming smile as he spoke in Intisian. "Come in, please." Simultaneously, he rose from his seat. Lugano, who had already reached the door, opened it. The figure outside indeed proved to be Noelia, the combat nun of the Fertility Order. Contrary to expectation, she wasn't cloaked in black or adorned with religious headwear. Her thick, black, curly hair flowed over her brown leather armor, and her lively light blue eyes exuded energy. Lumien noticed the pair of straight swords strapped to Noelia's back and the revolver at her waist. Smiling, he stepped forward. "Thank you for your assistance." Previously dependent on Lugano's translation, Noelia replied in Intisian, "How did you know I was here to help?" Lumien didn't conceal his intentions for today's performance. He raised his hand, pointing at his head, indicating deduction. Of course, his gratitude stemmed from her aid in digesting the Conspirer potion. Noelia's thick eyebrows twitched approvingly as she nodded. Then, she turned her gaze to Lugano and Ludwig, as if seeking Lumien's opinion on whether to have them leave. Lugano's expression made it clear he preferred not to be part of it. Sparing Lugano, Lumien gestured for him to take Ludwig outside, perhaps for street snacks. After the two departed the suite, Lumien remarked to Noelia, "You actually know Intisian. You didn't say a word of it earlier." Noelia replied with a smile. "We often take turns guarding the mountain passes in the southern foothills of the Pyres mountain range." The Pyres range, termed by the Phaenopotter kingdom, referred to the Dirige mountain range. Shepherds frequently traversed it, entering the plains and pastures of Gaia and other provinces. Without awaiting Lumien's further inquiry, Noelia tucked her hair behind her ear and grinned. "It's impolite to have a lady standing and chatting with you." Only then did Lumien invite Noelia to sit on the divan while he chose the armchair. Noelia gazed at him and continued, "Port Santa's sea prayer ritual dates back to the late 4th epoch. It's over 1,000 years old and can be considered ancient. The church once purged it, relocating all relevant insiders and purifying all participants. However, less than 100 years later, someone here began secretly conducting the sea prayer ritual again. She didn't explain why she shared this history. It seemed like she was merely recounting. They didn't continue purging it afterward? Lumien inquired. Noelia pursed her red lips and replied with a solemn expression. "In this matter, the Brass's orders are often contradictory. Sometimes they let our fertility order handle it. Other times they signal us to observe for a while. All of this has been permitted by a second-in-command blessed." Lumien, drawing knowledge from Madame Magician, the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, and other sources, had come to understand that the Earth Mother Church operated on two major systems, favored and blessed. Favored referred to beyonders of the Earth and Moon pathways among clergymen. Meanwhile, blessed encompassed beyonders of other pathways favored by the Earth Mother. Orders from a favored required at least one second-in-command blessed to be valid. Without this, they risked being considered products of the influence of evil gods and demons. Lumion found the Earth Mother Church's intricate system perplexing, seemingly designed to guard against the favored. Nevertheless, he believed that there must be a reason behind such complexity. Having undergone numerous experiences, he became increasingly aware that seemingly inconspicuous rules in the mystical world often held lessons etched in blood. After a moment of contemplation, Lumion inquired, "Are you a favored or a blessed?" "I'm a blessed," Noelia replied without delving into the specifics of her pathway. Lumion nodded slightly, indicating for her to continue. Noelia smiled and sighed. After a long period of repetition, we eventually reached an unspoken agreement to allow the sea prayer ritual. At the very least, it brought prosperity to Port Santa without causing social chaos or significant disruptions beyond the participants. That decision was made ages ago, and while ancient dossiers provide a rough understanding, the exact reasons convincing matriarchs, presidents, and archbishops remain elusive. Essentially, the sea prayer ritual has evolved into a traditional folklore in Port Santa, fostering prosperity in maritime trade and fisheries. Crossing her arms over her chest, Noelia intoned with piety, "Life's precious embrace, the harvest's grace." Lumion, intrigued, narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Why did you change the prayer gesture? Is there a problem?" Noelia opened her eyes and grinned. This was a gesture frequently used in the past, but as Earth Mother regained some lost authority, we adopted a new posture for formal occasions. She rose, positioning her legs slightly apart, hands raised high, and passionately explained to Louis Barry as if preaching. The feet connect to the benevolent earth, and the palms reach towards the spiritual sky. In the middle resides the light of life. This is the domain of the mother of all things. One can regain some of their lost authority. Lumion was puzzled, but that wasn't the focal point. Noelia settled back into her seat and continued, "While we haven't deciphered the core process of the sea prayer ritual, years of surveillance have yielded some insights. The governor of the sea, who successfully gains the sea's favor, wields the power to control this stretch of the sea, preventing shipwrecks. However, this seemingly comes at the cost of their lives and something more. Simultaneously, the ritual triggers rapid reproduction and thriving life in the area, ensuring fishermen a bountiful harvest. It also intertwines with fate. Families with maidens of the sea in their lineage tend to experience good fortune, not just due to preferential treatment. The sea prayer ritual's effects are intricate, wielding the power of the sea domain and influencing fate, reproduction, and abundance. Lumion struggled to grasp the reasons behind these occurrences. Noelia peered into Lumion's face, her eyes bright yet gentle, and said, "The committee members of the Fisheries Guild, some villagers from Milo Village, and participants in the core process of the sea prayer ritual have all acquired mystical powers. We once confronted the little devils you encountered. When pursuing certain criminals, we discovered them transformed into lizard-like monsters. Humanoid lizards? Similar to the Paco families?" Lumion hadn't anticipated obtaining any clues from Noelia. Noelia smiled. "Later, we found a commonality among those who can transform into lizard-like monsters. What is it?" Lumion couldn't conceal his curiosity. Noelia replied with a faint smile. "Their mothers were once maidens of the sea. Maidens of the sea's children? Child of the sea? Which of Rubio's siblings did I kill?" Not only did he transform into a humanoid lizard, but he also went mad and severely injured his mother? Lumion swiftly connected the dots, sensing he had grasped the essence of the Paco family's commission. Yet, confusion crept in. If this information is known to families with maidens of the sea, why would the Paco family conceal it from Juan Oro and other committee members in the Fisheries Guild? Noelia didn't seek his thoughts and teased, "After confirming the link between the lizard-like monsters and the sea prayer ritual, We intentionally alerted the Fisheries Guild committee members. Since then, no such criminals have surfaced. They show discipline and restraint. This is why, at times, I understand why the brass tacitly permit the sea prayer ritual in Port Santa. The participants are more obedient and easily controlled compared to adventurers like you. Noelia implied, I just advised you to stay away from the Fisheries Guild. Yet, the next day you stormed into the governor of the sea's residence, pointing a gun at Juan Oro's head. That's much more troublesome than those involved with the sea prayer ritual. Lumian smiled, choosing not to comment. Noelia pondered for a moment, locking eyes with him. I'm not sure why you're investigating the sea prayer ritual, and I don't want to know. What I can say is, if your actions endanger all of Port Santa, we will step in and expel you. With that condition, we might offer some assistance. Lumian picked up the straw hat beside him and pressed it against his chest. It would be an honor. Noelia left the Earth Mother Church's objectives in this matter unspoken, and Lumian chose not to delve into it. The combat nun of the Fertility Order rose, making her way toward the door. With her left hand on the handle, she abruptly turned around, her eyes sparkling as she asked with a smile, Do you want to have a child here? Lumian was taken aback. Madam, aren't you changing the subject too quickly? Noelia's eyes held a maternal glint as she said with pity, According to our assessment, the sea prayer ritual is at least as dangerous as a saint or a grade 1 sealed artifact when fully utilized for a short period. I don't know what you're up to, but once you're involved in this matter, you can't escape just because you want to. Before that, have you considered leaving a descendant for yourself? I can help you. Are your Earth Mother Church's combat nun's way of inviting someone to a one-night stand so special? Lumian was momentarily speechless. Noelia spoke sincerely. Descendants are the continuation of our lives. Flowers wither and fall to the ground, only to bloom into a more brilliant scenery the next year. Are you really not considering having a descendant? Not for now, Lumian replied with a cold expression. Noelia expressed regret. Whenever you think it through, come to me. With that, she opened the door and walked out. As Lumian observed Noelia disappearing down the corridor, he pondered the idea of adding another catchphrase, You Phaenopaterians. Nevertheless, Noelia's kindness served as a reminder that delving into the sea prayer ritual wasn't a straightforward endeavor. The associated risks demanded the Church of Earth Mother's serious consideration. Despite this, Lumian believed that many dangers could be sidestepped, and he wasn't inclined to actively confront them. His primary objective wasn't to unveil the truth behind the sea prayer ritual and eradicate the influence of folklore on Port Santa, preventing its inhabitants from transforming into monsters. His true goal lay in unraveling the details of the April Fool's prank to track down Ultraman and Bard, executing them one by one. With Port Santa plagued by numerous problems and abscesses, Lumian saw no need to expose them. He could withdraw in a timely manner. Concealing his true motives was a fundamental principle of acting as a conspirer. This could lead others to misinterpret his decisions and react incorrectly during critical moments. After shutting the door, Lumian grabbed the golden straw hat and settled into the recliner. Smirking at the corridor, he muttered to himself with interest, Who will be the next to provide information? Rubio Paco, who clearly dislikes the maidens of the sea and detests such matters, or the families who have lost their positions as committee members of the Fisheries Guild for many years. Beneath the bright sunlight outside the window, Lumian swiftly flipped through the textbooks he had purchased, hoping to memorize and grasp more relevant knowledge. He couldn't wait until the charm's effects wore off, leaving nothing in his mind. About an hour later, unfamiliar footsteps echoed through the corridor. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock resonated on his door. Who is it? Lumian inquired in simple Highlander. The book you bought has arrived. The motel owner, Ada Guillaume, replied in Intision. The book I bought? When have I ever bought a book? Lumian pondered, standing up thoughtfully. He opened the door and received a cheaply packaged but colorful book from the old man. The title of the book was Travel Around Phaenopotter. Lumian pretended not to get the title written in Highlander and chuckled at himself. I'll have to wait for my interpreter to swing back and decode it for me. Might not even wrap my head around it before I bid Phaenopotter farewell by flipping through a dictionary. Ada Sr. expressed his understanding. When I first landed in Port Santa, 7 or 8 mates shared an Intision Highlander dictionary. None of us dared to venture out solo. But after hanging around a bit and pushing ourselves to chat with the locals, we gradually got the hang of it. Truth be told, Highlander's quite similar to Intision. Lumion chatted briefly with Ada Sr. before heading back to his room, sinking into the recliner with Travel Around Phaenopotter in hand. He turned the book over, gripping its spine and giving it a shake. A folded white paper tumbled out. Lumion caught it and flicked it open with a swift motion. Written on it was Intision. The Maidens of the Sea are also not allowed to leave Port Santa or tie the knot with outsiders. But exceptions have cropped up over the years. Phaenopotter's women dig romance before tying the knot and chase after love. The ladies of Port Santa are no different. Throughout the past millennium, plenty of Maidens of the Sea have bolted to preserve their love or freedom. Around 30 to 40 have made it out. The most recent case dates back over 20 years. A Maiden of the Sea married an Intision and had a kid. We're unsure if she's still alive because the Fisheries Guild has been hunting her down. Her child's name is Nolfi. You might know her. She's already back in Port Santa. Nolfi? Batna Kant's lover? She's actually a child of a Maiden of the Sea. She even dragged her partner to Port Santa to witness the sea prayer ceremony. Lumion sometimes felt something was off with Nolfi while on the Flying Bird, but he never guessed she was so tied up with the sea prayer ritual. This made him wonder about Nolfi's real reasons for returning to Port Santa. Batna Kant might find himself in a mind-boggling mess over this romantic fling. Lumion's eyes shifted down as he read the last line. Once you're out of these waters and Port Santa, the mystical powers from the sea prayer ritual weakens significantly. Against folks from other regions, the Fisheries Guild mostly wrangles them using adventurers, bounty hunters, and professional assassins. Is this a go-ahead to meddle with the sea prayer ritual and dig into it? As long as I could slip out of Port Santa and these waters, the Fisheries Guild's committee members would be powerless against me? Lumion had no clue about the identity of the person who delivered the paper and the intel. After all, he hadn't seen many folks' handwriting in Port Santa, but he could unmistakably sense their eagerness and anticipation. Crimson flames roared to life, consuming the white paper laden with information. Lumion reclined, sipping on Phaenopotter Kingdom's famed Manzan, the top-tier white wine produced in specific regions without dilution. He absent-mindedly flipped through the book, Travel Around Phaenopotter, penned in Highlander. The author raved about Phaenopotter Kingdom's diverse culinary delights, praising beef, mutton, and pork while expressing disdain for the local tobacco, likening it to smoking chili. After a stretch, Lugano returned to the suite with Ludwig, bearing a stack of street snacks. Roasted baby octopuses, lamb loin, fried fish, potatoes, corn omelet, and pork rolls. Lumion had long set aside Travel Around Phaenopotter. He rose and addressed Lugano. Don't forget to change your appearance tomorrow to fetch our new IDs. Also, figure out where Batna Kant will be in the next 2 days. I want to share a drink with him. All right. Lugano couldn't fathom why his employer suddenly wanted to locate the finely dressed adventurer, but he sensed it wasn't as simple as a casual drink. After assigning the task, Lumion grabbed the sun-straw hat and casually mentioned as he sauntered toward the door, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back before dinner. Do you need any translations? Lugano asked instinctively. Lumion chuckled in response. I'm just taking a stroll, getting a feel for the terrain. No need to chat with anyone. Don't worry, I won't lose my way. Lugano tersely acknowledged and refrained from probing further. He trusted that his employer's adept body language skills would make simple communication a breeze. Once out of Salo Motel, Lumion ambled down the street. He aimed to set the stage for those attempting to reach him and see if the Fisheries Guild would seize the chance to make a move. Salo Motel, 5th floor suite. As Ludwig polished off the fermented grape juice, he leaped from the chair and headed briskly to the washroom. Lugano slouched on the sofa, reluctant to budge. After tending to the child for nearly 2 hours, fatigue had settled in. Lugano yearned for a break. His plan was to gather intel on Batna Kant and rendezvous with the spirited Fainapotter ladies at the bar later in the night. Ludwig entered the washroom, lifted the toilet lid, and half-closed his eyes. As he relieved himself with determination, a slim silhouette emerged from the shadows in the corner. The black shadow took the form of an insect, about the thickness of a finger, with long bristles on its surface resembling spoiled food. Its bristles fluttered, extending like tentacles, reaching out to touch everything in its path. As it twisted, the black shadow silently crept up behind Ludwig. It abruptly stood up and plunged its head into Ludwig's cervical spine. At that moment, it caught sight of the boy's brown eyes. Abruptly, it froze, holding its shape like a snake rearing its upper body. Ludwig, at some point, had ceased urinating and half-turned around. He extended his right palm and seized the black shadow. The shadow didn't put up a fight. In the next instant, the chubby boy, Ludwig, shoved the black shadow into his mouth. Amidst distinct chewing sounds, the lower half of the shadow's body twisted upward, melding with the blurry flesh in front of it. In the blink of an eye, Ludwig consumed the black shadow as if it were a bowl of Fainapotter noodles. He licked his lips, appearing as though he wanted another serving. Outside Aquina Street, in the cafe adorned with flowers on every table. Along the way, Lumion stumbled upon 2 street brawls. He snagged a skewer of Port Santa's roasted octopuses for a quick bite, yet no one approached him discreetly, attempted to stuff him with something, or whispered secret messages. There were no covert attacks. Under the radiant sky and brilliant sun, he chose a quiet corner in a cafe, ordering a glass of Torres coffee with milk, relishing its rich bitterness with patience. As time drifted by, a woman donned in a blue veil and an exquisite dress suddenly took a seat across from Lumion. She scanned the surroundings and swiftly raised the blue fishnet hanging from the brim of her hat. It wasn't a woman, it was a man. A man dressed in women's attire, with distinctive features and grayish-blue eyes that couldn't conceal the anxiety on his face. Lumion's pupils widened. He recognized the man in the feminine garb. It was the current governor of the sea. The same governor of the sea whom Martha had bowed to in the cathedral, like building, served by numerous maids. He sought me out? The one coming to me is actually him? Lumion was both astonished and oddly convinced that this made sense. Noticing that the adventurer Lewis Barry had identified him, the governor of the sea lowered the blue veil, shrouding his face once more. Then, he hushed his voice and spoke in Highlander, filled with desire and concern. "Save me! Save me!" Lumion didn't find the current governor of the sea's plea for help surprising. He raised his left hand and touched his ear. In Intisian, he asked, "What are you saying?" "I only understand the word, help." The current governor of the sea, disguised as a woman, appeared dumbfounded, as if the language barrier was unexpected. Having racked his brains and risked his life to reach Lewis Barry, the governor of the sea found himself unable to convey his request due to the language barrier. Maintaining his pretense of not understanding Highlander, Lumion calmly took out a dark red fountain pen and a stack of post-it notes, handing them over. "Write down everything you want to say. I'll get someone to translate it." This time, he used Intisian again but gestured with the fountain pen to guide the other party on what to do. If the governor of the sea is illiterate and unable to write Highlander, it would be troublesome. I would have to resort to communicating with individual words and body language. I don't want to reveal my knowledge of Highlander yet, Lumion thought with concern. In Intis and Fainapotter there were numerous illiterate individuals. The governor of the sea, after a brief moment of confusion, grasped Lewis Barry's intentions. He took the fountain pen and note and began scribbling. Lumion observed with a composed expression. Despite being on the opposite side, with a hunter's vision and spatial imagination, he easily discerned the content of the written message. "Please help me. Rescue me out of Port Santa. I'm not the true governor of the sea. Not the true governor of the sea." Lumion suppressed the urge to raise his eyebrows and refrained from directly asking, maintaining an appearance of complete ignorance of the words. He desired to see what additional information the current governor of the sea would reveal before considering his next set of questions. The man dressed in feminine attire paused for 2 seconds before continuing. The true governor of the sea died during last year's sea prayer ritual. Dead? The genuine governor of the sea perished during the sea prayer ritual? Lumion felt a sudden surge of joy at this revelation. I can finally see the tale of the key members of April Fools. One consequence of their prank last year was the predetermined governor of the sea's failure to successfully perform the sea prayer ritual. He suffered a backlash from beyonder powers and lost his life. This aligned with the revelations from Ada Guillaume, the Salo motel owner, and his son, a government department clerk, regarding an increase in shipwrecks, a decline in fish harvests, and disrupted trade. The imposter governor of the sea wrote swiftly, as if fearing someone might catch up to him at any moment. I was chosen by Juan Oro and the Fisheries Guild to impersonate the governor of the sea for a year because I resemble the true governor of the sea. This was to prevent fishermen and sea merchants from knowing about their grave mistake and the slip-up that caused the sea prayer ritual to fail. Such a failure has not occurred in recent centuries. Now that I know this secret, they won't let me leave alive. After the governor of the sea handover ritual is completed and the vigil begins, I'll undoubtedly be killed. I never wanted to play the role of governor of the sea. It was a blasphemy against the sea, but they pointed a gun at me, claiming they had already killed someone who refused to cooperate. The church and the government won't intervene in the Fisheries Guild's affairs. You're the only one daring enough to infiltrate the governor of the sea's residence and confront Juan Oro with a gun. I can only seek your help. Over the past year, I've saved up quite a bit of money. I can give it all to you. 100,000 gold rizit. I've heard about your recent exploits. I believe you have the strength. I implore you to help me. Quite educated, Lumion, after studying the 3 completed post-it notes, sensed that the imposter governor of the sea differed from ordinary fishermen, vendors, or workers based on his grammar and vocabulary. After jotting down his reasons and request, the fake governor of the sea set aside the fountain pen and slid 3 post-it notes filled with Highlander words to Lumion. With a quick glance, Lumion contemplated using Highlander words and body language. Help? Your family? The fake governor of the sea hastily wrote down a response. My parents passed away a few years ago. I don't have any other relatives. I was originally an employee of the fisheries company. It's no surprise Juan Oro and his associates dared to kidnap this person to be the governor of the sea. The Earth Mother Church refrains from meddling in the Fisheries Guild's internal affairs. If it affects other citizens, they will still handle it. Lumion pretended to ask first and planned to find someone later to translate the response. Servant girls. Pregnant. He inquired about the maids in the governor of the sea's residence and the reason for their pregnancies. The fake governor of the sea, concealed behind a blue veil, displayed no change in expression. His right hand trembled slightly as he wrote, The governor of the sea will receive the same treatment as the ruler of Port Santa. He can appoint anyone from Milo Village, the Fisheries Guild, and those sea merchant families as his maids and guards. He can do whatever he wants and directly visit them, enjoying the treatment an owner can receive. I couldn't help it. Observing this, Lumion nearly laughed aloud. Even in captivity, he's focused on such matters? Does he believe he can't escape and is resigned to his imminent demise? Is he seeking enjoyment while he still can? The fake governor of the sea added, I can also tax those people and forcefully allocate their market share, but they will listen to me. However, I dare not go too far. Otherwise, Juan Oro will privately whip me with his cane and threaten to kill me. So, this is the source of your savings. Well, he can't control the weather or the tides. After all, he's merely a false governor. Lumion took the fake governor of the sea's new post-it note and pondered for a moment before asking in a clumsy manner, Original. Governor. Where? He inquired about the whereabouts of the former governors of the sea. Noelia, the combat nun of the fertility order, hadn't raised this issue before. It was unclear if she deemed it unimportant, chose not to disclose it for some reason, or lacked the corresponding information. The fake governor of the sea wrote, "I don't know. I heard a maid from Milo Village mention it before. She's Juan Oro's granddaughter. She said that all the governors of the sea will eventually return to the sea." Return to the sea. That doesn't sound promising. Heh. Designating Juan Oro's granddaughter as your maid. Are you seeking revenge for the oppression from her grandfather? And Juan Oro agreed to it, indirectly retaliating by lashing you? Juan Oro and his sons are married to maidens of the sea, and there's a chance his granddaughter is a lizard-like monster. How would you feel if you knew you were sleeping with a humanoid lizard? Lumion criticized the fake governor of the sea internally. He seemed to ponder for a moment, as if unable to comprehend the other party's writing, and changed the question. Juan Oro. Powerful. The fake governor of the sea suddenly shuddered. Swiftly, he wrote, "He's very powerful. He's a monster. He can suffocate people and cause them to die in pain." After writing this, the fake governor of the sea glanced at the sun outside the window. He set down the fountain pen, stood up, and bowed to Lumion. Then, swaying in his elegant dress, he made his way toward the cafe's back door and departed. He appeared anxious about his disappearance during the shopping trip, potentially raising suspicions from the bodyguards. Lumion observed his departure, crumpling the post-it notes into a ball in his palm. Crimson flames trickled from between his fingers before swiftly dissipating. After sprinkling the ashes into the bottle with flowers, Lumion picked up the partially finished Torres coffee and took a sip. Lumion's mind raced as he analyzed the information that concerned him the most. Is what the imposter said true? Could an ordinary person find an opportunity to escape their bodyguards and approach me? Is it possible that Juan Oro and the others secretly prompted him to set a trap for me, waiting for me to fall into it? During the April Fool's prank, the specially crafted golden ring, lacking beyond her powers, was concealed within the lamb's body. The lamb was taken as a sacrifice on the governor of the sea's ship. Is April Fool's meant to substitute something with this ring? Is there another sacrificial ring similar to it? Did the governor of the sea's appointment fail last year because the crucial sacrificial ring turned out to be a fake and couldn't be utilized? This implies that key members of April Fool's or their subordinates are on the special ship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to deceive the committee members of the Fisheries Guild and surreptitiously replace important items. Based on the information I've gathered, there aren't many sailors on that ship. The only passengers are the governor of the sea, four maidens of the sea, and a few individuals guiding them through the ritual. Who among them is connected to April Fools? The Fisheries Guild must have conducted an investigation afterward. I wonder if they've drawn any conclusions. I can't dismiss the possibility that the deceased governor of the sea is linked to April Fools. Maybe he was completely deceived, thinking that by changing the ring and causing the ritual to fail, he could avoid returning to the sea like the previous governors of the sea. However, Bard, Mad Lady, and Ultraman may not have cared about his life at all. What's the purpose of April Fools? Is it merely a prank for their own amusement, or does it harbor a deeper motive? Ordinary April Fool's members might engage purely for entertainment. As for the key members, truth and lies are invariably intertwined. Sitting in the cafe until the sun neared the horizon, Lumion donned the straw hat and leisurely made his way back to the Salo Motel. Late at night, Lugano returned from the bar, emanating the scent of alcohol. He approached Lumion and said, "I've inquired with adventurers and bounty hunters about Batna and his lover. They all claim not to have seen them in the past few days. As soon as they arrived at Port Santa, it was as if they vanished." Vanished? Nolfi, being the child of a maiden of the sea, wouldn't be so clandestine if she were merely returning to Port Santa and the Fisheries Guild. Could she be involved in something related to the sea prayer ritual and convinced Batna to join her? Yet they were targeted upon their return. Perhaps she possesses significant knowledge. I can't personally search for them right now. I need to be more visible as an adventurer. Lugano isn't the most reliable source. What about Noelia the nun? A flurry of speculations raced through Lumion's mind. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly realized the kind of assistance he should seek from the Knight of Swords. Lumion remained composed, not rushing to summon the messenger of the minor arcana, the Knight of Swords. His patience persisted as he waited for a particular individual. Since expressing a strong desire to investigate the sea prayer ritual and taking action, only 3 waves of people had contacted him today, openly or covertly. Yet, the person he awaited the most had not shown up. Maybe Rubio Paco prefers to wait until late at night when there's no one around? Shaking off his thoughts, he smiled at Lugano. Batna just began his fling with Nolfi. He might want to explore all the villages, towns, pastures, and vineyards around Port Santa before the sea prayer ritual. If you hear anything about him later, inform me. There's no need to deliberately inquire. Lugano didn't think it was a big deal and smiled understandingly. Maybe he even took on some missions along the way, earning some bucks while traveling. Once the interpreter and Ludwig retired to their rooms, Lumion settled into a recliner and casually perused the Highlander textbooks under the soft glow of the gas wall lamp. As time passed, the night grew quieter. Lumion, confirming no further intel would arrive that night, pondered the situation. Stroking his chin, he pondered this matter. It seems more people are observing. Unless the great adventurer's investigation makes a breakthrough and remains unscathed, they won't easily place their bets until I demonstrate greater reliability or value. The trio who reached out today possesses distinct traits. One affiliated with the Earth Mother Church, insulated from losses even if their gamble fails. Would the Fisheries Guild risk confrontation with the Cathedral and the Fertility Order? The second, the imposter governor of the sea, faces high odds of death during the sea prayer ritual. He'd clutch at any chance for survival. Additionally, his lack of confidence in both the Earth Mother Church and Port Santa's government makes him value the adventurer capable of defeating the demon warlock more. However, his plea might be a trap by the Fisheries Guild. The third, elusive figure hinted at useful clues without divulging the sea prayer ritual's secret. After careful contemplation, Lumion gained deeper insight into the mindsets and choices of various factions. Conspiracies often manipulated human emotions, exploiting the circumstances at hand. Lumion found himself increasingly fascinated by these 2 aspects. This was both a daily routine and an essential necessity. Putting aside the Highlander textbook, Lumion returned to his bedroom. Closing the door, a black mark on his body emitted a faint glow. Bottle of fiction. Lumion enveloped the entire room within the bottle of fiction. The entry conditions were simple, only spirit world creatures. Ripple-like light briefly adorned the walls, floor, and ceiling of the bedroom before swiftly vanishing, leaving everything appearing entirely ordinary. Only then did Lumion compose the letter and arrange the ritual. He sanctified the dagger, erected a wall of spirituality, and lit the candle representing him. Stepping back, he spoke in ancient Hermes, I. Then, switching to Hermes, he said, I summon in my name, a peculiar creature wandering above the world, a half-fairy who fiddles with melodic strings, a messenger that belongs solely to the Knight of Swords. The orange candle flame transformed instantly into a deep blue hue, expanding to half the size of a human. In the blue radiance, a figure of blood-red hue emerged from the candle flame. Resembling a female human in form, it shared traits with a creature Lumion had encountered in Cordu's ruins. Devoid of skin or external coverings, it exposed bloody muscles, bluish-black blood vessels, ghastly white tendons, oily yellow fat, and large red or white fascia. Lumion studied the 1.7-meter-tall Knight of Swords messenger and pondered silently. Does half-fairy mean it's divided internally? I assumed it would be either split vertically or horizontally. Don't you know how to fiddle with melodic strings? Where are they? With these musings racing through his mind, Lumion handed the folded letter to the messenger and politely uttered in Hermes, kindly deliver this to the Knight of Swords. As his strength grew, Lumion became increasingly aware that most messengers he encountered could be lethal, if unafraid to unleash the corruptive source, Termaboros. Though Lumion couldn't gauge the strength of the Knight of Swords messenger, the half-fairy, all his experience urged him to maintain politeness. The black and white eyeballs of the half-fairy, embedded in the blood, colored face, darted around before gently nodding and accepting the letter. It spoke with a clear, pleasant voice akin to a mountain stream's flow. I'll deliver it promptly. How melodious. It's like a bard strumming a guitar. Lumion snapped out of his reverie. He suddenly grasped the reason for the messenger's melodic string prefix. Thank you. He bowed politely. Observing the half-fairy about to retreat into the blue candle flame, Lumion couldn't suppress his curiosity and inquired, "What would you do if given human skin?" The half-fairy fixed its black and white eyes on Lumion for a few seconds. As it delved into the blue candle flame, it left behind a melodious voice. "I'll put it on. You'll embody whoever's skin you wear?" Has the half-fairy always sought its other half? Lumion speculated. At that moment, he recalled an unfinished promise. Help the abscessed hand find its body. This pledge determined whether Lumion could attain godhood and advance to Sequence 4. However, being only a Sequence 6, he wasn't in a rush. Late at night, in Trier's market district, within an empty room, Franca, clad in an assassin suit, was having her first face-to-face encounter with 007. As moments drifted by, 007 strode in, sporting a brown lion headgear and a double-breasted coat. After confirming his identity, Franca pushed back her hood, emerging from the shadows. "What brings us to this in-person discussion?" 007 inquired, his brow furrowed. His instincts screamed to decline, yet he sensed the gravity of the situation. Failing to act promptly could result in a colossal catastrophe. Ultimately, he acceded to Hidden Blade's request for a meeting. Franca chuckled, emotions swirling within. "It's a good thing. I'm skeptical when it comes from you, Hidden Blade." 007 expressed his concern openly. Franca clarified her reason for requesting an offline meeting. "It's true. I need your help to find someone. Telegrams can't convey a portrait. I can't craft a digital image using just words and dots. Can I?" 007 regarded Franca with suspicion. "Simply seeking help to locate someone? No ulterior motives." Franca chuckled. "For now, that's all I can divulge. That only heightens my apprehension." 007 keenly sensed the search for this individual might harbor a crucial issue. Otherwise, Hidden Blade, having witnessed catastrophic events, wouldn't have taken it so seriously. She wouldn't have insisted on an offline meeting and handing over the portrait personally. More likely, she would have left it somewhere for retrieval. Franca produced a portrait, drawn through dream divination and ritualistic magic, and passed it to 007. Upon receiving it, 007's hand naturally emitted a sunlight-like glow, revealing the photo-like drawing in the dark night. The depicted figure wore a black robe, with his head slightly turned, revealing very short dark hair that seemed freshly grown. The facial contours on his side profile were gentle, and his sickly pale white skin contrasted with his dark brown eyes, which were not sunken enough. Initially, 007 perceived nothing remarkable, but trusting Hidden Blade's knack for stirring trouble, he scrutinized it for more than 10 seconds. Beneath the lion's headgear, his brow furrowed as he whispered, "This doesn't seem like someone from any country in the northern continent." Franca smiled playfully and self-deprecatingly. "Don't you think he resembles us from before we transmigrated?" 007 froze, as if struck by lightning. He studied the drawing repeatedly and fell silent for nearly 20 seconds before saying, "Hidden Blade, do you understand what you're saying?" Franca raised her head slightly and said in a deep voice, "I suspect he came from that country from our world. Muggle, I, and the others found signs of interaction between both worlds before." "When? What signs?" 007 interjected, fighting the urge to grab Hidden Blade's shoulder and shake her for every bit of information. Franca chuckled. "I'm not at liberty to answer you. I can only reveal it after discussing with Muggle and the others. There are many secrets involved. First, discreetly search for the person in the portrait. I encountered him on the 4th level of the catacombs." 007 struggled to contain his impatience. resisting the temptation to handcuff Hidden Blade for details. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Can't you guys discuss it first before involving me? I was just considerate of your emotions, afraid that you'd lose control upon receiving so much information at one go." Franca let out a hollow laugh and replied, "It's not time to meet Muggle and the others yet. I need to find him urgently, afraid he might leave Trier." Calm down, calm down. You can't hide your desire to kill me." Franca smiled sheepishly, fading into the shadows. Holding the portrait, 007 took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Phainopotter Kingdom, Port Santa, Salo Motel. After breakfast, Lumion had just returned to the master bedroom when he sensed a sudden chill. Simultaneously, a tarot card materialized on the desk. The card depicted a knight running with a sword in hand. Minor Arcana card. Knight of Swords. Lumion's gaze fixated on the Minor Arcana card before he noticed another person standing in front of the full-body mirror in the room. The man sported a white shirt and a black vest, his face unusually pale and his brown hair tousled, suggesting he had just woken up. For some inexplicable reason, Lumion sensed a conflicting demeanor in this person, elusive yet restrained. The brown eyes held an indescribable weight, akin to staring into an abyss. "Knight of Swords?" Lumion inquired. The man nodded subtly and responded, "Seven of Wands? How may I assist you?" Surprised, Lumion questioned, "How do you know I'm the Seven of Wands?" Lumion hadn't disclosed his exact code name in the letter, merely stating he sought help from the Knight of Swords as guided by Madame Magician. The Knight of Swords spoke slowly, as if holding back something. "Ma'am Hermit informed me that the Seven of Wands, affiliated with Madame Magician, would soon arrive in Phainopotter, possibly in need of intel or assistance. Madame Magician intentionally communicated with Ma'am Hermit about me," Lumion realized. "I need your help locating two individuals in Port Santa and the surrounding seas. Try not to alert any factions. Be specific," the Knight of Swords replied, economical with his words. Lumion shared Batnacont and Nolfi's details, adding, "I'm not certain if they're still alive. They might have become corpses by now." As he spoke, he handed two photo-like sketches to the Knight of Swords, a unique skill he'd acquired from Aurora's grimoires and his expertise in ritualistic magic. These images, directly replicated from his mind, bore an uncanny resemblance to photographs. The ritualistic magic involved in creating such images demanded a suitable and secure target for prayer, a practice more common among official Beyonders who had orthodox gods to appeal to. Wild Beyonders rarely resorted to praying to dangerous entities for trivial matters. Being part of the Tarot Club, Lumion straddled both worlds, with the ability to seek aid from Mr. Fool or tap into Madame Magician's strength. The Knight of Swords studied the photo-like sketches before affirming, "I'll help you find them as soon as possible." There was no demand for payment or any immediate request, prompting Lumion to sigh. Organizations do have their advantages. Internal assistance often translated into favors, subtly binding individuals to reciprocal obligations. Some preferred setting clear prices rather than owing favors, but Lumion didn't entertain such thoughts. Securing the Knight of Swords' presence and help was already a considerable favor in itself. He pondered for a moment and then inquired, "What mission do you have in Phainopotter? Do you need my assistance?" The Knight of Swords paused briefly before responding. "The matter in Phainopotter is wrapping up, but I'll be heading to the southern continent soon. I might require your help there." "Sure thing," Lumion agreed. Intrigued, he asked, "Is Ma'am Hermit also overseeing matters in the southern continent? Wasn't she too busy?" Madame Magician had indicated that this major arcana card holder primarily dealt with sea-related affairs and a clandestine organization dedicated to the hidden sage, with little involvement in the southern continent. The Knight of Swords replied in a subdued tone, "It's a personal matter, unrelated to Ma'am Hermit." "Got it," Lumion acknowledged. Many of his past tasks weren't orchestrated by Madame Magician, and even his mission in Port Santa to track down April Fool's key member was considered personal business if it didn't involve the celestial worthy. After a 2-second pause, the Knight of Swords added, "Moreover, I'm only temporarily under Mam Hermit's command. What does he mean by temporarily subordinate? Can one switch to other major arcana card holders in the future? Lumion wondered. Without explanation, the Knight of Swords form suddenly turned ethereal and disappeared. Lumion, without activating his spirit vision, couldn't catch the departing figure in time. It doesn't feel like teleportation or blending into the shadows. After a quick assessment, he changed into a brownish-green short-sleeved shirt and loose brownish-yellow pants commonly seen in Port Santa. Exiting the master bedroom, Lumion tossed the lie earring to Lugano. Go to Valerio and get the new IDs. Remember the face you used when you last saw him. I remember it clearly. Lugano took the lie earring. As Lugano was about to proceed with his disguise, Lumion halted him. Find a secluded spot after leaving the room to use it. When you return, shift back to your original appearance before entering the motel. Doesn't this mean I'll have this mystical item to myself for a while? Aren't you worried I might take off with it? It's not just unique, it's valuable. Lugano refrained from probing further. Following his employer's instructions, he took the lie earring, a bag containing his disguise, and exited the room. Observing Lugano's departure, Lumion picked up a golden straw hat and addressed Ludwig. There's plenty of food in my bedroom. Stay put until I'm back. Sure thing, Ludwig agreed, seemingly eager. Would someone exploit the absence of his guardians to attack him? The boy? Lumion, passing by the sofa, casually placed the golden straw hat on Ludwig's head. Simultaneously, he switched to a common round-rimmed felt hat and left the suite gradually. He wasn't concerned about Ludwig being alone in the motel. In fact, those who might come into contact with the boy faced more significant risks. Lumion adjusted his hat in the corridor and activated shadow transformation. Swiftly, he transformed into a pure shadow, blending into the darkness at the base of the walls on both sides. In the dark, veiled void, Lumion inhaled the scent of the gray-amber perfume he had deliberately left on the lie earring, using it to track Lugano. His intent wasn't merely to determine whether the interpreter was problematic, but to anticipate a potential attack. With adventurer Lewis Barry probing the sea prayer ritual and presenting himself as resolute and radical, it was likely the Fisheries Guild and Milo Village would swiftly react in a decisive manner, eliminating this outsider to dissuade others and factions from clandestinely stirring. In this scenario, Lumion, Lugano, and Ludwig were at risk. He specifically tasked Lugano to seek Valerio alone for the IDs, intending to see if Juan Oro and others had their eyes on his companions, seizing an opportunity to strike Lugano. This strategy allowed Lumion to swiftly intervene if needed, rescuing Lugano while potentially neutralizing some Beyonders from the Fisheries Guild, showcasing the adventurer's strength and instilling confidence in onlookers, compelling further attempts. However, the Fisheries Guild and Milo Village might not act immediately. They might feign vulnerability, luring hidden adversaries to reveal themselves before eliminating them in one fell swoop. Lumion shadowed Lugano to Valerio's underground casino, observing him pay the remaining 50 gold rizit for 2 local IDs. No attack. Could it be the Fisheries Guild is fishing? Or did they fail to recognize Lugano after he used the lie earring? Lumion pondered the potential reasons while traversing through the shadows. Lugano hurriedly avoided lingering on the streets, well aware that his employer had incurred the wrath of the Fisheries Guild. He feared being ambushed by those unwilling to target Lumion, dragged into an alley, and subjected to a brutal beating. Seeking refuge in a crevice between 2 buildings near Salo Motel, he swiftly reverted to his altered appearance. Removing the lie earring, he switched into his customary black formal suit. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, he turned onto Aquina Street and made his way back to the motel's entrance. Several tramps lay dozing on both sides of the street, basking lazily in the sunlight. Lumion was aware that unlike the severe tramp situation in the Lone Kingdom and the Intis Republic, Phainopotter's tramp issue was less acute due to fertile soil, ample pastures, and the church's modified agricultural methods, resulting in surplus food production. Here, food was notably cheaper, about 15 to 20% lower compared to Intis and other countries. Previously, before the Lone Kingdom began importing food from Phainopotter, the price of rye bread of the same weight was nearly twice as high. Despite the abundance, bankrupt farmers, herders, and city dwellers ended up as tramps due to land acquisition, loan sharks, and other reasons. However, they received free food from various sources like the Cathedral of Earth Mother, the Fertility Order, government departments, and charitable organizations, which, although not filling, prevented starvation, allowing them to recuperate and find new opportunities. As Lugano neared Salo Motel, Lumion, concealed in the shadows, sensed a disturbance. 3 tramps on the street abruptly stiffened, adjusting their postures unnaturally. In an instant, they sprang to their feet like puppet marionettes, drawing revolvers in an odd manner and aiming at Lugano from 3 different angles. Bang! 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 Their white-eyed state left Lugano no room to evade as they pulled their triggers successively. It wasn't until 3 tramps pointed revolvers at him that Lugano sprang into action. As a seasoned bounty hunter, he had no time to discern where the assailants planned to shoot. He pushed off with strength in his feet, swiftly lunging to the side. He dodged 2 bullets, but the third one was too close, altering his trajectory, inevitably striking him. In midair, Lugano did something unconventional. Instead of curling up to shield vital spots, he extended his body, using his palm to shield his chest. Bang! The bullet connected with his right rib, unleashing a vivid spray of blood. With a thud, Lugano landed on the street, rolling forward to evade subsequent shots. In the midst of his lunge, Lumion's form materialized from the shadows by the roadside. He delivered a powerful punch to the tramp who had just fired. With a resounding thud, the tramp's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled, unconscious. Lumion returned to the shadows and swiftly moved behind another tramp. Before he could fire a second shot, Lumion punched him behind the ear. As the tramp collapsed, Lugano skillfully evaded the second bullet fired by the remaining assailant. In that tense moment, passers-by and elderly women chatting on the street scattered, desperately seeking cover. The surroundings seemed eerily vacant. Shadows danced as Lumion emerged from the darkness beside the last assailant. Extending his right palm, he seized the other's neck. Almost simultaneously, the assailant's mouth opened naturally, emitting a slender black shadow. An insect, as thick as a finger, with tentacle-like bristles floating on its body, lunged straight for Lumion's neck. Humph! 2 pale white beams of light flickered in Lumion's nostrils. The slender, peculiar black insect lost its strength, gently descending into his raised left palm. As anticipated, Lumion withdrew his right hand from the tramp's neck, unfazed. The tramp's eyes returned to normal. Clutching his revolver, he staggered backward, leaning against the wall before slumping to the ground in a daze. Lumion paid him no heed. Utilizing the shadows, he swiftly approached an unconscious tramp, noticing a small, bloodless wound on the back of his cervical spine. Another slender, bristle-covered black insect darted out, attempting escape. Lumion's hand, engulfed in crimson flames, seized it. After a few struggles, the insect emitted a cooked fragrance. Subsequently, Lumion employed a similar method to handle the strange black insect emerging from another tramp's body. During this procedure, Lugano half-squatted on the street, his left palm flickering with a clear light as he pressed it against the gunshot wound on his right rib. The charred wound immediately contracted, ceasing to ooze blood. Drawing a dagger, Lugano skillfully picked a yellow bullet from the wound with precision and efficacy. With that accomplished, he generated a faint light in his left palm, pressing it against the wound. The injury squirmed and swiftly fused, reducing to a fifth of its original size in no time. Lugano had intentionally stretched, hoping the bullet would hit a spot he could conveniently handle. As he retrieved a bandage to tend to the remaining wound, Lumion approached, extending his free right palm. Understanding his employer's gesture, Lugano returned the lie earring, expressing relief. Fortunately, I'm a doctor. As long as I'm not killed on the spot, gunshot wounds aren't a big deal. Silently, Lumion donned the silver lie earring. Leaning down, he pressed and swiped at Lugano's wound, transferring it to the back of his right hand. Due to the disparity in location and Lugano's pretreatment, the wound regressed into a small scrape, one akin to scraping against a rough wall. Lugano stared at the wound that didn't even require a bandage, falling into a prolonged silence. Lumion smiled and remarked, "Why else do you think I let you carry lie?" Lugano gaped, uncertain of what to say. Surveying the area, Lumion instructed, "Take the 3 tramps' guns and wait for the police to arrive. Report that you were attacked. After giving your statement, if there's nothing else, take Ludwig to the Fertility Order's entrance and have them uphold justice and maintain order in Port Santa." All right. Lugano hurriedly stood up. Just as he took 2 steps toward the dazed tramp, realization struck. He turned around and blurted, "What about you? Where are you going?" In his haste, he had forgotten to use honorifics. Lumion simply chuckled, saying nothing. "I sent you to the Fertility Order to inform them of my intentions, to let them know." Lumion proceeded towards Salo Motel, leaving crimson flames in his wake that incinerated the blood dripped by Lugano. As he advanced, Lumion lowered his voice and asked, "Temaboros, do you recognize these insects?" Temaboros remained silent. Upon reaching the suite on the 5th floor, Lumion observed Ludwig eagerly awaiting him. His heart stirred as he spread his left palm, revealing 3 black insects. Casually, he inquired, "Do you know what these are?" Ludwig nodded obediently, speaking swiftly. "Baiting's black insect, a creature from planet Haveen 3, rich in various proteins and possessing high energy levels. They invade human bodies via the cervical spine, controlling their nervous systems to manipulate them to their advantage. These Baiting's black insects ceased evolving generations ago. While controlling the nervous system, the host's movements stiffen, and their eyes roll back. They seldom directly kill the host, but their larvae, once laid, absorb the host's energy, indirectly leading to their demise. In ancient times, many of their ancestors received boons. Though their descendants no longer possess these, their body structures adapted to the boon's power were inherited, eventually evolving into this special species with minor Beyonder-level powers. Consider it a special spirit world creature or a degenerated Beyonder creature. After the long explanation, Ludwig gazed at Lumion longingly, asking, "That's all I have to say. Can I eat them now?" "You really know. You make it sound so real. The Baiting's black insect, planet Haveen 3. What's happening? The alien planets Aurora mentioned?" Lumion was taken aback. Lumion wasn't surprised that Ludwig had the desire to consume the Baiting's black insects. This guy could even gnaw on live rats. The insects even emitted a rather pleasant fragrance after being roasted. Lumion stared at Ludwig for a few seconds before handing over the 3 Baiting's black insects in his hand. Ludwig didn't hide his delight. He swiftly devoured 2 of the roasted insects, relishing the explosion of juices in his mouth. He half closed his eyes, and an unusual fluctuation seemed to surge within him. Lumion furrowed his brow in confusion but refrained from intervening. Having used the mystery-prying glasses to discover that there appeared to be something beneath Ludwig's skin, coupled with Ludwig's daily behavior and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom stance, Lumion speculated that the boy was a monster in human guise, sealed by the Church to carry out tasks inconvenient for deploying clergymen. Regarding the reader pathway controlled by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, it held various applications at the body of heart and mind level. It was reasonable to assume why Ludwig's mind had suffered damage after being sealed, rendering him seemingly foolish. After 20 to 30 seconds, Ludwig opened his eyes and rushed to the dining table. Grabbing a small steel table knife, he carefully placed the remaining Baiting's black insect on the tablecloth and skillfully cut it open, removing numerous black fascias. Ludwig poured a glass of Manzan and arranged the fascia and the shell of the Baiting's black insect on the table, adding the black juice squeezed from the insect's body. Lumion observed as the pale golden liquor swiftly transformed into a dark, red, almost black hue, emitting dense bubbles. Once the bubbles subsided, Ludwig lifted the peculiar cocktail. Only then did he remember Lumion's presence. Stammering, he asked, "Can I?" Can I drink a little? A sealed body of heart and mind indeed. Lumion smiled and sighed. Drink up. Gulp. Gulp. Ludwig finished the small amount of dark red, nearly black liquor and expressed satisfaction to Lumion, saying, after concocting the baiting's black insect's bodily fluids, it can enhance the physique of those who drink it for the first time to a certain extent. It grants everyone the ability to paralyze primate creatures within 2 hours. Yes, it will only be effective through contact. Teach this is turning the baiting's black insect into something akin to charms? Moreover, it provides permanent effects and short-term beyonder powers. Amidst Lumion's surprise, he sensed that Ludwig had undergone significant changes. He had never demonstrated the ability to prepare such food before. Lumion didn't delve deeper and calmly remarked, take Lugano to the Fertility Order's entrance later, and ensure he informs Noelia about the attack. All right. In a good mood, Ludwig readily agreed. Meanwhile, at the Port District, while Ludwig and Lugano arrived at the Fertility Order, wearing a golden straw hat, Lumion strolled towards the square dominated by an ocean wave statue. His attention focused on the grayish-black house adorned with the Port Santa Fisheries Guild sign. The 4- or 5-story castle-like ancient structure was rumored to be over a millennium old, having been destroyed and rebuilt centuries ago. Lumion's eyes traced the intricate symbols on the wall, which included iron hooks and fishing nets. Adjusting his straw hat, he proceeded towards the Fisheries Guild. The encampment of the Fertility Order in Port Santa sprawled along the city's edge, nestled near the suburbs. It claimed an entire street, complete with fields, orchards, and a variety of livestock, providing a self-sufficient haven for the nuns when they weren't on missions. Lugano gripped Ludwig's hand and raised his eyes to the green vines entwining the cloister's spire, with the sacred emblem of life at its center. A simple depiction of a baby amidst wheat ears, flowers, spring water, and other symbols. Turning to Noelia, he uttered, I was attacked. Just wrapped up my statement at the police station. Noelia, adorned with a black hat adorned with white patterns, blending religion and combat, furrowed her brow and inquired, Where's Louis Barry? Rather than delving into the specifics of Lugano's assault, she honed in on the whereabouts of Louis Barry, the great adventurer. Lugano shook his head and replied earnestly, I don't know. He told me to come here after giving my statement and inform you that I was attacked. Noelia's expression shifted to solemnity. In the bustling port district, standing before the robust grayish-black edifice of the Fisheries Guild, Lumion, now garbed in a white shirt, black vest, and brown pants, topped with a golden straw hat, casually strode to the building. The 2 guards stationed here lacked guns, carrying only straight swords on their backs and daggers at their waists, blending in with the multitude of passers-by. Who are you looking for? Both guards extended their hands simultaneously, halting Lumion's advance. Lumion couldn't comprehend Highlander. Without hesitation, he drew his revolver, pointed it towards the sky, and squeezed the trigger. Amidst the gunshot's echo, he slipped between the 2 guards, entering the castle-like abode of the Fisheries Guild. The guards exchanged uncertain glances but refrained from intervening. One of them dashed towards the port's police station, while the other hurried into the grayish-black building, aiming to report to his superior and seek guidance. Clutching his revolver, Lumion advanced at a measured pace. Beneath the puzzled stares of the staff, who hastily sidestepped, he traversed the hall and ascended the stairs leading to the committee member's office. Just as he approached the 2nd floor, a figure appeared before him. Bronze-hued skin, broad and sturdy physique, black hair, and blue eyes characterized the young man who had aided the Fisheries Guild's president, Juan Oro. He was Fernandez Oro, the old man's grandson. Fernandez glared at Lumion ascending step by step, gritting his teeth. How dare you intrude into the guild? Lumion paid him no heed. He maintained a steady pace, neither hastening nor slowing as he approached the entrance to the 2nd floor. Fernandez masked his expression, his back slightly arched, and his eyes appeared to radiate an ominous glow. Suddenly, Lumion sensed a significant dimming of the ambient light. Simultaneously, An intangible force descended from above, entwining around his feet, making him feel shorter and causing his body to sway. Fernandez, in contrast, seemed to grow taller, casting dense shadows that engulfed the corridor's meager light. Thud. Advancing, Fernandez swung his right fist towards Lumien's head. A gusty wind permeated the space, propelling the fist with hammer-like force, guided by an unseen magnet. Lumien gazed upward as something within him erupted, shattering the binding force. His thighs swelled suddenly, and his loose brown pants constricted. He grew taller seemingly out of thin air, sleeves and pants tightening around bulging muscles. Bang! A left punch from Lumien met Fernandez's incoming fist in a thunderous collision, causing the stairs to quiver and sway. Fernandez, forced back 2 steps, bore no fear but a hint of joy on his face. Retreating, his eyes darkened with a touch of brilliance. Raising his left hand, a dark green light swiftly concentrated on his unusually rough fingertips. The light transformed into a ray, silently hurtling towards Lumien, momentarily immobilized by the collision. Fernandez chose close combat from the start, creating an opening for the ray, capable of disrupting the human structure and inducing swift internal injuries. The dark green danger ray matched the speed of light. Lumien, unable to dodge in advance, could only watch as it struck between his chest and abdomen. Yet, the dark green ray pierced through, striking only an illusion. Leveraging the ascetic's accumulated strength in clashing with Fernandez, Lumien had seized the chance to arch his back and stand in place like an arc, deftly evading potential sneak attacks. In this intricate dance, he even employed the knee's face, creating an illusion of himself still standing upright. Gradually, the dark green ray dissipated, vanishing around the corner of the stairs. Suddenly, a crimson fire, nearly white-hot, erupted from Lumien's body. Transformed into a fireball, he hurtled towards Fernandez, who had just regained his footing. Fernandez's pupils constricted, seemingly challenged by the blaze. Swiftly, he sidestepped, clenched his right hand into a fist, and yanked it down. An invisible force tugged Lumien to the ground, but undeterred, he dispersed the flames, reappearing with feet firmly planted on the corridor floor. Clang! His massive form stomped heavily, causing the building to sway. In a single stride, he stood before Fernandez, who had just risen. His left fist, wreathed in crimson, nearly white flames, collided with Fernandez. Without a moment to activate his superpowers, Fernandez raised his arms hastily to block. Boom! Flames erupted as Lumien's punch sent the young man flying, crashing into the partially open-side office, demolishing the wooden desk. Capitalizing on Fernandez's disorientation and pain, Lumien followed, rushing into the office and delivering another punch with his left fist. Boom! Crimson flames, nearly white, illuminated the room as the punch explosively struck Fernandez's chest. The flames were contained by an unseen force, preventing them from entirely obliterating Fernandez's chest. Instead, they crumpled, clouding the target's vision. Expressionless, Lumien halted, gazing at the semi-conscious Fernandez. He raised his left hand. A colossal crimson fireball, nearly white, condensed rapidly, poised to act as a reaper. In the next instant, the fireball shot forth, homing in on Fernandez. Abruptly, it ascended, passing the target, and collided with the wall behind the desk. Boom! Blazing white and red flames burst through the glass window, the wall, and ignited outside the Fisheries Guild building, creating fiery clouds in the air. Almost simultaneously, Lumien felt as though he entered a dark and profound void. Distant, resplendent stars blinked like vigilant eyes. Once more, he confronted Juan Oro, an elderly man with deeply etched wrinkles. At that moment, Noelia had rushed to the square where the statue of the waves stood, shouting towards the building with a fallen window frame. Stop! At the sound of the combat nun's voice, Lumien sighed with regret, swiveled his revolver, and holstered it under his armpit. Juan Oro and the surrounding void vanished. A few minutes later, Juan Oro emerged from the grayish-black building of the Fisheries Guild with his walking stick. In a deep voice, he addressed Noelia. He attacked Fernandez. "You must apprehend him." Noelia cast a cold glance at the president of the Fisheries Guild and retorted, "Should I then invite Fernandez to the police station to assist in the investigation of the Aquina Street shooting? All of you, calm down and jointly maintain order in Port Santa. Otherwise, do you think the church can't handle any of you?" In the final words, the combat nun shifted her gaze to Lumion, issuing a warning as a gesture of fairness. Juan Oro fell silent for a moment before stating, "I don't know anything about the Aquina Street shooting." With that, he turned and limped back to the Fisheries Guild with his cane, where many employees rushed to assist him. Observing this, Noelia led her combat team to escort Lumion away. Once out of the port district, the combat nun instructed her team members to slow down and create some distance, walking alongside Lumion herself. "You're making things difficult for us. Order, understand? Superficial order must be maintained." Noelia raised her hand, pinching both sides of her forehead. "Fortunately, you didn't really kill Fernandez. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to carry out the arrest." Lumion chuckled and remarked, "If I truly wanted to kill Fernandez, he wouldn't have survived until your intervention or Juan Oro's rescue." His words held undeniable truth. Noelia was taken aback. After a few seconds of contemplation, she spoke, "Are you displaying your attitude, strength, and confidence for the onlookers? Simultaneously, do you wish for Juan Oro to misjudge your capabilities based on this encounter?" Lumion remained silent. With a smile, he looked ahead and remarked, "Where did the former governors of the sea end up?" Noelia fell silent for a moment before answering, "On the surface, they were dispatched to various locations. However, according to our observations, it takes at least 4 to 5 months, or no more than 3 years, for these governors of the sea to mysteriously vanish without a trace. There are often no signs of a struggle at the scene, and their families remain unharmed. Did they return to the sea voluntarily?" Lumion smiled and said, "See, didn't I gain something from dealing with Fernandez just now?" The Church of Earth Mother now seemed more willing to share information. Noelia wasn't upset. She smiled and added, "No one reveals all their cards from the start. Once your investigation reaches a certain point, we'll provide more." Lumion stared at the azure sea beside him, contemplating for a moment. "You haven't disclosed the intentions of your Earth Mother Church in this matter." Noelia's eyes flickered. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pointed at the arguing pedestrians ahead, shouting, "Street brawls are prohibited." Before completing her sentence, she sprinted over with her team, leaving Lumion alone. Lumion scoffed and slowly shook his head. Late at night, as Lumion was about to retire for the night, he heard the deep and hoarse voice of the Knight of Swords, as if suppressing something. "Clues to the whereabouts of the 2 targets have been found." Already, Lumion hadn't anticipated the Knight of Swords making progress this swiftly, in just a day. Trusting his gut, he turned, meeting his reflection in the full-length mirror. There stood the disheveled, pallid-faced Knight of Swords, a sudden appearance. "Just clues," Lumion mused, distilling the essence of the other's words. The Knight of Swords shot him a gaze, tightly reined, and uttered, "The day after hitting Port Santa, they visited Ballancat Ship Rental, asking about renting a boat for fishing. Vanished since." Those words sparked a fleeting thought in Lumion's mind. Quite romantic, as expected of a 3/2 Intisian and half Phaenopaterian duo. Opting for a fishing date. If only Nolfi didn't carry the Maiden of the Sea's lineage and this wasn't Port Santa. Then romance might have been their motive. Regrettably, reality doesn't entertain ifs. Lumion sighed, pondering Nolfi and Batna's true intentions. Port Santa teemed with fishermen, yet not all owned boats. The lower-class ones either worked on vessels for a set pay or pooled funds to rent or buy. Ballancat's profits came from these folks, not the tourists or middle-class sightseers. This wasn't a city known for tourism. In Lumion's contemplation, the Knight of Swords pressed on. Nolfi handled the price inquiry, but Batna cooperated without resistance. Did Batna truly perceive it as a date? For Intisians, it holds a lure. No wonder he didn't resist. Renting a boat for a sea excursion. Lumion pondered, his mind racing with possibilities. Was Nolfi planning to intercept the incoming governor of the sea during the sea prayer ritual or collide with their ship loaded with gunpowder? Perhaps she intended to replace them at a critical juncture? Lumion's thoughts whirred with conjectures. Then, a sudden recollection jolted him. Various sources mentioned a crucial detail about the sea prayer ritual. The final and pivotal part unfolded in a special sea area beyond the port. Details and the location were undisclosed to those who hadn't witnessed it. A new hypothesis formed in Lumion's mind. Nolfi's mother, a fleeing maiden of the sea, likely visited that special sea and might have shared pertinent information with her daughter. Was Nolfi's motive for renting the boat to reach that unique sea area? What lay there? The core of the sea prayer ritual. Did this imply something, an entity or power concealed in that zone? Was the ritual designed to harness something extraordinary? Did Nolfi aim to seize the item and establish herself as the permanent governor of the sea? Or did she intend to obliterate it, terminating Port Santa's tradition of selecting the governor and maidens through the sea prayer ritual? If obtaining the item were easy, the Fisheries Guild committee members would have done it long ago. Human nature tends to selfishness. Leaving a boon for the maiden's children is improbable unless one stumbles upon a stroke of fortune and knows the right approach to secure, elude danger, and navigate the situation. Destruction might indeed be the simpler route. As his thoughts raced, Lumion looked up slightly. Could April Fool's key members have orchestrated a prank to steal the item, or its uniqueness? Had they succeeded? This was a pivotal question. The Knight of Swords observed Lumion in silence, not disrupting his contemplation. He stood motionless, resembling a lifeless figure. After a while, Lumion asked with curiosity, "How did you manage to trace Nolfi and Batna in just one day?" The Knight of Swords, in a deep tone, responded, "Gathering information from the spirit world and conducting a field investigation. After their departure from the Balancat ship rental, all pertinent information was either concealed or eliminated, making it impossible to locate them again. Isn't this the premise of certain divinations? Nolfi and Batna didn't take precautions against divination before visiting the ship rental company. But they did so afterward? This doesn't add up. Either they never take precautions, or they do it consistently, unless they are both novices who only remember to guard against divination after inquiring about the boat's price. Yes, a more plausible explanation is that ship rental falls within the fisheries and sea trade-related industries, deeply intertwined with the committee members of the Fisheries Guild. Nolfi and Batna, as outsiders, inquiring about the price of a ship rental attracted attention, and their identities were exposed, leading to their disappearance. The note revealing that Nolfi is the child of the Maidens of the Sea might come from the owner or a shareholder of the Balancat ship rental. Lumion's thoughts gradually became clearer. He gazed at the Knight of Swords, pondering how to request him to continue the investigation. At that moment, the Knight of Swords took the initiative to say, "I'll delve deeper into the ship rental company." "Thank you." Lumion expressed his gratitude sincerely. Then, he witnessed the Knight of Swords' figure swiftly becoming transparent and vanishing. Transformed into a soul-like entity? Wraith? Lumion discerned more details this time. This led him to suspect that the Knight of Swords belonged to the Temperance faction of the Church of the Fool. His subsequent journey to the southern continent was likely to deal with the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. Without hesitation, he shed his clothes, donned a faded cotton shirt, and reclined on the bed. Late at night in Trier, Franca strolled beneath intermittently lit street lamps, clad in a thick tweed shirt and pants that clung to her legs. Even without makeup and deliberately concealing her appearance in the darkness and shadows, numerous inebriated individuals still approached her upon glimpsing her back or side profile, behaving like tiny flying insects circling under the gas street lamps on a summer's night. Smack! Franca's ponytail swayed slightly as she sent a particular drunkard flying with a sidekick. The drunkard screamed and vomited on the ground. Franca pursed her lips in disdain and muttered to herself, "Pleasure sure brings trouble. It's manageable during the day, but some overconfident types try to flirt at night. And there's malice all around when I'm out." Even the hero who rescues a damsel in distress aims to strike up a conversation later. However, those scoundrels came expecting joy and anticipation, only to receive a beating and the accompanying pain. Right? Could this be considered a simplified version of pleasure causing affliction? It was precisely because Franca wanted to experience this and potentially find an opportunity to digest the potion that she didn't sneak through the shadows and move undetected. After a while, Franca slipped into the shadows and reached the empty room where she had previously met 007. Her associate had mentioned that he'd discovered information about the ancient tomb beside the crazy mushroom cave on the 4th level of the catacombs through the church's resources and municipal archives. However, it wasn't safe to disclose it in the Telegram group, no matter how close their bonds were. Therefore, he compiled the details and left them at the designated spot for Franca to retrieve. Franca conducted a brief search and found 2 folded sheets of thin paper. She unfolded them and swiftly skimmed the content. As an assassin, even in the dimmest environment, she could decipher the words. "The ancient tomb where you found the mirror world fragment belongs to a noble family from the 4th epoch's Tudor Empire. Their last name is Tamara. I haven't located specific details about the members in that tomb, but I've stumbled upon something odd. Not only does the 4th level house Tamara family tombs, but there are also tombs on the 3rd level, such as the Thorns and Shieldwall tomb and the Impartial tomb. Why aren't they grouped together?" Franca's gaze froze. Isn't the Thorns and Shieldwall tomb where Jenna completed her Tearcatcher mission? The mission they used as a pretext involved the Tamara family, and the tomb where they found the mirror world fragment belonged to them too. Wasn't this an extraordinary coincidence? Could it be a manifestation of mystical laws? Franca collected herself and continued reading. "I can't access more detailed Tamara family information at my level. Figure something out yourself." Franca nodded, resolved to report the entire situation to Madame Judgment, seeking insights and information from the Tarot Club. In the early morning on Aquina Street in Port Santa, in a house diagonally opposite Salo Motel, Lumion, his appearance transformed, stood by a window in a room. Clutching the new ID provided by Valerio, he surveyed the suite where he, Lugano, and Ludwig were lodged, as well as the street below. Now he aimed to play the role of an ordinary bounty hunter who had taken on a confidential assignment, diligently monitoring the adventurer, Louis Barry. Given Louis's assertive conduct in recent days, it was likely that all the well-informed individuals in Port Santa knew of this great adventurer's desire to investigate the sea prayer ritual. The probability was high that Bard and other pivotal members of April Fools would be in tow. Lumion savored the tang of fermented grape juice bought from a street vendor as he coolly surveyed the suite rented by the adventurer, Louis Barry. He occasionally cast a discerning eye over Aquina Street, on the lookout for any potential monitors. A little over half an hour ago, Lumion had transformed his appearance and changed into a different outfit. He had seemingly teleported to a nearby street before returning to secure a suitable room. Soon enough, Lumion spotted Lugano cautiously heading out to fetch an extra breakfast for Ludwig. A chuckle escaped him. This guy was still spooked from yesterday's attack. However, unless the members of the Fisheries Guild had succumbed to the corrupting influence of superpowers, losing control of their emotions and rational thinking, it was improbable for them to target Lugano, the interpreter and guide. Louis Barry's response the previous day had sent a clear message to everyone. "If you can't take me out directly, keep your sights off those around me. You might eliminate me, but I, Louis Barry, can do the same. There'll come a time when your Fisheries Guild's committee members, your kids, and descendants travel without protection or lack strength. Want to guess if I dare to make a move or if I have the capability? Either find an opportunity to bring me down with all you've got, or play nice." Faced with such a resolute answer, the rational committee members of the Fisheries Guild would know what to do. Louis Barry, the adventurer, wasn't bound by official rules like a Beyonder or a cop. Expecting him not to involve family in the game was unrealistic. Moreover, considering his recent behavior and the circulating rumors, He was a daring adventurer, reminiscent of Gehrman Sparrow. Known for his aggression, madness, and coldness, there were no limits to what such a person might do. Of course, Lumion wasn't letting his guard down entirely. Lugano would either have Ludwig's company in the future, or he'd be under Lumion's watchful eye at all times. After all, beyond the Fisheries Guild, many individuals in Port Santa were secretly plotting to exploit this opportunity for their own gain. Disguised as Fisheries Guild members, they could attack the interpreter and godson of the adventurer Louis Barry, intensifying the conflict and stirring up trouble prematurely. Ignoring conspiracies at this level would be unacceptable for a conspirer. After Lugano returned to his suite on the 5th floor of Salo Motel with a heap of breakfast, Lumion purposefully avoided looking at the high-backed chair, seemingly adorned with a golden straw hat, positioned strategically at the dining table. He turned on his heel and exited the room, ready to explore the surroundings. Stepping into the corridor, Lumion immediately spotted a burly man standing near the staircase, barely reaching 1.7 meters in height. The man, with brown hair, brown eyes, and rugged skin, held a distinctive long-mouthed cigarette between his lips, fixing his gaze on Lumion. In Highlander, the man inquired, "Who sent you here to keep an eye on Louis Barry?" Lumion couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. "Are you not here to monitor Louis Barry yourself? I didn't even inquire about your sender. Why the sudden curiosity?" He responded in flawless Highlander as well. The man, with the long-mouthed cigarette dangling, contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement, making way for the stairs. Lumion strolled past him, descending the staircase step by step. As he departed, the man's gaze took on a gradually ominous edge. He raised his left hand, delicately twisting the special long-mouthed cigarette. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled into the cigarette, and in silence, a slender steel needle shot forth from the charred tobacco, aimed directly at Lumion's back, mere 2 meters away. It was a blow dart, originating from certain tribes in the primitive forests of the southern continent. Typically, blow darts were 1 to 2 meters long, making them unsuitable for concealment or sneak attacks. However, bounty hunters, followers of the god of steam and machinery with strong hands, modified them into a more portable version, only slightly longer than regular cigarettes. While this modification increased portability and its concealed nature, it sacrificed some power and limited its range to a mere 4 to 5 meters. When paired with specially crafted arrows carrying anesthetic and lethal toxins, it remained a favored tool among bounty hunters on both northern and southern continents. The man had concealed the blow dart within the long-mouthed cigarette, intending to lull the target and strike when the opportune moment arrived. His objective: to subdue Lumion and extract information about the identity of his employer. The steel needle flashed past, but Lumion seemed to have anticipated the attack. Just as the man blew air to propel the needle, Lumion swiftly bent forward, arched his spine, and dodged the blow dart in an almost inhuman contortion. With a soft poof, the steel needle embedded itself into the wooden staircase. In the next moment, the assailant's eyes widened as Lumion, in a display of flexibility surpassing human limits, swung a boxing glove. Bang! He fainted. Swiftly recovering from his contorted evasion, Lumion bent down, scooped up the unconscious assailant, and dragged him into his rented room. Taking advantage of the assailant's unconscious state, Lumion administered a dose of truth serum and calculated the time for him to regain consciousness. Examining the unremarkable, ordinary face of his assailant, Lumion calmly listened to the panicked shout. "I just wanted to incapacitate you and find a spot to interrogate you about your employer. The poison on the arrow is just an anesthetic." Squatting in front of the man, Lumion smiled and responded, "Now, let me ask you, who's your employer?" "It's Juan Oro," the brown-haired, brown-eyed man blurted out. Lumion chuckled and probed further. "Is that so?" "Yes, no. It's actually someone else." At this point, horror overcame the man, and he fell silent. Lumion prompted him patiently. "Who is it?" After struggling for a few seconds, the man involuntarily spoke. "Rubio Paco." "Rubio, why is he keeping tabs on me?" Does he seek to gain from the adventurer's activities? Is that why he didn't approach me discreetly to share information? Lumion nodded subtly and straightened up. Your breath stinks. Remember to brush your teeth more often. The assailant looked perplexed, unable to fathom why the conversation had taken this turn. Nonetheless, he replied half-heartedly, I'm not a fan of brushing my teeth. Lumion shook his head in disdain, uninterested in the blow dart as a trophy. Leaving the room, he left a parting message. Make sure to lock the door behind me. In Trier, within Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, Franca and Jenna's rented apartment. They had already received Madame Judgment's response via Rabbit Chassel. Before departing, Rabbit Chassel, adorned with a miniature top hat, shrunken gold-rimmed glasses, and a diminutive black trench coat, made an unusual request. Can I use a custom-made revolver as compensation for delivering the next 5 letters? Jenna's mouth hung open, momentarily taken aback. Sure, she questioned. Why can't you conjure one yourself? Similar to your top hat, glasses, and trench coat. They have no practical use, but I hope the revolver does. The bullets need to be custom-made too, Rabbit Chassel explained earnestly. Jenna blinked and acquiesced. Once the messenger departed, Franca commented with a peculiar expression. Why does it feel like it has shifted from pursuing knowledge to pursuing strength? Jenna wanted to defend Rabbit Chassel but struggled to find a compelling excuse. Instead, she cursed, It's not necessarily a bad thing. It might even aid me in future battles. Moreover, the stronger the messenger, the safer the letter deliveries. Franca, lacking a messenger, suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Without delay, she unfolded Madame Judgment's reply. The Tamara family, one of the 5 noble families from the 4th epoch's Tudor Empire, held a hereditary duke aristocratic title, akin to the Amon you're familiar with, albeit slightly lower in status. In the era when the gods roamed the land, families capable of becoming great nobles undoubtedly possessed angelic powers. According to the information, the Tamara family had existed for many years before Alista Tudor became the Blood Emperor. They were renowned nobles from the previous empire. They had the coat of arms changed once and 2 internal divisions. This is why Tamara was buried on different levels of the catacombs at different times. Initially, their coat of arms consisted of thorns, a shield wall, and vertical swords. Later, it became an open door with the vertical sword acting as the crack. This represents a significant change in the Tamara family. It shifted from being dominated by the justiciar pathway to being dominated by the apprentice pathway. However, no corresponding historical information has appeared for the time being. A small number of members of the Tamara family, who adhere to the judgment pathway, have survived to this day and are secretly active. The other Tamara group had established a close connection with the Demonis family during the Tudor Empire's era. During the 5th epoch, a secret organization known as the Theosophy Order emerged. It had Demonis figures and originated from Tamara's apprentice pathway. There's reason to believe that they are still cooperating. This Tamara group has been estranged from the other one for many years, refusing to acknowledge each other. The Tamaris of the Judgment Pathway also experienced a division. The exact situation is unknown. Upon reading this, Franca and Jenna shared the same thought. The Tamara family is indeed connected to the Demonesses. They continued reading the contents of the letter. The person who led you to the Tamara family's tomb and discovered the Mirror World fragment is likely targeting that special Mirror World and the Demonis sect. Don't worry for the time being. Just be vigilant against coincidences, theft, and scams around you. In the ensuing days, Lumion, along with Lugano and Ludwig, remained unharmed. Port Santa seemed to settle back into a semblance of normalcy. Those secretly observing displayed no indications of advancing further. Just as Lumion contemplated taking further actions to elucidate all details before the sea prayer ritual in early November, the Knight of Swords brought fresh information regarding Nulfi and Batna. His face maintaining a pale white hue, he spoke to Lumion. I've identified a suspect involved in the kidnapping of the 2 targets. Should I handle it alone, or shall we proceed together? Lumion took a moment to consider before responding. Together. After making his decision, Lumion had a chance to inquire, "Who's the suspect?" Lato Gyaro, the Knight of Swords announced. Lumion recognized this individual. He was also a committee member of the Fisheries Guild. Not only did he own shares in 3 large fishing boats and the Port Santa Fisheries Company, but he was also involved in shipbuilding, ice production, and other industries. Someone in his family had already married a maiden of the sea over 100 years ago. Lumion asked thoughtfully, "What's Lato Gyaro's connection to Balancat ship rental?" "He's a creditor of the company and has arranged employment for many relatives there." The Knight of Swords replied succinctly. "It all adds up." Lumion nodded in agreement and paused to reflect. "Let's convene at the crossroads of St. Lana Street and Golden Wheat Street. How about meeting in 3 minutes? He had never set foot in Lato Gyaro's extended family estate, so he lacked the corresponding spirit world coordinates. His only teleportation option was St. Lana Street, relatively close to their target. He needed to utilize spirit world traversal discreetly to evade any surveillance. Sure. The Knight of Swords dissolved into transparency and disappeared instantly. Lumion spent 2 minutes hydrating, donning a vest and a straw hat. Only then did the faint glow of the black mark on his right shoulder illuminate. In an instant, his figure vanished from the shrouded room. At the crossroads of St. Lana Street and Golden Wheat Street, Lumion materialized from a concealed corner. The Knight of Swords, now sporting disheveled brown hair, a switched flaxen-colored shirt, and a dark brown vest, stood at the fringe of the crimson moonlight. His pallid face and oppressive eyes hinted at an underlying transformation, as if he could shed his human guise at any moment, revealing a monstrous form fueled by pent-up desires. While others might miss these subtleties, Lumion, being an ascetic, possessed a heightened sensitivity to such situations. The Temperance faction, indeed. Lumion mused at the Knight of Swords' appearance, entertaining a whimsical thought. "Bro, ever considered embracing inevitability? As an alms monk or an ascetic, you'd spare yourself from enduring so much." Of course, Lumion merely toyed with the idea and wouldn't actually propose it. Without the right strokes of luck, the boon of an evil god could gradually corrupt Beyonders within the potion system, eventually transforming them into humanoid monsters aligned with the evil deity. Nevertheless, his musings hinted at the potential synergy between specific sequences of the boon system and potion system. "Let's proceed." As the Knight of Swords remained silent, Lumion took the lead and spoke. The Knight of Swords nodded, and they followed the shadows along the street, turning into Golden Wheat Street at a measured pace, heading north. Soon, they reached a 5-story building resembling a small castle. Observing the illuminated windows and grayish-blue outer walls, the Knight of Swords pointed at a specific glass pane, noting, "That's Lato's bedroom. He and his wife sleep in separate rooms." The gathered intelligence is impressively detailed. Lumion acknowledged silently and inquired, "What's your plan?" "Sneak in and take control of the target." The Knight of Swords responded succinctly. "Isn't that a bit too straightforward and crude? The Gyaro family likely employs more than just ordinary Beyonders. Some members may have gained powers through the sea prayer ritual." Lumion recalled the unique characteristics of a wraith and assessed his capabilities. With one hand in his pocket, he casually remarked, "Okay." With those words, his form dissolved into a shadow, seamlessly merging with the darkness. Beside him, the Knight of Swords had already vanished. Utilizing the shadows cast on the building's outer wall, Lumion deftly infiltrated Lato Gyaro's room. In an instant, his target came into view. A middle-aged man with slightly curly black hair and dark brown eyes, adorned in a dark blue cotton robe, greeted Lumion's sight. His long face featured a neatly trimmed thick beard. Lato Gyaro's expression morphed into one of fear, and his body froze. He stumbled toward the shadow concealing Lumion. In the reflection within each eye of the Fisheries Guild committee member, Lumion spotted the pale-faced Knight of Swords, clad in a dark brown vest and flaxen-colored shirt, with disheveled brown hair. Observing Lato Gyaro losing control of his body, Unable to utter a sound, Lumion stepped out of the shadow, returning to his original form. An oppressive heaviness enveloped the air around him, akin to the weight of seawater. Apart from this, nothing seemed amiss. With a controlled step, Lumion approached Lotto Gyaro, a sensation akin to moving through a swamp. He refrained from resorting to the direct use of the spell of Harumph. Firstly, the other party seemed powerless and could be managed through alternative means, saving his spiritual energy. Secondly, Lumion hesitated due to uncertainty about whether the spell of Harumph would incapacitate both of them, given the forceful possession of Lotto Gyaro by the Knight of Swords. Retrieving a bottle of sedative from the Bliss Society, Lumion unscrewed the cap and brought it to Lotto Gyaro's nose, fanning the opening with his hand to hasten the gas's flow. After about 10 seconds, the committee member of the Fisheries Guild closed his eyes and slumped into unconsciousness. Remarkably, he remained standing, not collapsing to the ground. The Tarot Club's minor arcana card holder, the Knight of Swords, maintained absolute control over Lotto Gyaro's body. This is even simpler than employing teleportation and the spell of Harumph. I've faced numerous Beyonders before, but never have I subdued one without laying a hand on them. I strolled up casually, administering the sedative. A wraith truly stands as an exceptional ally, capable of harmonizing with any sequence of any pathway. Yes, a wraith remains impervious to anesthetic gases. The Bliss Society's sedative had no effect on him. As Lumion observed the noiseless resolution, he almost felt as if he hadn't partaken in the skirmish at all. He returned the Bliss Society sedative to his concealed pocket and retrieved a canister of truth serum. Seizing the moment, he administered nearly a third of it to Lotto Gyaro. Sensing that the sedative's impact might be short-lived on Beyonders with unknown traits like Lotto Gyaro, he hastened to complete his preparations before the target regained consciousness. Within 20 to 30 seconds, Lotto Gyaro's eyes fluttered open. First, he encountered Louis Barry, the adventurer in the golden straw hat, adorned with a faint smile. Subsequently, he discovered himself seated on a chair at some indeterminate moment, facing the divan in the bedroom. Lotto attempted to scream, but his vocal cords rebelled, rendering him motionless. "Have you grasped your situation?" Lumion reclined on the sofa, placing his right foot on his left knee. He spoke in Intision. Fear etched across Lotto's face, rendering him unable to nod or respond. While he possessed certain abilities, Lotto was certain they wouldn't suffice against the adventurer Louis Barry. They would likely result in a renewed coma or a swift lightning strike. "What do you want?" Lotto suddenly inquired. He too knew Intision. Attempting to raise his hand in surprise to touch his neck, he found himself immobilized. Lotto Gyaro lapsed into silence. With a smile, Lumion responded, "I have a few questions for you. Answer them satisfactorily, and I might consider letting you live until tomorrow to assist me in spreading the word about this affair." Lotto remained silent for a moment before consenting. "What do you want to know?" Lumion casually shook his right ankle. "Are Nolfi and Batna with you?" "Yes," Lotto responded with a strong inclination to divulge information. "They're locked up in the basement. They're still alive. I just want to use them." "For what?" Lumion inquired, intrigued. Lotto's lips trembled as he explained. "I intend to use them to lead you to the location of the sea sacrificial ritual and guide you to rent a boat there." "So, you're the one who wrote that note?" Lumion exclaimed in realization. "How do you plan to guide me?" Lotto struggled to articulate his actions, but his mouth moved faster than his thoughts. "I want you to discover that Nolfi and the Batna intend to rent a boat and head out to sea. Then, I'll arrange for them to seize an opportunity to escape and relay something to you, letting you know the significance of the sea area." "And then?" Lumion inquired with curiosity. Lotto sealed his lips shut but eventually spoke. "What they will tell you is the truth, but they are unaware of one thing. Never engage a child of the sea in a sea battle. One Oro awaits you in that sea region, ready to bury you entirely." So, the Fisheries Guild planted a deceptive trail through the clue about Nolfi, posing as a turncoat to lure me into a trap and eliminate me. If I hadn't swiftly revealed my intent to investigate the sea prayer ritual, exposing Nolfi and Batna to exploitation, they might already be sleeping with the fishes. The skirmish against Lugano was crafted to deceive me. As Lumien's thoughts raced, he heard Lotto express confusion. You haven't even started your investigation. How did you find me? You merely sent your interpreter to inquire about Nolfi and the others' whereabouts. There was no follow-up. Lumien's smile held a cryptic undertone as he disclosed, Do you think I'm here alone to investigate the sea prayer ritual? I represent the will of many. Numerous comrades lurk in the shadows of Port Santa. Lotto felt a chill course through his stiffened body, lending credence to Lumien's words. Lumien raised his right hand and stroked his chin. Where does your power come from? Lotto's throat constricted as he answered. From the sea. Each sea prayer ritual grants us strength. Unfortunately, the ritual failed last year. We received no replenishment for 2 years, and everyone weakened to varying degrees. Otherwise, Juan Oro would have finished you long ago. He would have cast your lifeless form into Wave Square, a stark warning to those who cross us. Similar to a boon? Theoretically, even without replenishment, a boon's power will gradually wane. Lumien pondered for a moment and remarked, The sea prayer ritual is a large-scale boon-seeking ritual, with the governor of the sea as the primary sacrifice? Lotto contemplated for a moment before responding. He serves as both sacrifice and host. Juan Oro and we act as assistant hosts. The sea prayer ritual is essentially a marriage to the sea and appeasing it. The boon is a byproduct. Marriage to the sea? Lumien suddenly found his imagination lacking. Lotto rarely divulged details about the sea prayer ritual. He spoke with a weighty demeanor. Yes, the governor of the sea ties the knot with the sea, quelling its violence and bringing peace. They truly become the spouse of the sea, commanding authority over this stretch of water. As the assistant and deputy hosts, we also gain varying degrees of in Port Santa receive some boons, although they are limited in number. So, the governor of the sea is synonymous with husband of the sea. The assistant and deputy hosts are like close friends or family busy assisting at a wedding, naturally earning gratitude. Those with the sea bloodline are akin to children attending a wedding, typically gaining some candy. Lumien attempted to comprehend Lotto Ghiaro's description of the sea prayer ritual by combining reality and wedding traditions in novels. Intrigued, he inquired, Does the governor of the sea engage in those acts with the sea? Aren't weddings supposed to conclude with newlyweds consummating their marriage? Of course, Lotto affirmed. After the wedding, the sea will bind itself to the 4 maidens of the sea. Through their union with the governor of the sea, the first child of each maiden of the sea is a noble with a pure sea bloodline, possessing the strongest beyonder powers. Why 4 and not 1 maiden of the sea? It's because individual humans can't endure the vastness, expansiveness, weight, and transcendence of the sea. Enough partners are needed to share the burden. The more I listen, the more ominous it becomes. Marrying a maiden of the sea is akin to marrying a remnant of the sea's power. It's no wonder they're highly valued, and their destinies change. The only challenge is acknowledging and loving their wife's first child. Lumien contemplated for a moment and remarked, And the governor of the sea can withstand the passion of the sea? And it was 4 at a time. Lotto, devoid of pity or sympathy, stated, One of the 2 most crucial purposes of the vigil ritual is to utilize the house and some of the sea spawn concealed within it to transform the governor of the sea's body, enabling them to withstand the violent and unrestrained sea. That's why the governor of the sea can only serve for a year. Even with the physical transformation, the power acquisition, and the beyonder enhancement, they won't endure much longer. Consumable. The husband of the sea is a consumable. Lumien sighed inwardly and queried, Then why would the governor of the sea return to the sea after leaving office? No one knows the exact reason, but there's a certain conjecture. Juan Oro believes that the sea doesn't allow those who were once its husband to start a new life. And I believe that the modifications of the vigil ritual, the intrusion of spousal intercourse, and the influence of maritime authority make the governor of the sea more and more like a sea creature and less human. Eventually, he will inevitably return to the sea that gives him peace and comfort. Lotto felt that his deduction was correct. What exactly is the sea you're referring to? Is it a natural spirit or a creature beyond, controlling the sea? Lumion replayed Lotto Ghiaro's answers in his mind before asking, sea spawn? Like the wrinkled monsters that can disguise themselves as devils, and the long black insects that control humans by burrowing into their necks. Yes, Lotto responded, yearning for a cigarette but unable to move his hands. We, the children of the sea, are spawn of the sea. One of our duties is guiding certain sea spawn from the depths to settle on land using our beyonder powers, helping them reproduce. However, Ludwig mentioned that the Baiting's black insects originate from another planet, not some sea spawn. Lumion didn't rush to ask about the children of the sea's beyonder powers. Instead, he focused on the details of the sea prayer ritual. What's the other vital purpose of the vigil? Lotto's expression hinted. Don't you understand what weddings are about? Well, there's the exchange of rings for marriage. And the vigil ritual modifies the governor of the sea's body, attaching a unique trait to a fixed golden ring, matching it to the sea bride's identity. A unique golden ring. Lumion perked up and said. And then, during last year's April Fool's prank, Fringe members received orders to acquire a gold ring from Torres and conceal it within the lamb sacrifice's stomach. Then, following the completion of the other rituals, the governor of the sea will take the golden ring and cast it directly into the sea before the ship. He will utter in a unique language from the depths. We espouse the O Sea as a sign of true and perpetual dominion. If the sea consents to this union, gentle waves will stir, transforming into pure white foam petals that will shower over the 4 maidens of the sea. The returned ring carries symbolic weight, signifying authority over the waters surrounding Port Santa. Just the waters encompassing Port Santa? From the indications, it seems it's not the true sea, but rather something that affects this specific area of the waters. Lumion paused briefly before speaking. How do you express, we espouse the O Sea, in that peculiar language? Lotto Ghiaro contemplated for a moment before emitting a chattering sound. Under the influence of the language comprehension charms, Lumion failed to grasp its meaning. He concluded it wasn't part of the northern continent's languages. Simultaneously, he observed the Knight of Swords in Lotto's eyes slightly shaking his head. If the Knight of Swords truly belongs to the Temperance faction that parted ways from the Rose School of Thought to align with the Church of the Fool, he should possess knowledge of the southern continent's language. Additionally, with his high sequence and extensive tenure as a beyonder, he must have encountered most supernatural tongues. Does this imply it's not from the language family of the southern continent, let alone ancient Hermes, Dragonese, Elvish, or other mystical languages? Lumion regarded Lotto Ghiaro with an intrigued grin. Are you certain those words translate to we espouse the O Sea? Lotto hesitated briefly before explaining. Probably. This is a language passed down from ancient times, existing since the sea prayer ritual. There are only a few sentences. He's not sure. They hadn't systematically mastered the language, only capable of uttering 2 or 3 sentences based on the legacy. Lumion sensed there might be more to it than Lotto's description. There was no denial if the true meaning was akin to open sesame. The folks from the Fisheries Guild and Milo Village might have been akin to the individuals Aurora and Franca spoke of. They employed a peculiar language, its true meaning eluding them as they substituted it with their own interpretation. As Lumion pondered, his expression remained unchanged. Does the governor of the sea safeguard the ring after he acquires the special trait? No, Lotto responded, shaking his head. In addition to the governor of the sea, the maidens of the sea, and sailors in charge of controlling the ship, there are 4 pure-blooded children of the sea acting as deputy hosts. They guide the governor and the maidens through the ritual stages, teaching the unique call to marriage. The golden ring is held by one of the deputy hosts and only handed over to the governor when needed. The governor of the sea doesn't have a chance to switch ritual rings. Suppressing his anxiety, Lumion continued at a measured pace. Did the sea prayer ritual fail last year? Lotto initially seemed taken aback, but then relief crossed his face. Did the impostor seek your help? Yes, for some reason, the sea prayer ritual failed. The sea's rage claimed the lives of the governor of the sea and the 4 children of the sea serving as deputy hosts. Only the maidens of the sea and some sailors survived. The 4 deputy hosts are dead? Just as Lumion uncovered clues about April Fools, he sensed the link had been abruptly severed. The individuals with the best chance of substituting the ceremonial ring had all perished in the unsuccessful sea prayer ritual. Lumion thought for a moment before inquiring, "What happened to the surviving maidens of the sea and sailors?" "They're still alive, but under strict surveillance." Realizing that the failure to last year's sea prayer ritual was exposed, Lotto, not dwelling on the survivors' details, continued, "We arranged marriages for the 4 maidens of the sea who lack actual sea powers with ordinary family members. Though it won't bring about a beyonder-level change, it has its benefits. The sailors from Milo Village received some benefits from Juan Oro but are restricted from leaving Milo Village until this year's sea prayer ritual succeeds." Shifting gears, Lumion asked, "Did the sailors transport the sacrificial lambs and other offerings for the marriage to the sea to the deck?" "Yes," Lotto nodded. "Sailors handle such cumbersome and laborious tasks." Within the ranks of sailors, one among Bard, Mad Lady, or Ultraman had sneaked in. If the other side held a stronger Beyonder power or a mystical item from the Marauder pathway, they could snatch the genuine ceremonial ring during the exchange, swapping it with a counterfeit. It wouldn't be a surprise that the Marauder pathway, influenced by the Celestial Worthy, has key April Fool's members wielding matching strengths or artifacts. Lumion swiftly suspected this. He turned to Lotto Giaro, keeping his tone composed. "Tell me about the 4 maidens of the sea and the survivors from last year among the sailors." Lotto recounted the details from memory. Having absorbed the specifics about the potential targets, Lumion inquired further, "Were all participants in the sea sacrificial part thoroughly checked?" "Absolutely. No unauthorized items allowed on board to maintain the ritual's integrity. And before the ship reaches its destination, Juan Oro will vigilantly oversee using his powers," Lotto elaborated. As anticipated, Lumion nodded subtly. "What powers does Juan Oro wield?"